जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Good morning all. I welcome you all to the second International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Educational Research ICMCER-2021 organized by Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Ayutthaya, Thailand in association with Institute for Engineering Research and Publication.
The primary goal of the Second International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Educational Research, ICMCER-2021, is to shed light on the hurdles linked to the practical administration of all the most modern information being produced in educational research from a multidisciplinary perspective. Today, more than ever, budding academics, scholars, and researchers in the initial degrees of their careers are discovering it to be increasingly difficult to keep up to date with advancements that are taking place. This convention strives to assist them in keeping up with all these developments.
Welcome to the second International Conference at Faculties of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Thailand. Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University is a Buddhist university that located in Ayutthaya province, Thailand. Our university has a vision of the university is World Universities of Buddhism. Students are trained to fulfill 9 aspects which consist of morality, awareness, helpfulness, ability, curiosity, hospitality, universality, leadership, and aspiration. Professor Dr. Parat Parayatkavi is the rector of the university. There are 5 faculties which consist of graduate schools, faculties of Buddhism, faculties of humanities, faculties of social science, and lastly, faculties of education. The deans of the faculties of education is Associate Professor Dr. Parat Suttaporn. All the collaborative work at the faculties had been done by administrators. Associate Professor Dr. Somsak Bunpu, White Dean from Faculties of Education, and Ph.D. students who are attending in the conference. According to the extra curriculum from the Faculties of Education, the faculties has provided the opportunity for students to practice their mind by doing meditation practice in different places in each year. They learn how to live together and stay together with peaceful. Considering to the classroom activities, group work and workshop provided for the student.
อาตมาอยากจะให้คุณครูทุกคนทุกท่านได้เห็นถึงความสำคัญของคนเป็นครู
One of the most important organizations that play an important role for our second international conference is IFERP. IFERP has encouraged all scholars, researchers all over the world to attend international conference, and this is the co-organizers of our second international conference as well. During the situations of the COVID-19, we wish our conference will be success.
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICAS-ETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organisations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
Next, I would like to welcome all our honourable dignitaries. Firstly, I would like to welcome Venerable Professor Dr. Vice-Rector, Rector Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. Next, Dr. Lampong Klomkul, the Acting Director for Research, Information and Academic Services Division, ASEAN Studies Centre, MCU. Mr. Rudra Satpathy, Founder and Head of IFERP, and our eminent keynote speaker, Dr. Suneena Rasheed, the Vice-Rector from Avid College, Maldives, for joining us even during this pandemic situation and imparting their expertise with us. I would also take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the globe who have spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. I would also like to welcome all our attendees in joining us today. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Lampong Klomkul, the Acting Director for Research, Information and Academic Services Division, ASEAN Studies Centre and Lecturer from Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Thailand. Dr. Lampong Klomkul is an Acting Director for Research, Information and Academic Services Division, ASEAN Studies Centre and a Lecturer from Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. She graduated in Doctor of Philosophy Ph.D. in Education Research Methodology, Faculty of Education, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. She received award from National Research Council of Thailand, the Best Dissertation of Year 2013 at Good Level, received Graduate Scholar Award from the 19th International Conference on Learning, the Institute of Education University of London from UK in the year August 2012. She also received Golden Jubilee Scholarship to study in Canada for 2 years in bachelor degree from 1997 to 1999. She is interested in conducting research in education and Asian studies. She is the author, co-author or editor of more than 20 articles and books. She has an experience of being a guest speaker and organizing international conferences. She has also completed research projects in various research designs such as structural equation model, ethnographic Delphi future research, and mixed methods research.
Welcome to the second International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Educational Research. ICMCER-2021. It is to shed light on the handling to the practical administrations of all the most modern information being produced in educational research from a multidisciplinary perspective. Today's modern average battling academic scholar and researcher in the initial degree of their careers are discovering to be increasingly difficult to keep up to date with the advancements that are taking place. So these conventions try to assist them in keeping up with this development. The hosts of our conference are faculties of education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Thailand, and Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP, Chennai, India. So ICMCER-2021 invites original contribution on all the topics related to Track 1 and Track 2. The following are the different tracks in the conference. Track 1 related to education. So the topics of interest are educational administration, creative technologies in education, technologies management in education, teaching and instruction, curriculum design, pedagogy, e-learning, social media in education, education psychology and guidance, social study, professional learning communities, educational research, measurement and evaluation, and also artificial intelligence, AI in education. In addition, we also have track 2 that related to multidisciplinary. So the topics of interest are Buddhist study, Buddhist psychology, Buddhist management, linguistics, English study, meditation, innovation, public administration, social science, social development, economics, peace study, humanity, and also political science. According to the situation of COVID-19 pandemic, the ICMCER-2021 had decided to use online and video conferencing. It is my great pleasure to have you all with our conference. I hope that this event will bring you the platform for all delegates and scholars to share your academic work and also contribute valuable knowledge to everyone all over the world. So thank you very much.
Next, I welcome Professor Dr. Frararajapariyapkavi, the Rector from Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Thailand. Venerable Professor Dr. Frararajapariyapkavi Somjan Sampanyo was born in 1960 in the Thai province of Buriram. He obtained his BA in Pali Studies from Sukhothai Thammathirat Open University, his MA in Buddhist Studies from Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, and his Ph.D. in Pali and Buddhist Studies from Banaras Hindu University in India. In 2018, he was appointed the Rector of Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University after serving as Vice-Rector for Academics since 2006 and a Professor and former Director at the International Buddhist Studies College since 2013. His remarkable academic contributions are Mahayana Buddhism, Development and Its Essence, the Thai edition 2000, Buddhist Philosophy, Essence and Development, Thai edition 2001, Buddhism and Modern Technology, Thai edition 2002, Tibetan Buddhist Culture, Thai edition 2004, Vajrayana's Analysis 1994, Nagarjuna with Contradictory of Time, Existence and Ill-Existence in 1995, Introduction of Vinaya Pitaka in 1995, Philosophy of Madhyamika in 1997, Search of Logics in Tripitaka and Buddhist Literature in 1997, Critics of Aristotle Middle Path and Buddhist Majjhipamata of Theravada in 1998. Apart from his scholarly contributions, he also engaged in translational works, namely Development of Buddhist Ethics in 1993, Karma and Rebirth in 1992, Development of Thoughts in the Pattern of Ancient Indian in 1993, Basic Buddhist Views in 1993, Philosophy of Nagarjuna in 1993, Mahayana Buddhism in 1993. He was also awarded the Inventor Advantage Award, a kind of encouragement Buddhist education in the field of Buddhist book writing.
University administrators, educational institution administrators, lecturers, scholars, distinguished guests, and all the students. Today it is the special occasion for us and the valuable time for us that the faculty of education Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University and the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, Chennai, India, have co-organized the second international conference on the main theme that multidisciplinary and current educational research. In the beginning, I like to give so much thanks to the administrators of the Faculty of Education, MCU, Thailand, and the administrators of the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, Chennai, India, to co-host and come together to provide the platform for lecturers, educational institution administrators, and students to present the results of research work, experience from teaching and working for a long time, and for doing the research work and collect the result of research work and present on this occasion. I, Rector of MCU, welcome you all to this conference online and would like to invite you all to join and share your ideas for the benefits of the academic arena. This conference is the tremendous and colorful conference in the reason that we have 145 papers submitted under the two tracks of topics.
Next, I welcome Mr. Rudra Satpathy, founder and head of IFERP.
A very good morning, everyone. Honourable His Excellence and His Majesty, Honourable Sriman Mahachulalongkorn, King of Thailand, delegates and counterparts from India and Thailand and other countries of Asia as well as globe. I extend a warm welcome each and everyone to Second International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Educational Research, ICMCER, organized by renowned and esteemed Institute of Thailand, MCU University, Mahachulalongkorn Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University of Ayutthaya, Thailand, one of the historic city. So if I go back to a century or a couple of century years ago, when the educational revolution and upbringing got accelerated in the universities and in the countries and in the provinces and regions of Thailand, came with the attack of Burmese kingdom, and when the country was facing the crisis, and when the Ayutthaya got disrupted. After that, this revolution came with the leadership of the then King V, and this brought the establishment of this finest university of globe that today stands as a pillar for educational infrastructure of the country. ICMCER is one of the finest conference and is one of our commitment and dedication with utmost sincerity of my beloved colleagues towards the educational advancement of the nation. This is the second series of conference we have done after its successful execution last year. I welcome everyone to this beautiful country, and we have scheduled this conference with a lot of dreams and a lot of expectations. We wanted to meet our members. We insisted our scholars to be a part of this conference. We also insisted IFERP's members and associates to present their research ideas in this conference, and we have been trying this since last year. But unfortunately, because of COVID-19, the conference could not be organized in a physical platform, so we have to opt for virtual platform. The trial version of the conference came last year when we planned this conference at the university, and I'm extremely glad and thankful towards the organizing committee, especially to Dr. Lampong initiatives and leadership for taking us and giving us that motivations and encouragement to serve better to the university. I also extend my hearty thanks to Associate Professor and Dean, Faculty of Education, as well as the Deputy Dean of Academic Affairs and the Faculty of Education MCU. Also, I express my hearty gratitude to the patron members and especially Dr. Somsak Bunpu, Associate Professor, Deputy Dean for Administrations and Faculty of Education. I also express my gratitude to the keynote speakers, the eminent profiles for their valuable time to share their knowledge. Education and technology is our commitment towards Asia. I believe the countries and the nations, the economies of Asia could come up with vibrant scopes and opportunity because of the geographical locations, the tropical climate, and the scopes of the mining and the scopes of natural resources we have in our countries could be utilized and could be possible to implement this towards the growth of technology, ultimately raising towards the rise of economy. This could be possible with the facilities of basic education, and I'm fortunate and I'm absolutely glad and I'm absolutely obliged to get the privilege so that my organization got the privilege to host this conference at esteemed University MCU at Ayutthaya. If I again take back to a couple of centuries years ago when the Thailand went on with a clash with Burmese kingdom, and Ayutthaya was almost disrupted with few Buddhist temples and monarchies existing. This Buddhist culture, the tradition insisted the all categories of Vedas knowledge is what we preach in Hinduism, and to come up with excellent scopes and opportunities towards education, and the result of this was the university was established, and university is dedicatedly contributing towards religious aspects of the nation as well as Asia. And if we talk of our organization, IFERP, Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, is one of the finest and one of the largest professional associations of globe that has tremendously contributed towards the advancement of technical skills and technical knowledge, and by bringing the academic and industrial fraternity together. We believe that knowledge should be studied from lab to lab. Not only from lab, it should be implemented into the fields, and this could be possible when we integrate the industrial professionals and academic researchers, so that the practical implementation would be possible. And with this scope, we are coming up with our multidisciplinary associations. You talk of climate change, or you talk of environment, or you talk of life sciences. Basically, cancer is one of our also research area. Along with engineering, inside engineering, we also deal with all modern educational scopes on machine learning, artificial intelligence, and we almost deal with almost all research areas, almost all fields, by communicating with all brilliant professionals, brilliant minds, and brilliant users all across the globe, so that their knowledge and their skills could be propagated. This is possible through sharing of knowledge. As we all know, knowledge increases through multiple sharing, and with options of imparting educations that we do in our schools and colleges. But I believe that this should go beyond the campuses. It should be globalized. It should not be it should not stick to a particular community. Rather than, we feel that globalization of knowledge and globalization of scientific know-how is very important, so that cumulative growth of all the nations and all the economies in globe will be happening. We have almost we received almost more than 220 research papers, most probably, and we have shortlisted 150 out of them, those who had relevance towards the conference. And mostly we have all brilliant presentations this time that could be very informative and very useful for all the listeners and viewers watching this conference from different part of the globe. We believe the front and back aspect of imparting skilled knowledge, skilled education, comes with sharing and reception of knowledge. So this is possible through our opportunity, our scopes, our services of publication, what we deliver, because we believe that a researcher's idea could be propagated in a wider version at a global platform through publication in our journals. Many of the journals are indexed at Scopus, and we have journals indexed also in other scientific repositories and databases like ESCI, also Emerging Source Citation Indexing, and SCI also. And many universities of Asia have come forward and trusted us so that we can deliver the publication services to the universities. And we proudly announce that last half a decade, we are one of the largest scientific and academic publisher of Asia, catering the services to more than 40 plus nations across the globe. Moreover, I believe that the commendable transformation of knowledge is also possible at our conferences and scientific events, especially workshops, FDPs, webinars, where we insist scholars and professors to claim their research. The emerging researchers, people those who are working on different fields, we invite them to speak at our platform and make millions listeners to listen the conference and listen the presentations. That could definitely impact in the same way. In either way, also we believe that experts' knowledge should come over the campus and come over their their workplaces, their laboratories, and we need that it should be broadcasted at international level. So by this commitment, we have done rigorously more than 700 plus international conferences in last 3 years, and successfully published the research articles. Moreover, we are also supporting researchers and scholars of different countries to make their research article developed, or make their research article more profound towards applications, towards implementation, because we have a strong community of excellent and knowledgeable profiles, those who are working, and we insist our students, delegates, members and associates to take our help to carry forward their research works. And we believe again this conference went on for virtual because of the COVID limitations, and the bonding and the attachment, the strength of unity, the joint ventures and collaborations what we have with universities of Thailand is really a brilliant experience. It has been a great time working from our offices along with my beloved colleagues, those who have given their best and worked day and night hard to make this conference successful. And I also beg apologies for any inconvenience and regret for if any inconvenience caused to our university partner, or also our delegates and speakers and authors and researchers also. I pray for a healthy and wise life and I insist all the researchers to take utmost safety measures amid this COVID-19, because we believe that education, industries and economies, governments and all the sectors of public and private sectors are battling COVID-19 amid this, and we believe the next conference will be a physical one where our delegates, our members all across the globe will get an opportunity to visit the beautiful country Thailand. I wish everyone my best and wish all the researchers and scholars a valuable part at this conference, and also I insist everyone to take the best possible outcomes of this conference. And with this I express my gratitude and thanks to all the researchers and scholars from different countries and different communities to be a part of this conference and adding up the value. With this, I would express my best wishes to all the researchers and delegates. Thank you very much.
Next, I welcome our eminent keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Rajavidyalaya, the Rector of Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Thailand. He will be discussing on the Buddhist integration in educational research for life during COVID-19 pandemic.
University administrators, educational institution administrators, lecturers, scholars, distinguished guests, and all the students. Today it is the special occasion for us and the valuable time for us that the faculty of education Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University and the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, Chennai, India, have co-organized the second international conference on the main theme that multidisciplinary and current educational research. In the beginning, I like to give so much thanks to the administrators of the Faculty of Education, MCU, Thailand, and the administrators of the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. On the sub-team that Buddhist integration in educational research for life during COVID-19 pandemic, I like to give some idea related to this sub-team. As we have known very well and have seen clearly that the present situation, our society has faced two difficulties at the same time. The first one is the technological advancements, which affects our daily routine lives every day. Even though we have both good and bad side at the same time, but thinking deliberately, you can see that we have faced the bad side from technological advancement, maybe more than the good side, because we have to adjust ourselves all the time. We have to speed up our life every day. This is the first difficulties. The second one, we have been facing the spread out of the virus COVID-19, and this virus affects our lives in every dimension and spread out over the world. So the people all over the world have faced difficulties at the same time. So the issue to be picked up for doing the research, I think we have to pick up the topics which are useful and helpful for solving the serious problems, the hardships, and for developing society. So what are the desirable structures and the contents in the present time to be picked up for research work? What kind of the research work can be applied for solving the problems and developing society nowadays? In my opinion, the structures and the contents of research work should consist of at least three parts. At least three parts. I mean the structures and the content. The first part, we should consider the situation, especially the disruptive technology period. We have to see clearly that what kind of technological advancement affects the human life, good and bad sides at the same time, the serious problems from technological advancements, and the cause of the serious problems. lesson learned from the good side and bad side of technological advancements, the best practice, and also looking back 10 years, how big change in every dimensions of our lives. What kind of big change we have faced. For example, newspaper, television, telephone, typewriter, radio, and the most important things, AI or artificial intelligence, which is regarded that the new species of the human being and maybe come in place of the human brain, really dangerous for the human being. So in the first part, we have to take considerations of the present situation, the good side and bad side, the problems and cause of the problems deliberately. This is the first part of the research work. Desirable structures, and we put the content inside that, the content regarding the present situation, good and bad sides, problems, and the cause of the problems. The second part of the research, the desirable and correct qualification, what kinds of the qualification need for the modern society. We like to talk about the 21st century skills, communication skills, collaboration skills, compromising behavior, emotional maturity, something like that. Mental flexibility. In Buddhism, related to the 21st century, we like to talk about the four kinds of development: physical development, moral development, mental development, and wisdom development. I think the 21st century skills is something we like to mention in Buddhism, four kinds of development. I think it doesn't matter we call the 21st century skills or the four kinds of development in Buddhism. These are the desirable and correct qualification of the humankind in the present society to make them to be able to maintain and keep their lives happily in the present society. This is the second part of the research work. The third part, very interesting and important, research issue and direction of the research. It should be integrated issue. It should be integrated direction. So the objective of the research is to create or build up the integrated model or the integrated how-to. It may be technological management, creative technology in education as fixed in two tracks of the topics. What kinds of topic and issue should be picked up to do the research works? To build up the integrated model, as I have said. We should look at the other fields of academics also. Sometimes we like to get the research results which can be applied for build building up the integrated model to solve the problems in educational arena. Sometimes we pick up the educational concept or theory and do the research work and get the result of the research work. Those cannot be applied for solving the problems. We have to pick up the theory and concept from the other field, such as from Buddhism. We should look at the Buddhist concept. For example, a Buddhist socialization in school for building up the collaboration. If collaboration skill, if we like the qualification of the children, the desirable qualification such as collaboration skills, mental maturity, we may pick up the Buddhist concept. And the issue for doing the research work in this matter is that Buddhist socialization in school for building up collaboration skills, or the threefold training in Buddhism for developing the physical and mental strength, something like that. Or applying loving kindness and compassion for teaching activity to build up compromising behavior. I have a look at the scope of the topic of integrating aspects in two tracks. Some topics fit in those tracks really interesting also, such as creative technology in education. We have the technological advancement already, but some parts of those advancements not so good for education. So we have to look at the some dimension of technological advancement and pick up only the creative technology for education, something like that. Technology management also are very interesting topics. We have technology and information, the tremendous flux of technology and information. But sometimes we don't know how to manage the information. So technology and information management in education, very interesting topic or issue also. And especially the issue regarding the artificial intelligence or AI, artificial intelligence in education. How we use the robot to teach, replacing the human lecturer. We can take the use from artificial intelligence. We can use the robot to teach in placing of the human being, but we cannot use them all the time. What kind of topic we should use them to teach, replace us? What kind of the topic we should teach by ourselves? Something like this. So artificial intelligence in education, very interesting also. Buddhist management, especially Buddhist meditation innovation or peace study. This issue is very interesting. We should pick up the issue like this to do the research works. So this is the third part of the research work. The first part, present situation. Consider and reflect the present situation, problems and cause of the problem. The second one, the desirable and correct qualification needed for the modern society. The third one, the issue, the direction of the issue, to be picked up for doing the research work. From this research result, we should decide the integrated how to or the integrated model, and then pick up this research work or model to train the students to make them equipped with those desirable and correct qualifications mentioned above. This is my suggestion for doing the research in the modern society. How to do the research work, what kind of issue to be picked up to do the research work, and what kind of the result of research work which are helpful and useful for solving the modern problem in the modern society, and to develop the modern society to face strongly the hardship in our daily routine. Thank you very much for your coming together. Thank you.
Next, I welcome Dr. Suneena Rasheed from Avid College, Maldives. She is currently the rector of Avid College. She is a teacher, educator, a researcher who deeply passionate about teaching and supervising postgraduate and undergraduate research students. Her research interest is on teacher education, and her Ph.D. was focused on teaching practicum. She has a strong desire to motivate academicians to disseminate research works and to establish a research culture in the Maldives. She is a member of Association of Scientists, Developers and Faculties, ASDF, and also the deputy editor of EPS Handan magazine. She has filled several posts in government, private sector and non-governmental organizations during the period 2001 till 2020. Those include Vice President of EPS Foundation, Deputy Minister to the Ministry of Gender and Family, Education Consultant in Faculty of Education at the Maldives National University, Editorial Consultant and Reviewer of the Maldives National Journal of Research, Research Supervisor for both undergraduate and postgraduate student, Dean Faculty of Research and Innovation Avid College, and Deputy Vice-Rector Avid College.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished chief guests, respected invitees, research scholars, and participants from various parts of the world. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. I am Dr. Suneena Rasheed, Director of Avid College, Republic of Maldives. It's my pleasure and privilege to welcome you all on behalf of the Avid College and the Technorate Group to the second International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Educational Research, ICMCER-2021. Let me also take this opportunity to express our deep appreciation to the Technorate Group for organizing this imperative educative event. Well, reflecting on my research journey at the Maldives National University, I could say that back then we had limited opportunities to publish research, and also the number of academicians who engage in research were not much significant compared to the current era. I started my PhD journey in 2013, and my research was focused on teacher education in the Maldives. More specifically, it was focused on teaching practicum. Teaching practicum is considered as one of the core components of any teacher education program. Stakeholders regard practicum as an essential element of teacher education. Since the inception of practicum as part of the teacher education program in the Maldives in 1977, it has been subjected to several amendments, several changes, and several modifications. However, those changes, those amendments, those modifications have not been supported by any formal research-based evidence. Most of the times, they were solely based on ad hoc feedback from student teachers, program reviewers, and lecturers. In addition to that, much of the changes that were meant to improve the practicum have not been very effective in practice. Back then, being a chemistry teacher at the Center for Higher Secondary Education in the Maldives, and also being an active member of academia for several years, have made me realize the criticality of practicum in teacher education. Having realized its importance and the lack of research in the Maldivian context, especially in the area of teacher education, the practicum, I focus my research on investigating stakeholder perception on the current practices of practicum in order to identify the key issues, challenges, and new possibilities, and also to provide research-based evidence for policymakers in order to improve the existing practices. Drawing upon data from multiple sources and from multiple stakeholders, for example, student teachers, cooperating teachers, supervising lecturers, school-based coordinators, and institutional-based coordinators. The findings of my study showed that there were several issues and challenges that the stakeholders face during the practicum and also during the organization or organizing the practicum. In simple terms, in almost all the phases of teaching practicum. I'll highlight some of the significant issues that have been identified. One such issue was content issue that lead to a multitude of classroom management problems for student teachers. The second, inadequate support from stakeholders for student teachers. Third, the insufficient training for the stakeholders, in particular cooperating teachers, to undertake their essential roles. Apart from that, lack of coordination and cooperation among key players or key stakeholders, especially between teacher education institutions and placement schools, has been identified as one of the key issues. Apart from that, absence of national level policies on practicum and the deficiencies or the limitations in the existing practicum structure or the model also have been identified as key issues. So to address those perceived problems that may undermine the quality of the practicum and ultimately the quality of graduate teachers, my study makes specific recommendations in light of its empirical evidence and existing literature. The recommendations were specifically related to the 4 prominent stakeholder groups. Those are policymakers, teacher educators in teacher education institutions, the key players in placement schools, and future researchers who could play a significant role in making the practicum an important educative element or event for all involved. Ladies and gentlemen, I salute Technorate Group for their continuous efforts on bringing together scientists, research scholars, and students to share and disseminate their scientific research works on multidisciplinary topics and confers the practical challenges they encountered and the solution they adopted. I hope the conference will create pathways and opportunities to establish strong networking and collaborations among the universities and institutions to promote research and publications, and ultimately develop a community of practice at the national, international, and global level. I thank Technorate Group for inviting me as the keynote speaker, and also I thank all the attendees for listening my speech. I wish you all a very pleasant, a very fruitful, and a very productive conference. Thank you all. Thank you.
Next, I would like to welcome the session chair for ICMCR 2021. Firstly, I would like to welcome Dr. Shalini Agarwal, alumni of IIM Ahmedabad, Associate Professor in the Department of Finance at Chandigarh University. Next, Dr. L. Arun Raj, Associate Professor and Coordinator from Crescent MIS, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, B.S. Abdur Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, Wanderlore, Chennai. Our next session chair is Dr. J. Saranya, Assistant Professor from VLAB Department Coordinator, Department of ECE, Rajlakshmi Engineering College. And our next session chair is Dr. Ashish Kher, Associate Professor in Electrical Engineering Department, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, India.
Next, I welcome all to the technical sessions.
First, I welcome Jirachaya Jo Cook, who will be discussing on the development of the occupational class and community welfare of fishing families through community enterprise, a case study in Village 2, Ban Ao Nam, Krabi, Thailand.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I will present development of the occupational class and community welfare of fishing families through community enterprise, case study in Village 2, Ban Ao Nam, Krabi, in Thailand. Thailand is generally regarded as a developed country. This is largely as a result of the many strides it is making in economic, social, political, education, industrial, and commercial fields. Its variety of resources continue to contribute to that development. Prominent among those resources are those that are found within the Thai nation's human capital with diverse fields of activity. People have wide choice of occupations, and this choice is influenced by personal, environmental, economic, religious, or social condition factors. Likewise, Thai people have a choice as to what suits them best and what options they have. Many take occupational pathways, though for of need, tradition, or religious belief today, and in response to expect needs and the desire of the nation, including many migrants. Thailand offers occupation in all the most popular and globally recognized occupations. These cover a field of architecture, the arts, business, commerce, construction, education, entertainment, human service, industry, law, management, manufacturing, medicine, science, technology, travel, aquaculture, and religions. Within these fields, fishing is ranked as sub-major in Group 92, a relatively high ranking compared to many others. Traditionally, Thailand has had worldwide recognition as a strong fishing nation, whether at organized fishing, fish trading, fish farming, local fishing, or fish product manufacturing. The occupation of fishing had developed over time to one that, despite policy and management difficulty, had not encountered a reduction in popularity and attraction. The depletion of fishery resource, overfishing, excessive fishing effort, conflict among the fisher and violation of regulation and illegal fishing appear to have not stopped its popularity and attraction. Thai fishing is maintaining its status as worthwhile human endeavor and its classification as a commerce driven occupation remains relatively high. Thailand is, for example, as a significant player among the 38 million commercial fish farmers worldwide, yet the need for reform, modernization, better working justice and fairness, improved working conditions, improved management, and better state concern for the maintenance and development is shown to be intense. These difficulties are also prominent among traditional fishing people, though they too are shown to have difficulties in adapting to changing times in the form of modernization and hogging of the market by large fishing conglomerates. The classing of an occupation is based on criteria which are consensually regarded as the best way to recognize or assign occupational worth. General standing job, prestige, social usefulness, socio-economic cost, disability or value to it. The judgment of the class of an occupation is done independent of the individual that occupy a job or position. This consideration would reflect of level of education, skill, value system, income generating potential, social recognition, history, or longevity of an occupation. In Thailand, occupations are judged no differently. Occupations have their class assigned with special attention to contextual factors, Thai tradition, global standards, opportunities for development of craft, and to what degree the practice expectations of occupation are conducive for human needs satisfaction and gratification. On the other hand, traditional or subsistence fishing as an occupation does not have the same grading due to its smaller scale of operation. It has far less production outcome and limit in its diversification capability. Economic base, marketing scope, access to resource, occupier, and personal goal outcome for occupier. The case study of fishing family community enterprise. General descriptive detail of Krabi province and its district of Orlok. One of the southern province of Thailand and situated on the shore of Andaman Seas, Krabi province. The small town of Orak in this Krabi Peninsula area had been cut into by the Krabi-Phanga Highway. It had a long tradition of local fishing by local community people who are directly supported by fresh seafood including grape seaweed and spinning lobster gathered and prepared by themselves. Occupation Card Development, Community Enterprise and Community Welfare in Krabi is district of Orak without any credible scientific evidence to confirm their presence or incidence in Krabi province and its district of Orak. The interrelationship between their length of occupations, their card ranking, the development of the latter. This, the effect of community enterprise as well as the extent to which community welfare is enhanced as the resource cannot be examined or analyzed in a meaningful way. The target research site of Ban Ornam Village 2 Village 2 of Ban Ornam is one of 121 coastal fishing villages in Krabi. It is in the Lam Sak sub-district of the above town of Orak in 2018. 5,100 fisheries were active in the area population of 2010 employees. Research methodology. The aim of small-scale case study was thus to empirically investigate the nature and extent of the interrelationship between occupational cost development, community enterprise and community welfare in Village 2 on small scale. In specific terms, the main research problems were 1. Occupation cost development of fishing in Village 2 is not common. 2. Community enterprise plays a minor role in the development of the cost of fishing in Village 2. And 3. Community welfare is not evident as a result of the development of the cost of fishing and as occupation in Village 2. In pursuit of the research aim, the research objective were to 1. Establish to what extent occupational cost development takes place in Village 2. 2. Investigate the scope of the role that community enterprise plays in the development of the cost of fishing as an occupation in Village 2. And 3. Ascertain how and to what extent the community welfare of fishers of Village 2 is advanced with the aid of community enterprise during the developmental process of their occupational cost process and procedure. Probability purposive sample for the interviews and focus group sessions were archived, though simple random means wide exemption to reduce sample error. This allows qualitative research methodology to be launched over the period of 3 weeks in March 2019. The process and procedure include planned steps which were considered integral to it. These were A. Interviews 20 minutes each and B. Focus group session 120 minutes. Participants with an acceptable margin of error and confidence level of 95%. The total number of 23 participants for both interviews and the focus group discussion had met the selection criteria of village status, adult age, familiarity with and concern about local fishing practice. With an acceptable margin of error and confidence level of 95%, the total of number of 23 participants of both an interview, the focus group, data collect and processing start from the literature research and qualitative stage. The collection, shifting, marshalling, ranking, and analysis of data continue into the empirical phase of the case study. Data analysis procedure qualitative data were analyzed using basic statistical techniques to reflect the mean, frequency, and percentage in them. Data extract of literature, document interview, and the focus group session were coded and subject to content analysis. The formative description and analysis of the background to the topic of fishing in the case study research site had attempted to sketch those factors influence process and dynamic of the class development of the occupation of fishing in the geographic content of Thailand. Occupations in Thailand are shown to have no different features to those of other countries and that, like other countries, occupations exert symbolic power, reflecting the predisposition of their occupier, that varying choice, sense of self, practical mastery, and class difference. Commercial Thai fishing command recognition as top class occupation and had for long not had the challenge and difficulty of developing its class as does its local, small-scale counterpart. Community enterprise had been shown up to be one of local fishing most accessible reservoirs of tapping the sort of resource of wood need to help in alleviating its production, managing, marketing, and sustainability concerns. An overall analysis of the result of the field interviews and small focus group meeting with residents of the village offers up some indication of the level of awareness of concern for and association with the small yet vital scale of local fishing on which the village depend for their livelihood. The analysis had also exposed the fishing community reliant on outside help to overcome occupational difficulties such as sustainability, fishing ground limitation, overfishing, poor marketing, difficult product management, and capital shortage. Recommendation. It is recommended that as part of community endeavor to be part effort to develop their occupation card, though community enterprise for its welfare. The fisher consists of one establish their own community-based strategy and management system for stewardship, decision making about marketing, harvesting, compliance, and any other aspect of their occupation. 2. link up with government or private outlets for tapping community enterprise resource on the sustainable ongoing basis. 3. Adhere to and utilize the current community enterprise legislation to best advantage. 4. Be informed of the suggested ways to develop the craft of their occupation, especially those supported by the participants of and analyzed in the present case study. And 5. Be prepared to volunteer their participation in furthermore in-depth investigation into the development of the craft of their operation in relate to into what extent community enterprise would influence it and into its bearing on community welfare. Significant and limitation of this research. This research consider it worthwhile and useful for the relevant profession, state, agency, professionals, and the community in relate to be made aware of the various theoretical and in-depth the outcome of their work as stakeholder and fisher. It is, however, about the challenge role of cooperation, reciprocal relation between community enterprise outlets, the Thai state machinery, and the fishing community of the region that the study which to provide faith insight. Authors who would benefit are the state development departments responsible for the fishing community in the province. The finding of the study would potentially encourage their renewed perception of and recognition of themselves who co-working with community and help them recognize the value of interprofessional and professional non-professional approach in and reduce of associated difficult acknowledgement. The research here we wish to express his gratitude for the support in the Faculty of Humanity and Social Science, Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand. Thank you for your attention.
Next, I welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Piacha Tongpeng, who will be discussing on the cost potential of shallot in Rasi Salai District, Sisaket Province.
Hi everyone, my name is Piacha Tongpeng. I come from Sisaket Rajapat University, Thailand, and I am delighted to be here today to present to you about the cost potential of shallot in Sisaket Province, Thailand. This is my biography. I am lecturer in Department of Accounting, Faculty of Business Administration and Accounting at Sisaket Rajapat University, Thailand. And this is abstract research. This research aims to study the cost potential and shallot in Rasi Salai District, Sisaket Province, Thailand, in order to lead to planning on pricing, marketing, improving the quality of shallot, and analyzing data of farmers and shallot production. And the shallot productivity per rai was uncertain depending on the caring and fertilizing and describing approximately about 35% of the farmer harvest 1,200 to 1,500 kilograms per rai or 25% regarding to production cost of shallot. It was found that the average amount was 8,151.5 baht per rai. The cost of insecticide was 1,000 baht or 10.2% of the total cost. Introduction about this research. Shallot is one of important economic crop which can generate approximately 3,000 million baht per year income for farmers. The planting site in the north are in Chiang Mai, Thailand, and Chiang Rai, Lamphun, Phayao, Uttaradit province, and Phetchabun province. Furthermore, some of them in the northeast are in Sisket province and Buriram province. The productivity of shallot in approximately 200,000 tons each year. And the price of shallot is unstable because farmers define the amount of production each year based on price. In the past, it can be seen that the price of the products is quite low due to releasing to the market in the same period. Normally, the shallot in Sisket province will be released during January to February. Will the shallots from Lamphun province, Uttaradit province, Chiang Mai province, Chiang Rai province, Phayao province, Phetchabun province, and another province are gradually released to the market during February to March every year. The Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperative has defined a policy for agricultural development focusing on solving price slump problem as an urgent policy for the certain agencies to take appropriate action by preparing an operating plan in advance for each product before the problem occurs. Therefore, it is necessary to study the production management and shallot marketing to be able to set the production target to meet the market demand as a preparation for price slump problem that may occur in the future. And analyzing the financial worth of investment. According to the student people who are interested in investing in this business can use this guideline to make decisions in investment or processing shallot product in the local or community. According to the current market condition, the competition is likely to be more intense. It results in activity of every organization or business of small, medium, and the large size business in order to increase efficiency in competing with competitor with increased continually. Most of leveraging strategy of every business are in the form of the production cost reduction in order to drop sale price to be cheap to meet customer needs. However, the main components of the producers is the lowest production cost along with quality and value control of the products to be accepted by consumer. Therefore, production cost management is considered a very important strategy in order to reduce production costs and various expenditure. If they can be controlled and reduced, the selling price will be low and profit will also be increased. The objective to study the cost potential of talent to lead to planning on pricing and marketing. For this research, the researchers study two concept theory this and use methodology as follows. The first, the sample were shallot farmer in Rasheed district, Sisake province, Thailand, and local buyer or collector. The 20 sample of shallot farmer and 20 local shallot buyer or collector were selected using accidental sampling method. And second, the instrument used in this research was interview from consisting of closed-end and open-end question divided into 4 parts. And the last shallot production data, shallot production cost data, problem and upscale attitude, comment and subject were analyzed by descriptive statistics consisting of frequency, percentage, mean, and standard deviation. And this results of research. Number one, the data analysis results of shallot farmers and shallot production issue. The general information of shallot farmer, they were found that most of the shallot farmer consists of 75% of male and 25% of female, and with 40 to 49 years of age or 50%. Most of their educational level were 55% of primary level or lower. Experience of growing shallot for 10 years or more for 45%. Most farmers grew shallot for 3 to 4 rai or 4,000 and 4,800 to 6,400 square meter of 40%. Most of the shallot was grown in of 50% and another 50% was grown in standalone with some space between each plant due to better and absorption of mineral and organic. The average cost per ride of shallot production was 8,151.5 baht. The cost of variety was the highest ratio of 2009 8.6 baht per ride or 35.7% of the total cost. The waste for removing weed and grass in the plot preparation were 1,424.1 baht or 17.5%, including worker waste for crushing in per baht per ride. In addition, the least cost was transportation for 3.3% only become most merchants bought shallots and the farming side of farmers sold them to the local collector nearby. And the sales characteristic Sisket province varieties were sold 30 baht per kilogram and average of 70% after solar dye process. The average price of dry shallot were 45 baht per kilogram, which were sold to the merchants at farming site. The average income earned by farmer in each household was 31%. Average income about 20,000 to 25,000 baht per ride. All of shallot were sold as fresh trouble without any processing. As a result, the researcher could not find out processing and product characteristics of shallot in this area. Furthermore, farmers were supported to use of shallot grader by local government agencies. However, the shallot processing project was not yet started by the date the researcher told. And number 2, about the data analysis results of local corrector and marketing issue. The 20 local corrector or shallot buyer in Lankun subdistrict consist to 12 female and 8 male with 40 to 45 years of age and purchase another agricultural crop such as vegetables and fruits and anything. They bought shallots as a part of family business without hiring an employee. They invested to an equipment consisted of pickup truck, wetting machine, and shallot house to store shallot before selling. Besides, there were shallot containers and washing equipment as well. Regarding the purchased shallot, 65% of the world non-trumming shallot and 35% of trumming shallots. The purchased price at the site was cheaper than buying from the local collector for 4 to 5 baht per kilogram, depending on the cost of transportation. The local collector defines price based on the expected selling price, purchase price, and competitor and quality of the shallot. Market cost, profit of corrector and the market share vary according to the characteristics of the shallot. The marketing cost of both framing and non-framing shallot were equal at 1.7 baht, while the market cost of shallot was at 1.67 baht. 95% of shallot grew by farmers were sold to local collectors, and the remaining shallot of 5% per kit for consumption and planting in the following season. And the conclusion regarding general condition of shallot farmers, it was found that shallot farmers consisted of male and female in the similar proportion with 40 to 49 years of age and average. Most of their educational level were primary level or lower. Farmer and orchardists, they had 5 to 6 people in the family with agricultural land for 10 to 19 rights. Also, they had experience of growing shallot for 10 years more. Shallot production, the condition of shallot farmer in years 2016 to 2017 were found that most farmers grew shallot for 3 to 4 rights more than 5 years. 80% of them grew shallot together with the crop. The traditional harvesting method was by manpower. The farmer got 1,776 kilograms per right on average and spent 8,152 baht per right for cost. The selling price was uncertain as the buyer defined the price with bargaining power of the farmers. For the reason, the farmer earned average income of only per right. Beside, the farmer lacked knowledge of improvement, so they grew in the same area several times without any another crop rotation, which resulting in disturbing this research due to the repeated planting of shallot. It caused plant disease accumulation such as and root caused by bacteria such as wilt and leaf spot disease. Thank you very much.
Next, I welcome Jirachaya Jokok, who will be discussing on the guidelines of funeral welfare management for the elders in the Muslim way, Kayohmati Community, Bajo District, Narathwati Province.
Hi everyone, that's John on ICMC 2021. I'm Nawapol Kelsawan. Today I present my research that guidelines of funeral welfare management for the elder in the Muslim way, Kayomati Community, Bajok District, Narathiwat Province. That research from Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand. Introduction. The first topic, introduction. In the past, Thai people has a lifespan of around 15 years. Yes, in the present, it is 73 years and it will be expanding to 80 years in the future. The death rate of Thai people is 4 million per year and continue rising in the next year. It will be increased to 6 million per year, which implies that the Thai population number will be stable. In these years, there were 10% or 9 million 65 years or older in Thailand, and it was increased continually. That shows a rapid change in the elder population. According to several Thai population between 2558 to 2573, Thailand is becoming an age society, and in the future it will be a complete age society. This change portrays the future complete age society, and this change portrays the future image of Thailand. Traditional agri-concern go to have the elder should be takes care of the elder should and basic rights. According to the Act, in the elder section 11, at the early have right to get the medical support and service, convenience and fast. The case of death, there is 2,000 baht funeral support for low-income elders. This support could be redeemed within 30 days of the death. And now, regarding the southern region's context, Narathiwat province has estimate 10,000 elder in 60 years in a status of aging society. The province get the funeral support from the government, but in some districts, for example, Mueang, Yigo, and Bajok, from funeral welfare for the people, which are Sarigasmati, Nawat, and Muening Kandisya. In Bajok district, there are about 5,000 elder with 8.96%. The Kayomati community activists at a funeral welfare fund for the elder who have low income. Therefore, those elder could access a full function of the funeral according to the Muslim culture. Moreover, the welfare fund sets the term of the joining, which are the prospect should the first be 60 years or and not be government officer. Each member will earn 10,000 baht for the funeral expense, including bathing, wrapping, praying, clearing, and burying the deceased. This welfare funds offer benefit more than the government and people in the community trust in the management system, which lead to an increase of the welfare fund members. The researchers, government sector, and community agree that manager of the welfare fund was selected by the government sector who have a consent period in the position. When the manager is not the position, there will be delays in hiring the new manager and financials and according management is real case in security and instability within the community. All the mentioned stakeholders brainstorm and suggest the guideline to maintain and improve the welfare sustainability. The next topic, research objective. The objective of this research were to analyze the funeral welfare fund of the elderly in the Muslim way in Kayomati community, Bajau district, Narathiwat province. And the last one, to suggest the guidelines to improve the funeral welfare management. The literature review in this study of development practice to welfare funeral management for the elderly in Muslim way in Kayomati community, Bajau district, Narathiwat province. The researcher will review the document and research article of Muslim funeral management, fund management, participatory concept, and surrogacy principle to conduct the research theory and suggest guidelines to improve the welfare based on the community as follows. Muslim funeral concept, fund concepts, participation, and surrogacy concept. These tables are the this table expands the experience of the funeral welfare, including the ceremonies, tools, and price. Ceremonies including planting a crop, wrapping a crop, pruning a crop, and buying a crop. This is the tool for the funeral welfare and price that the older Muslim will spend. The research scope on the welfare funeral management. This study development the practice to welfare funeral management for the elderly in the Muslim way in the Kayomati community, Bajau district, Narathiwat province. The researchers set the scope as follows. The first step, content this study aimed to explore guidance in developing the funeral welfare management for the elderly in the Muslim way, Kayomati community, Bajau district, Narathiwat province. And the next step, population and sample group, including the population was the 713 members with were 1,700 active members to 12 community, 2 per village and 6 village, and the last one from the sub and the sub choice is the founder, one founder, and the next simple group was 263 members by using the tarot Yamane table And the next step, the area was Kayamati Community, Batok District, Narathiwat Province. And the last one, the duration was from August to December 2017. Methodology in this research. The researcher employs a research-based development design which aims to analyze current context and problems and suggest guidelines. As followed, the first step, collecting data to analyze the welfare and suggest a guideline, including the document analysis refer to reviewing a read document, research and website, or recording the data, classifying, categorizing ideas. The findings from this phase have been used to create research instruments and interview guidelines. The next step, field trip refer to applying a questionnaire and in-depth interview form and focus group interview to collect the data. The second step, procedure for data collection and analysis. To analyze the data, the researcher conducts as follows. The first, from questionnaire, there were codes and analyzed as personal informed data and participation data was analyzed as average and SD standard deviation. The second step, interview form to collect the data is divided into the three types. Application, such as analyze the induction, typical security, analyze, and third, content comparison. The last one, classifying the data by transcription, then categorizing all the data systematically. The third step, reconfirming the analyzed data and classifying again, getting the finding from confirmed by 7 experts from policy and plan, community welfare, community fund, sociology, Muslim study, or religious study, and finally acquiring guidelines regarding development of the funeral welfare management. Result and discussion. The result and discussion of the study are as follows. The first, the analysis of the funeral welfare management for elderly. According to the questionnaire, the elderly age between 16 to 65 years old and 66 to 7 years old represented 25.60% was female and 57.19% was male. 15.8% complete the primary school level. 91.3% was baker, craftsman, and farmer. The overall stratification of welfare management was a high level. The item of having the welfare for the helping temporary job members and participation in the welfare was the lowest level. The overall stratification of participation in welfare management was as a moderate level. The item of being participates in the planning was at the 3.20 and being participate in the village representative. The overall stratification of the participant in the working process was a moderate level. The item of participating in activity was at and participating in the budget support. The overall satisfaction of participating in the earn of the welfare benefit was at moderate level. The overall statistic of participants in the following up and evaluation was at moderate level. The overall satisfaction of the Sargasmati and welfare management was at moderate level. The overall satisfaction of the guideline in developing the welfare was at moderate level. The people in the community is Muslim or the elderly attend the religious ceremony every week. There are farmers. The local wisdom allied are good and many aspects such as the crafting, chivalry, bond treatment, fortune telling, policy and social sciences and management further developed with the funeral welfare. The funeral welfare provides budgets on the funeral ceremony to member. The member will pay 300 baht first for the budget and the welfare will collect 20 baht each time when there is the death announced which relate to the research of Jacob on Sargasmati, a case study of the Kuwa community, Sungai Padi district, Narathiwat province. It was found that the fund aim to help low-income members regarding the funeral ceremony expense. The budget collect 120 baht on a year from January to March. The decreased family would get the 1,000 baht in the case of a non-member. A Moscow takes responsibility. The fund consists of 9 communities and they will volunteer the money as deposit as an Islam bank. The community and the members attend every meeting together to brainstorm, make decisions following up, and evaluate. Also, the mentioned that participatory research led to practical solutions since people in the community could share and participate in finding solutions for their communities. The purpose of guidelines in the improving the welfare management. According to the proposed guideline in the additional concern water medical extent. This relates to study from Kama and Puri on Sargasmati, a case study from Ban Wang community, Wang district, Narathiwat province. It was found that the community has funeral welfare and elderly fund. There were 259 members. The member would get 500 baht twice a year for medical support and 3,500 baht for decreasing. The researcher introduced medical support and career support to the community for the future projects. For the career support, in the welfare could help the elderly to continue working by providing tools which go to line with Jacob study. It was found that the Tana community spent some money from the fund to arrange fishing tools and the cheap price for the members. This was strategy to encourage the member to work and earn extra income. This figure is the introducing guideline in the improving the funeral welfare management. The researcher analyzed and design from our team. Conclusion and discussion. Analysis of elderly care management in the Kayamati community. The people in the community are Muslim. Every week on Fridays, all the elderly attended mosques for the Islam religion lectures. In the Kayamati community, farmers are mainly the elderly and a few of them are contractors. There have two annual festivals in the Kayamati community, Asra Day and Murid Day. The local wisdom derived are good in the many fields such as crafting, child management, bond care, volunteering, policy, social sciences, and management, and they also deal with funeral welfare. In addition, there are a part of welfare management that aim to provide members with the budget for the funeral ceremony. The member will pay 300 baht for the first time collecting their budget. The day will be collected 20 baht each time when there is the death announced. The community and members attend every meeting together to brainstorm, make plans, and maintain the coordination of its various committee for reducing the risk of financial problems. Every meeting was attended together by the committee and representatives to brainstorm, make arrangements, and maintain the coordination of its various community to minimize the risk of financial problems also. Follow up and evaluate the management plan in order to management matter properly budgets, as well as solving economic issue policy and group cooperation. Besides to manage at a 10,000 baht welfare budget to assist a lower income of members in funeral ceremony to complete the diligence provision. Proposing a guideline for the improving welfare management in the community of Kayamati. According to the proposed guideline, in the addition concern was the medical expenses. This related to a study from Ratana Choi on Sarikat Mati, a case study of Ban Wang community, Wang district, Narathiwat province. There are Muslim is was found that the community has funeral welfare and other fund, and also promotes the job sale. The proposing welfare management are difficult to improve because the group have difficulty to development the fund. It takes longer to operate. Thus, the fund aim to help the elder welfare. Elder who the lower income member increasing medical support, which goes in the line with Ratana Choi. Study the president of the sub-district administrative organization mentioned the people in Wang district are Muslim. Their ideological true based on the Islamic way. In Wang district also have the Sarikat Mati, which was the funeral elder fund and the order welfare. And the last one, limitation and study forward. The limitation of the study as area of the study due to the conflict. In the south of Thailand, we must collect the data as quickly as we could. Some aspects might not be explained in this study. The process of the collecting data might delay since a simple group must attend the religious ceremony. And the study forward, we can plan to study successfully factors of the welfare and follow up the welfare of officer performance on approving medical support. Acknowledgement. With this research article, the researcher would like to thank you for the Thai Health Promotion Foundation for their kind support the funding of this research of the project in participation in social welfare management in the southern border area of Thailand, announced 2017. Thank you for your attention.
Next, I welcome Ninashra Mintrasak to discuss on the copy career development for community participation.
Hello, my name is Ninusra Mintrasak. I come from Yala Rajabhat University. Today I want to present about Gobi career development for community participation. First of all, I will talk about the background of the study. The culture of Betong people is a plural society. Mostly they are Chinese people and they use Chinese culture for living. Since Chinese have moved to Betong City, they bring the wisdom of making kopi, which is ancient coffee. So there were the spark of ideas of housewife group at Kapek Kotonai, Betong. Then the kopi, which is Betong ancient coffee, has become another important souvenir from Betong visitors. And the group of Kapek Kotonai, they officially registered with the total of 17 members in 2002, named as Kapek Kotonai Women Farmer Group. And they have the product called Kopi Wangkao brand. The statement of problem in 2016, people turned to plant rubber instead of coffee. Before that, Betong district have many coffee plants. Also, it lacks of community coffee consumer because most of consumers are elder of age. So we conduct cooperative action research. For the objective of the study, firstly is to develop Gobi caviar per product to the commercial market. Secondly is to develop a process for youth participation in the conservation of Gobi Betong local wisdom. For the methodology, the sample are 30 people, which are Kapek Kotonai housewives group and youth in the 3 southern provinces of Thailand. For the data collection, we use in-depth interview and focus group. In order to cooperation research, we made the participatory activities such as Gobi per trainings. Secondly, we developed the commercial Gobi pearl production tools, and also we monitor and evaluate the program. As a result, firstly, the development of Gobi caviar product into the commercial market, we produce the Gobi pearl by using spherification is part of molecular crystal technique. We got the Gobi pearl as in the pictures. We made the participatory brainstorming to create the name of the brand, which is Gobi Caviar by Gobi Wangkao. That Gobi Wangkao, which is the previous product. And also we made the brainstorming to create the logo in this picture. Secondly, the development of youth participation process to preserve the local wisdom of Gobi Betong. We found that the youth group interest in Gobi pearl production because its process are interesting and can make fun. Also, the youth interest to make the business of Go people to make extra income while they are studying. In conclusion, the use of 4P marketing development approach is the key to develop the commercial market, which considered as product, price, promotion, and place. And for the youth participation process toward conservation of Kopi Betung, we use the Kopi per production process for youth because young people are interested about the process and activity more than learning from the book. Lastly, 5 principles of group development from Department of Community Development. It can make youth group to make sustainable that consider as group member activities, committees, rules, and fund. Finally, for the suggestions of this study, there should be policies development to educate about increasing income from local wisdom. Secondly, they should build a network of youth group. Lastly, the public and private sector should achieve holistic development and lead youth to the inheritance of local wisdom. Thank you.
Next, I welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Sittipon Joy, who will be discussing on the socio-political education and women empowerment in Buddhist perspective.
Highly respect to the most venerables, and hello to all of the participants in this international conference on multidisciplinary and current educational research 2021. My name is Assistant Professor Dr. Sittipon Joy, and my member, Venerable Pawarachat Kasa, Venerable Pamahasajara Raisuman, and Assistant Professor Dr. Patarachai Uttapan. We are very appreciated to participate in this international conference, and we are very thankful to the Deans of the Faculty of Education, MCU, and the coordinator of this international conference, Dr. Lamkornrajavidyalaya, and all of the members of this international conference in association with the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. Our research is about socio-political educations and women empowerment in Buddhist perspective. The increasing influence and relevance of Buddhism in its various forms in the global society of 21st century have given rise to the vibrant and evolving movement in the field of gender and developments and understandings of influence that religions and cultural tradition have upon women's social status or economic opportunity is slowly being recognized as an important factor in the process of the female empowerment in developing country. At the same time, the problem of the rural and urban local class women cannot be ignored. The increasing influence and relevance of Buddhism in the global society has given rise to the vibrant and evolving movement, particularly in the West called socially engaged Buddhism. Buddha acceptance of the female monastic order and all these unequivocal affirmations of their equality in intelligence and spiritual ability in achieving the highest goals clearly established a positive stand. The core positive characteristics of Buddhism with regard to the gender equality is the absence of an omnipotent creator God traditionally portrayed as a male at its center, providing legitimacy to the male supremacy. The perspective into Buddhism will enable the society to remove the ignorance toward the woman and recover the spirit of wisdom toward the role and responsibility of the woman. The research objects are to study the socio-political educations and women empowerment in Buddhist perspective. The researcher attempt to study and analyze from the Pali Buddhist literature which are primary sources together with the commentary of related work. In addition to the Buddhist literature, the literatures of feminism and gender study have also been considered to understand the concept of empowerment. Also, the researcher study and analyze from Pali Tipitaka Nikaya and commentary The empowerment of women is one of the solutions to the problem of inequality, subordination, and marginalization that the women face in the society. However, its kind of empowerment is only partial for or those they have economic and political power. They are kept out of decision making or they are dependent on their husband, father, or brother for the crucial decision making. Buddha did not talk about the concept of spiritual empowerment on women, but investigations of the epistemological and metaphysical consideration behind the Buddhist thought enable us to understand the Buddhist concept of empowerment. Buddhism accepts that every human being, independent of consideration of sex, gender, class, etc., is composed of the five elements Panchakantha, namely Lupakantha, Sanyakantha, Vedanakantha, Sansara-kantha, and Vinaya-kantha. Buddhism reflects in the Buddhist scripture that there is biological difference between women and men, but they have similar intellectual, mental, as well as spiritual capability. Buddhism has accepted that women are eligible for spiritual emancipation as men and women. Both can follow Fold Noble Truth, the Right Eightfold Path, surrender to the three roads, the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, cultivate the Panchasila and possess the three roads of Sila, Samadhi, and Panya, and becoming eligible emancipation through meditation. Thank you very much.
Next, I welcome Wahroh Binasris, who will be discussing on the problem and obstacle of the Thai Malay Muslim small and medium enterprises in southern border provinces of Thailand between 2007 and 2017.
Hello, สวัสดีค่ะ Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our presentations. My name is Nadia Bayo. I'm a Ph.D. candidate with my college assistant professor, Dr. Honourable bin Iswais. Today we are going to present the problem and obstacle of the Thai Malay Muslim on small and medium enterprises, or what we call SME, in the southern border province of Thailand between 2007 to 2017. The agenda of the presentation is will be first it will be background information, and then the problem statement, research methodology, findings, and then conclusions. First, we have to say that our presentations, our project research is basically located in the southernmost province. We conducted the detailed information from the Yala, Pattani, and Narathiwat. So it was in the southernmost province of Thailand. The background information for this is that there is a series of the conflict situations, problems in the area for quite such a long time, and then it happened to be serious on 2004 that government start to use the martial law. 2009 there is a gunfight to kill the chief of the sub-district municipality. On 2011 government start to declare that there is a serious emergency situation in this area, in this southernmost province. There is a serious problems, and the situation of the conflict continue 2004, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11 until 2017 until today. On 2020 there is still a car bomb, a gunfire happens. The problem statement shows that not only the economic crisis and political instability that the SME in the area have faced, but they also face the situation of the conflict, of the insurgency conflict. So that's why there are more interesting part of the SME in the southernmost province that have faced. Come the problem of the statement, and we come to the objective. We do this research project because we want to discover more problems and obstacles of the SME, not only for the conflict situations, not only for the economic crisis, not only because of the political instability. We want to discover more problems and obstacles. And we want to explore the needs of the support for the small SME, for the small and medium, for the SME in this province. We want to explore the needs to help them to survive in the business. And methodology, we're using a mixed mode research. We are doing the survey, we make the scale, we make them choose, and then we do the in-depth interview. The survey divided into two parts, and then we do the in-depth interview. We want to know more that not only the conflict situation, the economic crisis, the political instability, but what else, what more that they find that is a problems and obstacle for them that we don't know because we are not in their shoes. The findings show that the serious problem for them is the capital. They cannot access to the capital. They have the problem with the capital for up to 86%, and then 53% they have the problem on the management, and the market up to 70% they have the problems on the marketing. Other problem that we have found is that the labor shortage, the short of the labor because of the situation of conflict, also because of many problems that's come, and the short of the labor, the short of the manpower. They believe the second one that they are impossible to access to the fund in the system, like the government bank, the SME bank or whatever. They have to go and asking for the fund from the loan shark with a higher interest than what we get from in the interview. And the third one is the cost of the leadership, that the leadership cost has been high and they have to lead their business on their own with the limited of the knowledge that they have. From this finding, we have come to the conclusions. The conclusion is that not only these three problems that they face, like the conflict, the economic crisis, and political instability, but also they face the capital difficulty, the management, the marketing, the labor shortage, and the cost of leadership, and they're asking help from the government. They want to we have discovered that they want to have the policies to help them on the capital, that they can access to the source of fund. The policies on the labor, especially in these three provinces of the insurgency. They want the government to help them to marketing them around all over the countries. Yeah, and that's it. Management and many things. So they want to help, they asking help, they need the help of the government. So that's what we find, the problem and obstacles. And thank you for listening, and hope everyone stays safe on this COVID-19. And thank you. Goodbye. Sawadee.
Our next presenter is Noreza Mohammed Saad, who will be presenting on the performance of sovereign bonds and no sovereign bonds performance and their relation towards yields in Malaysia.
To everyone, today I would like to present the research study on the performance of sovereign and non-sovereign bond and their relations toward yield in Malaysia. Me, myself, is Noreza Mohammed Saad from the Unit 10. So as a presentation outline, we start with the introduction, literature review, research objective, research method, result and discussion, as well as conclusion. So as an introduction, amongst the integral part of the Malaysian capital market is bond market that has expanded rapidly by becoming as one of the largest market in Asia. As the end of 2010, the outstanding amount of bond was are Ringgit Malaysia 758.7 billions, increased by 16.2% from Ringgit Malaysia 653.2 billion in 2009. In 2010, the SC approved 52 private bond for issuance with the value of Ringgit Malaysia 63.6 billion as compared with the 34 approved issue with a value of Ringgit Malaysia 57.5 billion in 2009. So amongst these issuances, the main issuer of the public debt are the Government of Malaysia, the Central Bank, as well as quasi-government institutions like Khazanah, Dana Modal, and also Dana Harta. The mortgage or Cagamas Berhad financial institution and non-financial institution issue the private bond and also asset-backed securities on behalf of the government. Literature review, Grover and Kamin 2011 observed that the impact of the debt level on the long-term government bond yield and the result is significant, and they are using the robust performance to measure the yield. Fujiwara, Carber, and Nagakura 2013 found liquidity in government bond market predict the coefficient of squeakiness with the positive signs. Means the probability of large and negative excessive return is more likely less liquid market. With respect to the Bank and Kufer and Sennhofer study in 2014 proposed the innovation instrument of sovereign debt financing named performance sensitive government bond, whereby its main characteristics are coupon associates to the debt policy. And Rasheed 204 mentions the government could significantly reduce their cost or yield of long-term financing through issuing inflation index debt. The research objective for this study is twofold. First is to investigate the significant mean difference between the sovereign and non-sovereign bond performance with regard to their facets like coupon payment, tenure or years to maturity, as well as their amount of issue. The second one is to analyze the relationship of this bond facet towards their yield performance in Malaysia. For the research methodology, this study utilized the secondary data for the unbalanced panel data that is aggregated into 3 panel data for the A pool sample, B for the sovereign bond, and C for the non-sovereign bond. Yield for both type of bond, sovereign and non-sovereign, become dependent variables, and other independent variables is proxy by the price, tenure, as well as amount of issue. And this study also considered the control variable like GDP, CPI, and also energy intensity. The total sample of number of observation N is 2,190 of sovereign and non-sovereign, which consists of 69 and 2,121 respectively, cover for the year of 2015 to 2020. And for the year 2020, the data was collected until up to October 2020 issuances. For the purpose of collecting information on the sovereign and non-sovereign bond facets, this study obtained data from the Malaysian Central Bank. There is Bank Negara Malaysia, Bond Info Hub, and also Bloomberg, where there is sufficient information gathering data on the coupon, types, size, price, and also yield. So concerning data for control variable, it was retrieved from the Malaysian Energy Information Hub MEIH statistic website. Regression equation was developed for to present the model for this study. That is first is for the model for random effect, second model for the fixed effect, and the third one is random for the robust effect. The hypothesis of this study is, first, there is a significant mean difference between sovereign and non-sovereign bond instrument as regards to their yield performance. The second one is there is a relationship between sovereign and non-sovereign bond yield and its facets. So the result and discussion, first, in terms of descriptive statistic result, we can see that the yield performance for the pool sample is at 3.77% up to maximum 15%, represent the returns to the investments. For the sovereign bond, the yield is mean at the 2.55 and the maximum is 5.26. And then for the panel C, yield is by 3.8 in the mean value, and then the maximum is 15%. With regard to the price, we can see the price is quite stable because that one is close to the par value at 100. For the systematic risk as proxied by the macroeconomic factor GDP, CPI, and energy intensity, most of this was influenced the same for the panel B and panel C. Next is the one-way analysis for the yield comparison result to answer the hypothesis 1. Just now that the result shows F value is significant at the 99% confidence level, shows that there are a significant mean difference between the yield of the sovereign and non-sovereign bond in Malaysia. Next, about the robust regression result, we can see that from the sample, all the variables except for the GDP has a positive and negative relationship with the yield, and then the wild child also shown a significant model. F value also show this significant result, but the R square is quite a little bit low at between 16 to 16%. Means that there are only 18% of the sovereign and non-sovereign bond facet was explained the yield performance in Malaysia, include the control variable. For the panel B, sovereign bond also indicate the similar result, but the GDP at this panel also shown a negative significant result at the 95% confidence level as compared to panel A previously. And for the panel C, non-sovereign, all including GDP has shown a significant result with the positive and negative for all the IVs and control variables. The result for the pairwise correlation shows that all the sovereign and non-sovereign bond facets have indicate less than 0.8, means there is no multi-correlativity issue here. But for the systematic risk as represented by the GDP, CPI, and energy, we can see that this correlation has more exceeding the 0.8, maybe due to the energy intensity formula, which is consider GDP factors to get the value. So as a conclusion, in overall, the finding shows that yield for sovereign and non-sovereign are significant at 99% confidence level for all the panel A, B, and C. So concerning to the control variable, results show different significant level, whereby panel A show insignificant with the GDP, but panel C have a significant. So with respect to the relationship between yield and its facet for the both sovereign and non-sovereign, the result reveal there are significant at 99% confidence level for all the panel A, B, and C. So with that, this study would recommend for the future research other variables such as government policies and other macroeconomic factors can be considered in investigating the performance of sovereign and non-sovereign, and maybe could consider other types of government bond. So this study also believes that more sample period should be used and maybe indicate better comparison performance if the sample was across the countries. So with that, I thank you for listening. Thank you.
Next, I welcome Orawan Tipmanu to discuss on the enhancing electrochemical signal based on one-step electrodeposition of nanocomposite on screen-printed gold electrode for DNA diagnosis detection.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Orawan Tipmanu from Yala Rajabhat University, Thailand. Today, I would like to present my research in the topic of enhancing electrochemical signal based on one-step electrodeposition of polyaniline polypyrrole, silver nanoparticle, and graphene nanocomposite on the skin pin gold electrode for DNA diagnosis detection. For the novelty statement of this work is enhancing electrochemical signal using polyaniline polypyrrole, silver nanoparticle, and graphene nanocomposite that modify on the skin pin gold electrode for DNA detection. Nowadays, DNA hybridization biosensors have been a very attractive topic and hold an enormous promise for clinical diagnosis, forensic science, pharmacogenetics, and food engineering. DNA hybridization biosensor is commonly employed to detect specific sequence of DNA by using the specific affinity of single-strand DNA or PNA at the probe and hybridize with the complementary target DNA. This technique offers many advantages such as low cost, fast detection, and also high specificity. The DNA duplicate that form on the electrode surface is known as the hybrid. This hybridization event is then converted into an analytical signal by the transducer, which may be electrochemical, optical, and mass technique. Among these, electrochemical devices offer a great promise for rapid, easy to use, high sensitivity, and low cost detection of specific nucleic acid sequence. Consequently, there is a growing need for developing inexpensive miniaturized sensing device for electrochemical nucleic acid analysis by using screen printing technology. Screen printing technology consists of layer by layer deposition of ink upon the solid state. Solid phase electrodes are devices that are produced by printed different ink on the material support. Such electrodes rely on planar carbon, gold, or other as the working electrode, carbon as a counter electrode, as well as silver as a reference electrode. Skin pin electrode avoid some of the common problems of the classical solid electrodes, such as memory effect and tedious cleaning process, and easy of using, portability with simple. Although skin pin electrodes show many advantages, such as high sensitivity, fast response time, low cost, easy operation, and portability. However, skin pin electrode normally exhibit poor sensitivity and selectivity. Therefore, the modification of electrode with conducting material should be performed to enhance its sensing performance. And as you know, the most critical step preparation of DNA sensor is the immobilization of DNA probe on the surface of electrode. The amount of immobilized probe will influence the performance of DNA sensor. Another interesting material to modify skin pin electrode surface is nanomaterials. Nanomaterial can enlarge the sensing surface area to increase the probe, and DNA or PNA mixed with nanomaterials can keep its biological activity well. So, using nanomaterial can increase the surface area, together with increase the probe that provide low limit of detection and high sensitivity. For the objective of this work is enhancing electrochemical signal based on one-step electrodeposition of the nanocomposite on the skin pin gold electrode and measuring the hybridization signal from electron transfer of anthraquinone that tag with DNA probe to the electrode surface by using differential power voltammetry techniques. Measure the current signal when apply potential to the working electrode. In this work, using one-step electrode deposition to modify the nanocomposite of polyaniline, polypyrrole, silver nanoparticle, and graphene on the skin pin gold electrode due to simple and rapid techniques. Start with pretreatment of the skin pin gold electrode by using acid solution in order to remove the organic constituent of the metallic in ink as well as some possible contaminants. For immobilization steps, start with the pretreatment of the skin pin gold electrode. After that, electrode deposition by nanocomposite and then cross-link with glutaraldehyde in order to immobilize the probe that DNA tagged with anthraquinone. And the last step, blocking with 11 mercaptoaldecanol. And also check the immobilization step by using cyclic voltammetry. Start with the bare skin pin gold electrode. After modify with the nanocomposite, the redox peak increase clearly. After that, cross-link with glutaraldehyde, immobilize with the probe, and block with the 11 mercaptoaldecanol and set this electrode in the system. Besides this, I studied the surface morphology and energy dispersive X-ray from the result found that polyaniline film having diameter in the range of 40 to 60 nanometer. Polypyrrole film have diameter in the range of 50 to 80 nanometer. And silver nanoparticle have the particle size in the range of 50 to 90 nanometer. The reusable of the modified skin pin gold electrode was studied by analyzing the same concentration of the complementary target DNA. From the result found that 45 times of hybridization between probe and target DNA provide the average residue activity was 95%, that revealing the biosensor good reusability. For evaluation of the specificity was examined using different synthetic target DNA, including complementary single mismatch and double mismatch target DNA. From the result indicated that the developed sensor was able to discriminate between the mismatch and the complementary. Under the hybridization, the current response from electron transfer of anthraquinone was studied for DNA detection. Oxidation peak current from electron transfer of anthraquinone to electrode surface was measured by using differential power voltammetry. In the absence of the target, the single-strand probe tagged anthraquinone close to electrode surface, so provide the highest signal. After hybridization, the formation of the duplex make the probe structure more rigid. Probe tagged anthraquinone far away from electrode surface, resulting in decrease in the current. Under optimum condition, the sensor show a good linear response from 10 to minus 15 to 10 to minus 11 molar, with limit of detection at femtomolar. So can be concluded that large surface area and good electrical conductivity provide an enhanced sensitivity. The nanocomposite of polyaniline, polypyrrole, silver nanoparticle, and graphene modified skin pin gold electrode provide a high sensitivity. And one-step electrode deposition for modification nanocomposite on skin pin gold electrode is simple and fast technique. Finally, I would like to thank Yala Rajabhat University for supporting the budget and instrument. And also thank you everybody. Thank you.
Next, I welcome Illa Adul Yasas, who will be discussing on the effects of integrated technology-based approach and peer coaching in teaching geometry. A closer look at teachers' feedback and students' understanding.
Greeting from Thailand, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lila Adunyasats from the Faculty of Science, Technology and Agriculture of Yala Rajabhat University, Thailand. Today I'm going to share my research in the topic of the effects of integrated technology-based approach in peer coaching in teaching geometry, a closer look at teachers' feedback and students' understanding. Because of teaching and learning, geometry remains a pedagogical challenge to teachers and students, and
NCTM suggested the use of technology-integrated teaching and learning approaches through interactive geometry software to enhance students' learning. Currently, there is a wide range of open-market commercial teaching and learning mathematics and geometry software such as Geometry Sketchpad, Derive, Cabri, MATLAB, and Autograph, which have been used in the schools and universities worldwide. From the importance of the technology, Mishra and Kohler developed the theoretical framework of Technological Pedagogical Content Knowledge, or TPAC, which was defined as the teacher's knowledge in teaching a particular content assisted with the technology. In addition, Nice et al. Proposed a developmental model for TPAC, in which mathematics teachers should develop their knowledge in integrating technology with pedagogy and teaching content through the 5 hierarchical steps, starting from recognizing, accepting, adapting, exploring, and advancing. In this study, I discovered 3 types of technology which could facilitate and improve students' geometry learning. The first one is GeoGebra program. The next one is Tinkercad program. And the last one is application for learning geometry. The first one, which is GeoGebra program, whereby students can use it to construct a geometric objects. Observe how these objects change when moving free points or applying Euclidean transformation and discover the conjecture. The second one is a tablet application for learning geometry according to the Van Healy theory with phase-based learning, which ultimately supported the effective learning geometry on the tablet application. The third one is the Tinkercad program, a web-based online tool which is an easy-to-use application for 3D design, where students can easily identify the required logical development and automatically prompt the thinking in geometry. However, despite the availability of hardware and software within the landscape of technology-rich secondary school, we found that teachers rarely use the computers in their teaching with many reasons. With the aforementioned explanation, I crystallized an idea to take the process of peer coaching into account for developing teachers' TPAC in order to promote an effective technology-based teaching and learning of geometry, which is ultimately able to bring a positive effect on students' learning. This is the research framework where the top box shows the technology for teaching and learning geometry, including application for learning geometry, GeoGebra program, and Tinkercad program. These 3 technologies were included in the technology-based lesson plan for teaching and learning geometry, and peer coaching process was also included in this research in order to enable teachers for creating the idea for developing lesson plan integrating with technology, arranging an investigation in classroom, and also reflecting on the current practices and establish new skills for integrating technology in the classroom teaching. From all of this, we look at the teachers' development of TPAC and students' learning in geometry. This research was conducted with mixed method research design. The participants included 3 in-service teachers and 1 pre-service teacher teaching in a school in Yala province, Thailand, and the samples were 32 students of the school. There are 3 research instruments included: integrated technology-based approach lesson plan, the questionnaire for assessing teachers' TPAC, and geometric achievement tests. We used the criterion of E1 per E2 with an equivalent to 80 per 80 to identify the efficiency of the integrated technology-based approach. Descriptive statistics and content analysis by adopting a developmental model for TPAC were used to describe teachers' TPAC from level 1 to level 5. Pair sample t-test was used to compare the students' mean score before and after learning, and 1 sample t-test was used for comparing students' achievement with the 60% requirement criteria. The results show that Part 1 is the example of the use of the application for learning geometry. We found that teachers use the application for practicing for classifying different dimensions of geometric shape, to teach the net of 3D shapes, to teach the cross-section of 3D shape, and the 3D geometric shape made up of cube. Part B showed the example of classroom activity with the use of GeoGebra program. The teacher used GeoGebra program for teach the net of the 3D shape and also the object visualization. Part C showed the example of how Tinkercad program used to convey the activity in the classroom, and we found that teacher used the Tinkercad to teach students to learn the assembly of geometric shape and object visualization as well as 3D geometric shape made up of cube. Table 1 showed the efficiency of the developed integrated technology-based approach lesson plan, and we found that from this table show E1 per E2 equal to 81.22 per 82.59, and this fulfilled the requirement criteria of 80 per 80 and indicated that the integrated technology-based approach lesson plan have an efficiency and very effective for teaching and learning geometry. Table 2 shows teachers' mean score of TPAC and TPAC subscale before and after the intervention. From Table 2, we found that before the intervention, the mean scores of teachers' TPAC is at 3.11, which is at the moderate level, and after the intervention, the mean score of teachers' TPAC is at 4.49, which is in the highest level, and this showed the development of teachers' TPAC. Moreover, before the intervention, from 4 teachers, there are 2 teachers being at level 1, recognizing, and 2 teachers being at level 2, accepting, which is at the beginning of the level of TPAC. On the other hand, after the teaching, teachers have progressed their TPAC to level 4 and level 5, which is the highest level of TPAC. Table 6 shows the comparison of pre-test and post-test mean score. The post-test mean score has statistically significant difference as compared to pre-test mean score and prove that the students could improve their understanding through the technology-based approach lesson plan under the peer coaching process. Table 7 shows the comparison of the post-test score with the standard requirement of 60. The post-test mean score, which was statistically significant different when comparing with the target standard of 60. This means that the students had an effective learning when they learned geometry. So I can make the conclusion of this research that a teaching model integrating two compatible intervention of technology-based approach and peer coaching can offer an efficient way to facilitate the growth of teachers' TPAC and lead to the powerful lesson which visualization is emphasized while studying on geometry. I hope this research will be benefit for educator, teacher, as well as the student. Thank you very much for your attention.
Next, I welcome Phongton Kyung Phang to discuss on the environment and guidelines of administration to develop innovators among secondary science teachers at St. Gabriel's Foundation, Thailand.
Dear participants, I'm very glad to hear. Today I would like to present the research article on the environment and guidelines of administration to develop innovators among secondary science teachers at St. Gabriel Foundation, Thailand. I'm Phongton Kyung Phang, co-author name Assistant Professor Dr. Munapat Manokan and Assistant Professor Dr. Yongyut Buntong. Innovation is an important factor of determinant of competitiveness and national progress. So many countries have adopted national strategic roadmap to foster innovation and enhance its economic impact. In Thailand, the promotion of new policy of Thailand 4.0, which is focused on the urgent necessity of using science knowledge, technology, and innovation, one of immense issues which focused during the 12th National Economic and Social Development. To raise the potential of the country is the development of innovation and driving the innovation to develop every dimension of the country. The National Scheme of Thailand Education 2017 to 2036 National Education Standards BE 2561 from Ministry of Education. The research characteristics and qualities for Thai people 4.0 have three aspects. First one, be learner person. Second one, be innovative co-creator that having intellectual skills, 21st century skill, digital intelligence, creative thinking skills, cross-cultural skills, competency on interdisciplinary science integration, and an entrepreneurial skill in order to co-create and develop technological and social innovation and create opportunity and value for oneself and society. And the third, be active citizen. The Education 4.0, which develop learner to produce product that clearly reflect new idea and new system called innovation. However, leading learner to enable to create the innovation, development of both teacher and student skills is indispensable. Background of St. Gabriel Foundation of Thailand is the private organization managed by Roman Catholic priests called Montfort Brothers of St. Gabriel. In Thailand, institutions under the management of foundation consists of 14 institutions in basic education, 2 institutions in vocation school, and 1 international university. The research objective to study current and desirable conditions of administration to develop innovators among secondary science teachers at St. Gabriel Foundation, Thailand. In the research, using a mixed method which consists of qualitative and quantitative research, the data has been collected from 11 secondary school directors, 110 staff at management level, 149 secondary science teachers at St. Gabriel Foundation, Thailand in academic year 2020. The research process has developed into 4 steps, consists of literature review, research design and instrument construction, data collection and data analysis. The last step, discussion and conclusion. The analysis of validity and content reliability of the questionnaire. The questionnaire was checked by 5 experts, and the index of item objective concurrence or IOC of all items was above 0.6. The combat alpha statistic with a result of 0.97 in current condition and 0.98 in desirable conditions. The table 1 shows the result of average, standard deviation, and modified PNI on the environment to develop innovators among secondary science teachers at St. Gabriel Foundation, Thailand. Internal environment consists of strategy, structure, system, style, staff, skills, and shared value. External environment consists of social, technology, economics, and political conditions. Table 2 shows the recommendations of the guidelines of administration to develop innovators among secondary science teachers at St. Gabriel Foundation, Thailand. The first 3 recommendations were provide training and knowledge for teachers to develop innovators, identify the innovator development of teacher in teacher job description, encourage and reinforce teachers to develop innovators. For discussion, the strength of environment to develop innovators among secondary science teachers were school system, management level of director, creativity skill of teacher, critical thinking skills, information technology and communication skills, share value and teamwork. The weakness were school strategy and structure, obstructing innovator development of teachers, teacher lack of innovative process knowledge, entrepreneur and financial skill. For opportunity were technological advancement, social and political conditions that affect the development of innovators, and the threat was the slowdown of economic conditions of student families and communities. The 5 guidelines and development of innovators among secondary science teachers were: 1. Developing school strategies. The implementation of developing school strategy, setting the key performance indicator, and establish the teacher innovator development plan, include the continuous monitor and evaluation. 2. Developing school structure at agency which develop innovators of teachers and students in the organizational structure of the school. 3. Promoting teacher innovator development, encouragement and reinforcement of innovator development of teacher. Identify the innovator development of teacher in teacher job descriptions. Teacher selections to develop innovators and skill according to the aptitude. Providing appropriate time and necessary resources for the innovator development of teacher. 4. Learning and coaching, providing training and knowledge, innovator development of teacher. And 5. Networking, creating teamwork culture for teachers to exchange learning management knowledge and innovation development. Thank you.
Next, I welcome Frau Vachara Devi Serinago to discuss on the model of learner development activity arrangement according to Buddha Dhamma for students in schools under the Secondary Educational Service Area Office.
Dear participant individual, I'm glad to be here at the second International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Educational Research. I have back to teach Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University in Thailand. My name is Pravachara Devasilinaho. Today, I would like presentation to paper about in a model of learner development activity alignment according to Buddha Dhamma for students in school under the Secondary Educational Service Office. And other Assistant Professor Dr. Buncher Chamnisa, Researcher, Professor Dr. Raving Leungsang, Researcher, and Dr. Lampong Klomkun, Researcher. We are from the Department of Education Administration, Faculty of Education, มหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัย University Research Objective. The purpose of this research were: number one, to study the condition of learner development activity enlightenment for students in school under the secondary educational service office. Number two, to develop a model of learner development activity enlightenment according to the Buddhist principle for students. And number three, to propose a developed model. So quantitative data analysis was to the education model which the empirical data. Qualitative data was analyzed by content analysis and analytic introduction. Number one, the overall problem, the agency, the learner development activity, where number one, learner development activity. Number two, enlightenment of learner development activity. And number three, the property model of learner development activity enlightenment according to the new normal disciplinary. So I developed model consisted of 4 components, which were the learner development activity, training with 3 sikha, the 3-4 training, the property of learner development activity, enlightenment according to the new normal, and 3, the enlightenment of the learner development activity. It was used as an important part in determining the scope of the learning content or content in designing the learning process for students to practical activity. This leads to the learner development activity. Construction. Proposing the model of learner development activity arrangement according to the Buddhist principle for students under the office of the secondary educational service are the researcher administers the model by distinguishing, using and professing the model from examining developed model. It was for that the model of student development activity according to Buddhist principle under the office of the secondary educational service are in overall was shown as a high level in the activity of developing learner was also shown at the high level. 3. For the model of student development activity according to Buddhist principle for students under the office of the secondary educational service are in its secondary organization of learner development activity. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Next, I welcome Vipada Muninnupamas to discuss on the formulation of Thai fried chili paste seasoned sauce product for Bitong instant noodle.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to present my research in topic formulation of Thai fried chili paste seasoned sauce product for Betong instant noodle. I am Mrs. Vipada Munin Nopama, Department of Food Science and Technology, Faculty of Science, Technology and Agriculture, Yala Rajapat University from Thailand. Introduction. Betong instant noodle is the most well-known and popular instant noodle product in 3,000 border province of southernmost of Thailand. Its distinctive feature and chewy of soft taste. The softened noodle can be made several kinds of fast food. Therefore, the proponents of the research project were interested in studying and developing in-fine chili paste seasoning formula of Betong noodle for more acceptable among consumers. Material and methods. 1. Study the formula of fine chili paste to produce Betong instant noodle seasoned sauce product disturbed by consumers. Table 1. The formulas of fine chili paste. 2. The optimal quantity of fine chili paste add to the seasoned sauce product. The optimal quantity of fine chili paste add to the seasoned sauce product for Betong instant noodle was studied for 5 levels as evidence of 50, 20, 25, 30 and 35% of all ingredients as shown in table 2. 3. Study the ratio of fine chili paste seasoned sauce effect to Betong instant noodle with consumer acceptance. The ratio of rehydrated Betong instant noodle 117 gram per fine chili paste seasoned sauce 5 levels were studied. 4. Study the characteristics of fine chili paste seasoned sauce product for Betong instant noodle. And 5. The consumer acceptance survey. Result and discussion. The study of formula fine chili paste to produce seasoned sauce product for Betong instant noodle. The result indicate that the formula 2 got the highest overall acceptance rating score due to the highest flavor and taste score. This is the formula 2 fine chili paste that most of consumers accepted. 2. The study of fine chili paste to produce seasoned sauce product. The seasoned sauce product for Betong instant noodle with adding 35% of fine chili paste across the product having the highest score of overall acceptability due to the highest score for color, appearance, flavor and taste. 3. Study the ratio of fine chili paste seasoned sauce to Betong instant noodle with consumer assistance shown in table 5. The fit ratio fine chili paste seasoned sauce of 30 gram to hydrated Betong noodle quantity 117 gram, getting the first rating of preference different from other ratio in the statistics. It was selected to rehydrate Betong noodle for further supply. 4. Characteristics of developed formula of fine chili paste seasoned sauce shown in Table 6. And 5. The Consumer Acceptance Survey. The result from Consumer Acceptance Survey relate that 37.5% of consumers like very much, with average score of 7.64. Conclusions. The 5 chili paste formula 2 got the highest overall acceptance. The approximate amount of 5 chili paste for the production of Betong seasoning was 35% of the total ingredients. The approximate ratio of 5 chili paste seasoned sauce product to Betong instant noodle was 50.37 grams per 117 grams. The 5 chili paste seasoned sauce product help consumers more convenient in cooking, can be stored for a long time and easily portable during travel. Moreover, the food product of the Yala province is widely known and acceptable in Thailand. Thank you for attention.
Next, we have Nantarak Charo Enkul, who will be discussing on the approaches for developing future teacher leadership to enhance students' human value creating global citizenship.
Hello สวัสดีค่ะ Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Dr. Nantarat Charoenkul from Faculty of Education, Chulalongkorn University. Today, I'm going to share with you my research paper on approaches to developing future teacher leadership, enhancing students' human value creating global citizenship. The reasons and rationale behind my research covers all the universal ideas and concepts about human value creating education and global citizenship, as the human value creating theories and concepts have significantly contributed to fostering a global citizen and cultivating beliefs in peace and tranquility in the society. Many studies have been conducted on such theories and concepts in both Western and Eastern regions. Human value creating was highlighted in an Education for Sustainable Development conference organized by UNESCO and in many other international forums worldwide. And this was an intriguing concept which led to the formulation of key issues and queries for national development research under the main topic of education for global citizenship, and it was referred and stated in national plans policies in various countries including Thailand. Due to the main objective of human world study with an emphasis on developing the new generation people's potential and capability, any parties and organizations in charge of educating and growing young people have to apply the value-creating education principles through their instructional activities and pedagogies, and to develop students as human resources holding the future of the nation and the world. Teachers have considerable influence on and take an important role in creating and enhancing students' desirable characteristics to respond to the needs of the society and to tackle with any problems effectively for driving human resource development and manpower in the new era. It requires power and leadership skills for the new generation teachers and those who tend to be future teachers who will efficiently impart to students the essential knowledge, skills, and desirable characteristics for being the human value creating global citizens who meaningfully pass on their virtues to create the great value for the society and the world. Accordingly, future teachers need to continuously develop themselves to be the model teachers who coach and advise their students by collaborating with and advocating them from time to time. Chulalongkorn University has played an important role in producing graduates in various fields, including education, and it also includes the concepts of global citizenship in its strategic plan, promote strength and developing graduates to be endowed with the indispensable qualifications of the quality and valuable citizens of the nation and the world. The research objectives. There are two main research objectives in this study. First, to study the present and desirable states and priority needs of future teacher leadership development, enhancing students' characteristics. Second, to propose approaches to developing future teacher leadership, enhancing students' characteristics based on human value creating global citizen concept. This study applied a mixed method approach comprising both quantitative and qualitative designs. The sample population comprised 220 student teachers from Chulalongkorn University, 68 school administrators, teacher mentors, plus 16 experts who verified the approaches. The research instruments were questionnaires and interviews, and as well as an evaluation form for experts to verify the approaches. Data were analyzed using frequency, percentage mean, standard deviation, and DNI modified, plus content analysis. Here we come with the research results. You will see that the top 3 priority needs fall on: first, to lead a life based on both knowledge and wisdom. Second, to respect human value in oneself and others. Third, to encourage proactively practical guidelines for enhancing dialectic critical thinking. As for leadership, the first desirable state falls on modeling, followed by coaching. And for leadership development, the first desirable state falls on personal growth and growth as a leader. Ladies and gentlemen, from this data, I developed 4 approaches to developing future teacher leadership. Here we come with the highlight of this study. My 4 main approaches to developing future teacher leadership as far as the main results of this research. We comes up with 4 approaches. First, to develop student teachers' personal growth to be the role models, supporting their students to conduct knowledge and wisdom-based lives and to respect human value in themselves and others. Approach 2, to exalt student teachers' leadership competency to be the role models, coaching, guiding, equipping their students with team working skills and social justice-based interaction capacity. Third, to cultivate a model teacher's spirituality in student teachers to conduct their lives as well as to guide their students to conduct their lives based on sufficiency and sustainability. Last but not least, approach number 4, to enhance student teachers' potential to become the model researchers, endowing their students with dialectic critical thinking through proactively practical guidelines. And that's all the presentation of my key results. Thank you for your kind attention. You can go through these references for further study. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Should you have anything or any inquiries, please feel free to contact me. My contact address appears on the first slide of my presentation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a safe stay and stay healthy. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Next, I welcome Dr. Ho Subado to discuss on the model of learning management applying the 5 precepts for Thai students.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Dr. Vice-Rector from Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Thailand. I would like to present research article to topic is Model of Learning Management applying the 5 precepts for Thai students. Author Dr. Suneena Putthabibal Ho Subado. Co-author Dr. Phakku Sopon Pataravet Ittipon Pathaniko. Me, Dr. Phakku Goson Pariyaptiyankit Tharuti Longchai Vitul, and Associate Professor Dr. Somsak Bunpu. Introduction. Present the state of learning management in the context of Thai school consists of 1. Learning management in 4 areas: basic preparation, planning and preparation of learning management using psychology of learning and evaluation and reports. 2. 5 precepts of learning management. Of the 5 precepts for Thai students consist of the first precept is no slaughtering of animals. Second precept is no theft. The third precept is prohibit behavior. The fourth precept is prohibiting to be forced. The fifth precept is prohibition drink or alcohol. 3. Schools need the organized learning management applying 5 precepts. The purpose of this research were 1. To study the state of learning management in the context of Thai schools, and 2. To develop and propose a model of learning management applying the 5 precepts for Thai students. Description. Method research was used for the design. Qualitative data were collected by in-depth interview from 7 key informants and to confirm results using focus group discussion. Quantitative data were collected by using questionnaires from 390 samples. Content analysis was used for the qualitative data, whereas qualitative data was analyzed by descriptive statistics consists of percentage statistics, frequency, mean, standard deviation. Conclusion. Results indicate that the state of learning management in the context of Thai schools consists of 1. Learning management in 4 areas. 1. Basic preparation. 2. Planning and preparation of learning management. 3. Using psychology of learning. 4. In evaluation and reports. 2. 5 precepts of learning management. Of the 5 precepts for Thai students consisting of first precept is no slaughtering of animals. Second precept is no theft. Third precept is prohibit behavior. Fourth precept is prohibiting to be forced. Fifth precept is prohibition drink alcohol. 3. Schools need to organize learning management applying 5 precepts. There should be participation among administrators, teachers, school board members, amongst parents, students, and communities. Therefore, LFS model was developed, composed of 3 important points which were 1. Learning management, 2. 5 precepts, and 3. School. Thank you.
Next, I welcome Ashish K, Associate Professor in Electrical Engineering Department, SISTECE Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh.
Hello everyone, I am Professor Ashish Kumar Singhal, Sagar Institute of Science, Technology and Engineering Bhopal. I am the head of the department in Electrical Engineering Department. I am very glad to share that and also thankful to the IFERP that they have been given the opportunity for session chair in the conference of Second International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Education Research, ICMCER-2021 in Thailand. I am very happy for doing my work as a session chair for this conference, and also thankful the whole team of IFERP for conducting this conference very beautifully. Dear authors, I have been read even all the videos and found some important things and learned a lot from your research. I am very glad that you are doing a very good job. Certainly, you will be in the heights of in the research, because this is very much important. Rather, if I'm talking about the research area, when you are keeping touch all the research, you will be having a great exposures for doing your studies well. So now, wasting a time, I'm come to my one by one paper for sharing my feedbacks. Now, come to the first paper, which is regarding the development of the occupation class and community welfare of fishing families through the community enterprises, a case study in the village too. I would recommend it. In the comment on this paper, the author has given some mistakes in spelling. When he is trying to say something, he is writing on the PPT, he has to be very much careful about the spelling mistake. Second is, research should be very concrete and it should be related to the topic. Yes, it was, but you have to explain your topic in the good way. The second topic was the cost potential of the Sultan in Rajasthan district. The paper was very good and author gives a good presentation and concrete research. Next, guidelines of the funeral welfare management of the elder in the Muslims wake Khometic community, Bazau district. Actually, in this video, the video sound was very heavy and very difficult to understand. So I would not give so many comment on this particular author videos. Copy career development of the community participation. This paper is was very good paper, and definitely author give the well explanation, but I think it can be better. Next is social political education and women empowerment in the Buddhist perspective. Author really gives a lot of information regarding the women empowerment in the Buddhist perspectives, and also give the very well explanations of the research objectives. The problem and obstacle of the Thai Malay Muslim small and medium enterprises in southern border. In this paper, the problem discussed about the Thai Malay Muslims, but they are not having a vast study or the concrete study about the Thai Malay Muslims. I think they have to focus on this particular research objective and their outcomes. The performance of the survived bonds and non-survived bonds. This author, I think, should explain or improve the way of explanations. Next paper is enhancing electrochemical signal based on one-step electrodeposition of PAN, PUY and AGNP. I am not reading all full of this paper topic, but that paper was really good. I really applaud the author's work. Next is the effect of the integrated technology-based approach in peer coaching in teaching geometry. It was a good paper. Topic was very much interesting. I like it. and that paper has given a well explanation by the author. Next is the environment and the guidelines of the administrator to develop the innovators among the secondary science and teachers in St. Gabriel's Foundation, Thailand. That paper was very much informative. I really appreciate the work of the author. The model of the learner development activities arrangement according to the Buddhatma and student of the school under the secondary education service area office. Also, it should be very much relevant to the scenario. The author gives almost all the literature survey about this topic. I think they have to focus about the research outcomes. Formulation of the Thai fried chili paste seasoned sauce product of the Vitong instant noodle. I think this paper was very much interesting, but I think it can be better with some different approaches. Next paper was approaches for the developing future teacher leaders to enhance student human values, creating global citizenship. In this paper, I think the author should focus about their methodology, research methodology, but the paper was good. Last, it was model of the learning management applying the 5 perspective of the Thai student. That paper was very much useful for the Thai student, definitely, and it can also enhance the learning management skills. Thank you. Now, come to the first paper, which is regarding the development of the occupation class and community welfare of fishing families through the community enterprises, a case study in the village too. I would recommend it. In the comment on this paper, the author has given some mistakes in spelling. When he is trying to say something, he is writing on the PPT, he has to be very much careful about the spelling mistake. Second is, research should be very concrete and it should be related to the topic. Yes, it was, but you have to explain your topic in the good way. The second topic was the cost potential of the Selton in Rajisalai district. The paper was very good and author gives a good presentation and concrete research. Next, guidelines of the funeral welfare management of the elder in the Muslims way Khometi community, Bazau district. Actually, in this video, the video sound was very heavy and very difficult to understand. So I would not give so many comment on this particular author videos. Copy career development of the community participation. This paper is was very good paper, and definitely author gave the well explanation, but I think it can be better. Next is social political education and women empowerment in the Buddhist perspective. Author really gives a lot of information regarding the women empowerment in the Buddhist perspectives, and also give the very well explanations of the research objectives. The problem and obstacle of the Thai Malay Muslim small and medium enterprises in southern border. In this paper, the problem discussed about the Thai Malay Muslims, but they are not having a vast study or the concrete study about the Thai Malay Muslims. I think they have to focus on this particular research objective and their outcomes. The performance of the survived bonds and non-survived bonds. This author, I think, should explain or improve the way of explanations. Next paper is enhancing electrochemical signal based on one-step electrodeposition of PAN, PY and AGNP. I'm not reading all full of this paper topic, but that paper was really good. I really applause the author's work. Next is the effect of the integrated technology-based approach in peer coaching in teaching geometry. It was a good paper. Topic was very much interesting. I like it, and that paper has given a well explanation by the author. Next is the environment and the guidelines of the administrator to develop the innovators among the secondary science and teachers in St. Gabriel's Foundation, Thailand. That paper was very much informative. I really appreciate the work of the author. The model of the learner development activities arrangement according to the Buddhatma and student of the school under the secondary education service area office. Also, it should be very much relevant to the scenario. The author gives almost all the detailed survey about this topic. I think they have to focus about the research outcomes. Formulation of the Thai fried chili paste seasoned sauce product of the Vitong instant noodle. I think this paper was very much interesting, but I think it can be better with some different approaches. Next paper was approaches for the developing future teacher leaders to enhance student human values, creating global citizenship. In this paper, I think the author should focus about their methodology, research methodology, but the paper was good. Last, it was model of the learning management applying the 5 perspective of the Thai student. That paper was very much useful for the Thai student, definitely, and it can also enhance the learning management skills. Thank you.
Next, I welcome Dr. Janasama Srihurun to discuss on the guidelines for development of restaurant business with online platform food delivery service in Kulkarni, Thailand.
Dear all participants and delegates, I'm glad to be here, the second international conference on multidisciplinary and current educational research, ICMCER-2021 at MCU, Ayutthaya, Thailand. Today, I would like to present you about a paper entitled of Guideline for Development Restaurant Business, Providing Online Food Delivery Service in Khon Kaen, Thailand. The author of paper consisting of me, Dr. Jinasama Sihiran, Busayama Chaivinit, Nawarat Chathum from Khon Kaen University, and Dr. Yuttapong Tonpradut from Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. So, for the objective of this research, aim to find a guideline to develop the restaurant business, providing online food delivery service in Khon Kaen province, Thailand. Research method. The research method was decided by qualitative research. Documentary research focuses on the theoretical concept of related to business factor, 4M, service marketing mix, 7P, and service innovation. Semi-structured interview form with the open-end questions was the research tool for in-depth interview with 17 key informants who have at least 5 years of experience in the business, divided into 2 groups as follows: 13 restaurant business owners who provide online food delivery service and 4 of the platform service providers in the online food delivery. The data collection method was done until the data according to the theoretical saturation. The method for determining the reliability of the data was used triangulation. There are 2 aspects of triangulation. The first is data triangulation by examining the source of the time, place, the persons, and daily triangulation. The data analysis began for the extractions of the sound recording from the mobile phone in the writing. Holistic analysis and the content analysis, like the correlations of the study result, lead to the conclusions of the key variable issue. Result from the research is what found that the business factor for the running a restaurant providing online food delivery in the Khon Kaen, Thailand was from 4M to 9Ms, namely man, money, material, management, moral, message, marketing, menu, and the mindset as you see in the figure 1. For this result, you see the figure 2 is showing you a 9M business factor for the running restaurant, providing online food delivery in Khon Kaen, Thailand, categorized by type of restaurant. From figure 1 can be explained that there were 13 leading and legacy restaurants providing online food delivery in Khon Kaen, Thailand. It was divided into 4 types of restaurants, you see, namely is the fine dining, casual dining, fast dining, and kiosk. At all types of restaurants of the 13 sample accounted for the 100 of the total restaurant sample. There were 4 M fundamentals in the business factor: man, money, material, and management. In our restaurant, 6 samples accounted for the 46% of the total restaurant sample. There was a factor in the operating the business M moral, especially kiosks and the fine dining restaurant placed a high priority on employee moral. As the M message, which was to provide information and build good relationship with the customer, it was available in the category of fast dining, fine dining, and casual dining, which account for 54% of the total sample. Fast dining, casual dining, and the fine dining restaurant operate the M menu, accounting for 69% of the total sample. The menu has been adjusted to be in line with the online food ordering service, especially fast dining kiosk restaurant focus on the 4M fundamental over M marketing, while the other restaurant focus on the M marketing. For the fine dining restaurant was the main factor in the online food delivery business M mindset. And the 9M were man, money, material, management, moral, and the message, you see, menu, and the marketing, and the mindset as well. For the result of the service marketing mix for the running restaurant providing online food delivery in Khon Kaen, Thailand, the number 1 is the product factor. The restaurant business placed a great emphasis on the food item that focusing on creating unique and the signature menu of the restaurant, referring from the interview of the owner of the casual dining, fast dining, and fine dining restaurant. Pace factor, casual dining, fast dining, and kiosk will set the selling price to online ordering with the selling price highing at the 5 or 10 baht per menu, while the fine dining restaurant set the price for dine-in and selling to the online food ordering platform at the same price. Pace factor, most of the Thai restaurants, there was often the pace to serve food at the dine-in, taking away and delivery food through online platform, including outside catering service. However, some of kiosk Thai restaurants were more focusing on the selling in the front of the restaurant than the online platform. Nevertheless, selling like this was quite high in distribution cost. Sometimes it was not worth in the selling price and raw material cost, so it was cancelled. It's the mentions of the owner of the kiosk restaurant. Why? Some platform service providers have expanded their service branch to cover 77 provinces in the whole of Thailand. For the promotion factor, discount coupon with the minimum order conditions, buy one get one free for the food order. Offer the combination set menu to create value and attract customer, include the fee delivery charge. People factor, all of Thai in the restaurant business were important on the service for both consumer and deliverer food driver. Process factor. The process has convenient ordering process. There were various payment methods able to contact the service provider as soon as the problem arises and has an accurate delivery situation monitoring system. Also, food and beverage cost control is important for each restaurant. The last one is the 7P is the physical ingredient factor. The food menu was clearly categorized and easy to understand. Food photo with a unique menu and showing in the identity of the restaurant. The food items were exactly the same as the image used to advertise the menu. Some platform service provider provide a tablet that was a tool for online ordering between restaurant and customer to their partner outlet. Okay, the next one result is the service innovations of the restaurant business providing online food delivery service in the Khon Kaen, Thailand. We got the three topic in the service innovation, and we research interview with the owner of each restaurant. Number one is the new service concept. Number two is the new service process, and the last one is the new service business model. New service concept. We got the novel offering, take away, outside catering, online food delivery, ready to cook for the home cooking, and the customer beyond expectation service, and product development, service improvement as well. For the new service process, delivery service process, cooking time control process, marketing strategy, and for the new service business model, most of the owner need to grow up and come with to the cloud kitchen, omakase chef table, new market segment, and build cooperative networking. For the conclusion, the finding for the qualitative analysis showed that the 9M, which consists of man, money, material management, moral, message, marketing, menu, and mindset, were the key success factor for the running restaurant providing online food delivery in Khon Kaen, Thailand. And pace and all distribution channel was an important essence for the service marketing mix factor. The finding for the service innovation, we got the three service innovation with focusing on number one, new service concept of product development, product line extension, changing a service, providing service improvement, and having a concept of service customer beyond expectation. And number two, new service process from the delivery service process, cooking time control process, and marketing strategy. And the last one is the new service business model, such as the cloud kitchen and the food delivery ordering tool and online application platform for the guideline to develop the restaurant business providing online food delivery service. For recommendation of the further research, actually we should be add on the qualitative research and data collection with the sample of customer as well, because when you know for the inside behavior the customer, you can bring it data to plan of the marketing strategy as well. For the qualitative, should be add on of the focus group discussion. And one more thing is the research area should be expanded for the wide range of like regional, national, international. When you got the data of 10 net can be analyzed, compared, and can make into management plan for the restaurant providing online food delivery platform in each area. And recommendation for the practice, there should be a study integrate innovation management in addition to the service innovation in order to develop the business to be the modern and prepare for the change management, because in the world very change is the come with quickly. And the first study should be study on the risk and crisis management model as well, because right now is the we have many things is the risk and the crisis, like COVID-19 is which is the global public health situation, like COVID-19, climate change, the flood, or the Wi-Fi. And its next one is a conceptual framework of sustainable management should be considered because the social, economy, and environmental is important to apply approach to the development of the online food delivery restaurant business as well. Okay, thank you very much for everyone for attention in my paper. Thank you. Thank you.
Next, I welcome Dr. Taroiti Rungchayuriton to discuss on the self-development potential for progressive work.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Prof. Kulkarni from Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Thailand. I would like to present academic article to topic is self-development potential for progressive work. Author มี ดร. พระครูโกศลปริยัติยานุกิจ Karati วงศ์ชัยวิทูล Co-author ดร. พระสุวรรณมหาพุทธาภิบาล โฮ สุภัทโต ดร. พระครูโสพลภัทรเวช อิทธิพลประธานิโก and Associate Professor Dr. สุทธิพงษ์ศรีวิชัย Introduction. Self-improvement is important to oneself for achieving a peaceful life and beneficial to the society or to the organization to which a person belongs. So, development of self is an essential requisite for human society and for the success of organization. It is an important and evolution tool for an organization or success in this age of competition. Thus, it is imperative for an organization to have a policy and plan that focus on personal development. Self-development principles. Human resource development. Self-development or human resource development VETS must be adhered to, which is the key to self-development or effective human resource development. VETS consists of V. Vision, E. Education, T. Training, and S. Study tour. Described as follows. 1. Vision. Vision is the vision of the organization in the future, which is devised from wisdom, idea, possible, and consistent with goals and organization obligation. 2. E. Education. Education is method of human resource development that necessarily is one way because it increases the qualification of human resource to have more knowledge due to technological change adaptations. 3. Training. Training is to increase the knowledge, expertise, ability, and change the attitude, feeling of the participants. 4. Study tour. Study tour is an activity that will help us to do the best practice. Study tour has many advantages. Example, it helps to observe the business in other departments, their office operation, process of working, etc. Principle of human resource development in accordance with Buddhism. Human resource development. In accordance with Buddhism, there are many principles and teachings of the Lord Buddha. One of which is the power is in the Bada 4, which is important for getting success. The starting point for success is to develop the right people, as humans are not alien from the realities of nature. From the very basic, everything is consistent, nothing is broken. On these basics, we can apply different principles to our work environment based on correctness. We can decide whether for foundation is light. What Dhamma we use now is going well, and all these are the principles of success discussed as follows. Indipata 4. 1. Chanta satisfaction is satisfaction or motivation. 2. Viriya intention is the immovable intention. 3. Chitta focus is mind focus on work. 4. Vimamsa inspection is the use of intelligence to contemplate, inspect, respond, and examine event more flag, defect or file, etc. in a business that has been no ties, and to find solution to improve. Holistic view of human resource development. According to Buddhism, self-development principle, human resource development is essential for increasing work efficiency. The important aim of human resource development is to adhere to VETS West, which is considered the key to self-development or human resource development. So, self-development is essential for human resource development. According to Buddhism, there is a doctrine of Lord Buddha that is the power of Indipata 4, which is considered essential to achieve success is in one life. The starting point for success according to the Buddhist way of human resource development can be explained as follows. 1. Vision and Chanta satisfaction. 2. E-education Viriya intention. 3. T-training Chitta concentration. 4. S. Study tour Vimamsa. Conclusion. It is possible to develop ourselves to advance our career and collective work, even though self-improvement is very difficult. So, for the purpose of human resource development, the article identifies the keys to person development based on the philosophy of VETS West, namely V. Vision, E. Education, T. Training, and S. Study tour. This symbol should be in conjunction with the principle of path of accomplishment basis for success in the Bada 4, consisting of 1. Chanta satisfaction, 2. Viriya intention, 3. Chitta focus, and 4. Vimamsa inspection. Following these principles will lead human beings to develop their skills in working for oneself or for others to get a better life or to achieve the target goals of their organization. Finally, achieving these goals will lead to one's happiness and ultimately will result to a successful and purpose organization.
Next, I welcome Thanwamas Kasnuk to discuss on the study on consumptive use of water of Kangkong.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Thanwamat Kasanuk, and Assistant Professor Dr. Kongdet Prasinam from School of Agricultural and Food Engineering, Faculty of Food and Agricultural Technology, พิบูลสงครามราชภัฏ University Thailand. Today, I am present to international conference on the topic Study on consumptive use of water of Kangkong. After the aim of this research was to evaluate the irrigation consumption for the growth of Kangkong. The system based on deep irrigation for crop. Deep irrigation system consisted of a 16-liter water tank, a water supply facility, and water supply system. The water tank is raised 1,000 mm above the ground, connected by a 18 mm PVC pipe at the conversion head. Deep tape is spraying a hole measuring 100 mm. The rate of water distribution is equal to 2.2 liters per hour, consisting of 6 lines. Each line had a distance of 200 mm according to the plantation. According to the characteristic of the pot, which had 60 wells and provide 25 days of water throughout the harvest of Kangkong. Research. Soil analysis was performed by sampling the soil by equal interval on diagonal line, as shown in Fig. 1. At depth 0 cm, 5 cm, 10 cm, 15 cm, 20 cm, and 25 cm deep. The soil samples were then used to analyze the property of the soil texture, soil chemistry, and plant nutrients in the soil. Design of planting pot and watering system. The Kangkong planting pot is designed as a rectangle 100 cm wide, 150 cm long. The pot is 25 cm deep and real with a clear plastic sheet at the bottom to support the water as shown in Fig. 2. At the end of the pot, there is a 18 mm PVC pipe to support the water from the planting area and transfer the water to a 1,200 milliliter measuring cylinder, which is used to measure the amount of water left over from the planting plot. Designing a system for watering plants using a deep irrigation system, which the system will provide water use. The principle of water flow from gravity. Results. The study of water consumption of Kangkong by deep irrigation system. 1. Soil analysis showed that soil properties were 85.61% clay, 4.36% sand, and 10.03% silt. Used in the test is natural pH and plant nutrient in the soil found. Ammonia is low, phosphorus is high, and high level of potassium. 2. The consumptive use of water of Kangkong. Water consumption of Kangkong was found that water consumption for the growth of Kangkong during 25 days of harvest was 108.5 mm or 4.4 mm per day. 3. Growth and yield of Kangkong during harvesting process. Productivity of Kangkong. The growth and yield of Kangkong was found that the average stream height was 334 mm per plant. The average weight was 8.96 grams per plant. The average number of leaves 12 leaves per plant. The average leaf length 13.13 cm. The average root length 139.4 mm per plant, and the yield of Kangkong during harvest was 493 grams and 382.67 grams per square meter. Conclusion. Water consumption of Kangkong by deep irrigation system was found that water consumption of Kangkong was used for 25 days of harvest. The average water consumption was 108.5 mm or 4.4 mm per day. The average stem height is 334 mm per plant. The average weight was 8.96 grams per plant. The average root length was 139.4 mm per plant. The average number of leaves was 12 leaves per plant. The average leaf length was 131.3 mm, and the yield of Kangkong during the harvest was 493 grams or 428.67 grams per square meter. Thank you for your kind attention.
Next, I welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Ayutthaya, who will be discussing on the development of Roots Guide innovation for historical, cultural, and natural resources, Ayutthaya District, Suphanburi Province.
Hello everybody. Today, I'm present development of the Roots Guide innovation for historical, cultural and natural resource Ayutthaya District. Suphanburi Province. My name is Ayutthaya. May I introduce myself? My name is Assistant Professor Dr. Ayutthaya. I work at Faculty of Humanity and Social Science บ้านสมเด็จเจ้าพระยาราชภัฏ University. I'm Education Doctor of Philosophy Education and Social Development บุรพา University. Email wittgaya@hotmail.com. The purpose of this research has developed the blue sky innovation for historical, cultural, and natural resource Ayutthaya District, Suphanburi Province. This research used quantitative and research tools were questionnaire. The research had two steps. 1. Check availability of innovation and blue sky for historical, cultural, and natural resources Ayutthaya District, Suphanburi Province by the expert. 9 key informant data were selected by using purposive sampling. 2. Check competency of innovation and blue sky by tourists. Visit tourist attention. 385 pupils use data selection method by multi-state random sampling. Data were analyzed by mean and standard deviation. Result indicated 1. The appropriateness of the blue sky in the opinion of experts can be displayed as the table. Table 1. The appearance of blue sky innovation by the expert. The overall appropriateness has been a high level with an average of 4.53 and has a standard deviation of 0.32. So, the appearance of content were the highlight with an average of 4.62 and had the standard deviation of 0.4t. Second was the appropriateness of benefit and value with an average of 4.56 and had a standard deviation of 0.25. The last level was the appropriateness of photo arrangement with an average of 4.44 and had a standard deviation of 0.50. 2. The competency of the blue sky by tourists can be displayed as the table. Table 2. The competency of blue sky innovation by tourists. Overall, the appropriateness has been at the high level with an average of 4.29 and had a standard deviation of 0.53. So, the appropriateness of benefit and value was the high level with an average of 4.41 and had a standard deviation of 0.47. Second was the appropriateness of content with an average of 4.27 and had a standard deviation of 0.48. The last level was the appropriateness of the use of language with an average of 4.2t and had a standard deviation of 0.59. Conclusion: the experts have overall appropriateness has been at the highest level. It was divided into categories. The appropriateness of content was the high level because the content is easy to understand, easy to use, and practical to use. The appropriateness of photo arrangement appropriateness has been the last level because some picture was blurry, and the tourists has overall competency has been at the high level. It was divided into category. Benefit and values has been the high because information in the innovation has been usable and helping tourists to have got information from this innovation. The use of language has been lowest level because some of the language used has been academic words. It was made difficult to understand. Appendix Picture 1. This is an example of historical tourist route map. Picture 2. This is a cover of innovation route guide. Picture 3. This is an example of information in the innovation route guide. And the last one, the picture 4. This is an example of detailed tour for 2 days. Thank you so much.
Next, I welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Rungtip Thaisom to discuss on the marketing activity models affecting behavior of social media detox groups in the Bangkok metropolitan.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Today I would like to talk about the marketing activity models affecting behavior of social media detox groups in the Bangkok metropolitan. Based on the size of those who pay attention to life-saving social media detox, therefore it is important to study appropriate marketing activity and access to social media detox. To develop and guide communication with social media detox groups. The research purpose of this research is to study patterns of marketing activity that affect behavior of social media detox group, which variables consist of demographic characteristics, motivation factor, behavioral science factors, cognitive factors, and interest factors. That this research team conduct research on marketing activity affecting the behavior of social media groups, detoxing users of alternative platforms like Pinterest, TikTok, or other alternative platform aged 16 to 24 in Bangkok and the metropolitan areas, that it is hoped that this research will enable business to adapt their marketing activities to raise awareness and become the right interest for social media consumer. That the results as follow that the respondents were female in the most, and the age is the 34 to 42 years with a bachelor degree. Occupation as a private company employee, earning and awareness. Monthly income of 10,000 to 20,000 baht. The reason for a social media detox is to spend free time with family or peers. The reason to choose an alternative social media detox app as a way to find inspiration. An alternative application format for social media detox group because it is a motivational application. Internal stimulus that influence the motivation of a social media detox are emotional and emotional balance. External stimulus that influence social media motivation to detox is the changing technology and the most social media detox group of online advertising perception channels are perceived through social media. Most of the social media detox channels of online advertising perception are through television, and friends are the influencers of social media detox advertisement viewing. The reason to watch social media detox advertisement as a guide to making decisions before purchasing alternative application that social media detox group have as an entertainment application. The survey takers spent the night using an alternative application of the social media detox group. The usage period of the alternative social media detox application is 30 minutes to 1 hour. The influence of the use of alternative social media detox application is less than 10 minutes. That we can conclusion. Online advertising is affecting the behavior of the social media group. The various applications of online advertisement is predominantly from the television. The use of sales representative had the greatest effect on the behavior of social media detox group. Social and environmental responsibility activities have the greatest impact on the behavior of the social media detox group. And the direct marketing using internet media can influence the behavior of social media detox group. And the sales or giveaway will help promote sales, and the choice of entertainment applications will be able to generate the interest of the social media detox group. That is all of the results of this research. Thank you, and all the best for the best in you.
Next, I welcome Associate Professor Dr. Sawat Pongwat to discuss the development of chok, local plant in kind of palm, to Jung Soi creative dance uniform in Thailand.
สวัสดีครับ Good day. Welcome to the research world. May I introduce myself? My name is Dr. Ayutthaya from Faculty of Fine and Applied Arts and Cultural Science, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. Together with Associate Professor Dr. Sawit Pongwat, Faculty of Humanity and Social Science, Phuket Ratchathani University, and Dr. Suneena Faculty of Business and Administration and Accountancy, Khon University. Total research is the development of chok, local plant in the kind of palm through Jiangsu creative dance uniform in Thailand. Abstract. The research aims to the first study the history of chok, local plant in kind of palm. Second, the development of the chok, local plan in kind of the palm to Jiangsu to creative than uniform. The research was conducted by the qualitative methodology including data collection, word documentary, observation, in-depth interview and true focus group with stakeholders. Concept analysis was applied to analyze the research. The findings show that the first, the shop was a local southern plan with a golden period of about 15 to 20 years. The second, my manner have the created wisdom by the bridging shop local plan in the kind of palm that it was not wed to Jiangsu, creative and uniform because it was relative to the one to previous rain by decorating the step of the intensive of the seventh step. Third, Phang province had a variety of local plan and plan were deployed, while some local plan that was less beneficial of shop was applied to create an economic at both micro and micro level and the above to maintain the inventive local Thai wisdom knowledge the Jiangsu when they apply to craftsmanship and create cotton. Introduction. The Chinese immigrated to southern Thailand century of King Rama III because in the past China had three major problems. The first, the Cultural Revolution. Second, the corruption. And third, the firemen resolving in the property in life. The Chinese people combine the wisdom of the minor profession with the way of life. The fiber of the local plant in the south, look see a palm tree up the rocket mountain can be used both at level for policy, second, budgeting economy. It creates an important identity of the local area. In addition, it is an adaptation to the soul and the shared social content and the active to the covering that researchers have applied the minor writing by the accessory following adverb from the appropriate person and the following the institution. The suggestion. The result from the workshop is key and casual group give feedback and follow after condition research. Researchers show transfer the knowledge to Phuket Cultural Relation Agency, education institutions, and it should be probing for privacy and the important identity of Phang province. Or local economic integration to product souvenir, product for the general, how the income result in first. Building alert on the division of the local plan of Phang province, design program of product design program. Third, local material can be used for design of the cotton itself to create jobs for the local people and about the local economy. As a result, tourist learning and relates the identity of local brand, local community, and tourists see the important and guideline for the youth for local brand to promotion the economy. The result of the result have not yet been studied by the scholar, cultivate and building knowledge from application to the creation that this is the promotion to it in Phang province. And the last, thank you for the opportunity in the demonstrate your research ability. Thank you so much. ขอบคุณครับ
Next, I welcome Monchatri Ketmuni to discuss on the acceptance of online English language learning of undergraduate students at Rajamangala University of Technology, Tanyaburi.
Hello everyone and welcome. Today, I'd like to present my research. The title is The Acceptance of Online English Language Learning of Undergrad Students at Rajamangala University of Technology, Tanyaburi. Before we start, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Monchatri Ketmuni, a lecturer from Department of Western Languages, Faculty of Liberal Arts, Rajamangala University of Technology, Tanyaburi. Now, let's start with abstract. The purposes of this study were, first, to study the levels of the acceptance of online English language learning. Second, to study the factors affecting the acceptance of online English language learning. And finally, to study the undergrad student satisfaction towards studying English courses with online mode. During summer semester in academic year 2019 at Rajamangala University of Technology, Tanyaburi, Thailand. This research was employed by the technology acceptance model and conducted as a quantitative and qualitative research. The 400 samples were selected by simple random sampling, and the 30 key informants were chosen by purposive sampling. The statistics used for data analysis were percentage, mean, standard deviation, t-test, f-test, correlation, and multiple regression. The finding of this research indicated that the acceptance and the satisfaction of online English language learning were not affected by the individual differences. The acceptance of online English language learning was at high level. Perceived of usefulness, perceived ease of use, attitude, and intention were affected by learners, teachers, learning activities, measurement and assessment, and technology at high level. The overall satisfaction of the student towards online English language learning was also at high level, such as knowledge and skills for the teachers, the clear and consistent measurement and assessment, and learning feedback. The key factor of learning management affecting the acceptance of online English language learning was the measurement and assessment. At 0.05 statistically significant level, the greatest factor affecting the acceptance of online English learning was perceived ease of use, affecting perceived usefulness. At 0.05 statistically significant level, the students suggested that the teacher should have teaching techniques to stimulate student interest and provide a variety of activities such as video recording, asking and answering question activity, and group presentation, whereas the student should pay more attention than studying in classroom and have information technology skills. The major online learning constraint was the stability of internet signal. Moreover, the student prefer studying in classroom. If the university continue online English learning, the learning management should be explained in detail, including providing facilitators of learning and lowering tuition fees. Because of COVID-19 pandemic, the students have to change the way they study. They have to study at home. Because of the certain situation, the students have to adapt themselves with the new way of learning. They need the new technology to support learning. So it's believed that if the students accept the technology, the students are more likely to study online. So, the objectives of this research were, first, to study the level of acceptance of online English language learning. Second, to study the factors affecting the acceptance of online English language learning. And finally, to study the undergrad students' satisfaction towards studying English courses with online during summer semester in academic year 2019 at Rajamangala University of Technology, Technology, Thanjavuri, Thailand. Next, let's move on to research methods. This research was conducted by using mixed method, led to the research process. The research process was divided into 5 steps. First, identifying the problems and review the related theories and researches. Next, develop the research instrument and then apply for human ethics approval. And after that, collect the data. And finally, analyze the data and report the findings. Now, let's take a look at research results. The research results show that the most students were male, 62%, and the most students were studying in the second year from the Faculty of Engineering, 82.25%. Regarding the online settings, most students study online English language courses by connecting the internet via mobile network, 47.5%. 50.75% were the equipment for online learning most students use for their studies. And the software that most students use for online learning was Microsoft Teams, 68.25%. The research results of online learning management show that the learning management factor affected online English language learning at a high level. The learners were the most influential factor, followed by the instructors, online learning activity, measurement and assessment, and teaching technologies. Regarding the acceptance of online English language learning, the overall acceptance was at a high level. Considering each aspect in conceding order, the students accepted the online English language learning at a high level in every aspect. The most influential factor was perceived of usefulness. The research results in terms of the student satisfaction indicated that overall satisfaction towards English online language learning was at a high level. The relationship of factors influencing the acceptance of online English language were analyzed by using the Pearson product moment correlation coefficient, and it confirmed the hypothesis that factors of the acceptance and satisfaction toward online English language learning were positively related at the statistical significant level of 0.05. However, when the collected data were analyzed by multiple regression with Enter method, it found that the factor influencing the intention in online English language learning were perceived usefulness, attitude, and satisfaction, whereas perceived ease of use did not influence the intention in online English language learning. Regarding the results from the interviews, there were 30 key informants. 60% was male and 40% was female. The interview was semi-structured and divided into 7 main questions, as you see on the screen. And these are the results. The question 1 is about the online lecturers. The students gave their opinion that the lecturer should be punctual, professional, flexible, caring, and willing to give the students advice. The second question was about effective online English learning style. The student thought that the online learners should be paid more attention than learning in a normal classroom. The third question is about the online English language learning skill. The student thought that the online learner should have ICT skill. The question 4 is about the online English learning activities. The student suggest these activities, making video clips, frequently or randomly asking the questions. The question 5 is about the online English language instructional media. The student suggests such as pictures, video, Kahoot, English practice application. The question 6 is about the appropriate online English language measurement and assessment. The student thought that there should be objective and subjective tests, listening and speaking testing by real-time testing or recording video clips. The last question is about the online English language learning constraint and recommendation. The first one is about the technology and communication constraint. They say the stability of mobile network cause incontinuity of learning and smooth learning, unclear pictures, especially when raining. The second group is about the online learning, such as study under pressure because they did know the answers. The last group is about the online learning environment. The atmosphere at home or dormitories did not facilitate study. Thank you for your attention.
Next, I welcome Dr. Dolnappa Nantavaroprai to discuss on the extradition measure under international agreement resulting in the effectiveness of related domestic laws, the enforcement of seeking the alleged offender to face punishment.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Donathan Nankawaropai. I am a law lecturer at Perth University, Bangkok, Thailand. First, I would like to say thank you to the Faculty of Education of Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya, Ayutthaya, Thailand, that give me the chance to present my second article in the second International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Education Research in year 20 and 21. My second article is about the expedition. The expedition measures under the international agreement in the effectiveness of the relevant domestic for enforcement of detention of suspects. Extradition is an international process which states expect to achieve the goal and accused brought to justice in territory of the requesting state where such person has committed crime. However, there are a number of factors affecting extradition and causing it to be ineffective, such as diplomatic, politics, and so on. Therefore, states who seriously cooperate in the extradition is sincerely. What is the definition of extradition? Extradition is a tool for international cooperation to ensure that there will be no impunity for those who committed a crime in one country and escape to another country. For general principle of extradition in accordance with international agreement on treaty. Extradition under the condition of reciprocity. Extradition considered based on double criminality. Extradition considered based on an offense having punishment from 1 year upward. Extradition shall not be requested in connection with a political or military offense. Description of the place shall not be terminated. Rule of double jeopardy shall apply. No extradition of a nation, with some exceptions. And about extradition in Thailand. Under the Extradition Act, Buddhist era 7551, Thailand can engage in extradition as both requesting and requested country through two channels with a treaty. Without treaty, commitment on reciprocity is required. Thailand's Extradition Act has also incorporated many general principles of extradition discussed above. These include reciprocity, double criminality, no extradition in connection with a political or military offense, double jeopardy, no extradition of the national with exception. For a case study of extradition in Thailand, Thailand has long experience with extradition as both requesting and requested state. Thailand and some interesting extradition cases. Extradition as of a national, usually Thailand does not extradite its own national to any requesting country. However, there are some exceptions as stipulated in the Thai Extradition Act. This includes the fact that the treaty between Thailand and another state allowed to do so. Example, in May 1994, a local court in North California presented an evidence to the Thai government identifying that Mr. Thanong Silpongpricha involved with drug trafficking in the United States and requested his extradition back trial in the United States. Later, the United States authorities surrendered and brought him to the California court, where he was sentenced to 40 months in prison and 5 years probation without fine. And another case for a national, as a case of Mr. Watana Assafuhen. He was a former Deputy Minister of Interior. He was sentenced to 10 years with an offence of lawful exercise of his function by Supreme Court of Thailand. Then he fled the country and did not appeal to the court for hearing the judgment. What about extradition in Thailand with the objector for extradition to Thailand? As mentioned earlier, the request for extradition shall not be executed if it is related to political or military offense. However, when politicians commit an ordinary criminal offense, as the case of Mr. Thaksin Shinawatra, is a former Prime Minister of Thailand who was accused of committing fraud in purchasing land located in Ratchanathisek Law, which he gained great benefits, whereas his country lost a lot of money. Then he was prosecuted by public prosecutor. He lost his case in the first to lower court. He then appealed to the Supreme Court and also applied for bail. He was granted bail and later fled the country before the Supreme Court reached its judgment. All the time, there was coup d'etat, so he requested political asylum in some foreign countries, where he was issued new passports. For the conclusion of this topic, despite the extradition request, it is in line with all measures set forth in the International Agreement on Extradition and Domestic Law. A fugitive shall be extradited or not depend on the consideration of requested states. Obviously, sincerity to grant cooperation in this matter is the most important for extradition. Thank you so much.
Our next presenter is Dr. Dolnappa Nantavaroprai, who will be presenting on the principles of non-discrimination against trading state party of powerful country on the basis of World Trade Organization. Case study of banning Thai coconut products.
Good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Dolnappa Nantavaroprai. I am a law lecturer at the University in Bangkok, Thailand. I am graduate in international law, and now, after I graduate, I am always interested to write an article about international law which affect to the people or environment. That's why today I would like to present you about the principle of non-discrimination against trading state parties of powerful countries on the basis of WTO or World Trade Organization in case study banning Thai coconut products. The principle of non-discrimination of the World Trade Organization aims to provide fairness to all member countries by means of the most favored nation treatment and national treatment under the General Agreement on Trade and Tariff. Accordingly, the free trade has been promoted in all regions of the world. However, many WTO members resort to take advantage of general exceptions to the non-discriminatory practice by invoking Article 20 of the WTO in disguise, thus affecting the free trade principle of the WTO. Now, as we know, we have Thai coconut products to export to Europe, to United States, to Australia, and we export a lot of products from coconuts. And as we know now, we using monkey as worker in collecting the coconut. Like our traditional culture to that the people use monkey to work with this job. And now coconut product of Thailand have the big problem with exporting. A case study of banning Thai products with claim of animal welfare and natural resources protection by a non-governmental organization as a PETA recently launches a campaign against Thai coconut products in the United Kingdom, such as don't buy Thai coconut products from shops and don't import Thai coconut products to England, like this. Also, the PETA reported that Thai farmers torture the monkeys by capturing gang monkey. Gang monkey is a species of monkey. To brutally train them to collect coconut. Also, the PETA publishes the pictures showing the some monkeys being chained with use, parrots and others being detained in big cages. Everything sounds not good, and it came water that they are ate farm forcing monkey labor to collect coconut for exporting them to the world market. Especially the male monkeys were forced to collect as many as 1,000 coconuts per day. Humans can collect only 30 coconuts per day. And regulation of the WTO, we use, as we know, as non-discrimination of GATT. That is mean General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs of the WTO. In Article 1, it is stated that any advantage, favor, privilege, or immunity granted by any contracting party to any product originating in destined for any other country shall be accorded immediately and unconditionally to the live product originating product in or destined for the territories of or other contracting party. Also in Article 3 about national treatment principle, it is stated that when foreign goods cross the border or have processed through the custom clearance as taxation and local regulation. Also, at least using the same treatment as local product regulation. As we are state party of World Trade Organization, we hope that World Trade Organization can support to resolve this problem, like how to manage this problem between contracting state party when we get problem about import export, and when the contracting state party use the regulation under GATT article, like Article 20 as the general exception from MFN principle and nation treatment principle. Then I think the WTO should have like a mechanism for settlements of disputes, like Number 1. Combination between trade negotiation and ruling for dispute settlement in the period of time. Second, the parties can request the panel nomination comprising key experts in disputing area. Third, certain period of time for dispute settlement process. Finally, what I hope from this article that the Thai entrepreneur need to know process in World Trade Organization dispute settlement body by studying general agreement on tariff and trade. In Article 20, paragraph B, it is stated that such article shall not be enforced arbitrarily and discriminatorily. The entrepreneur should be given a chance to file a counterclaim concerning such unjust practice via Department of International Trade to dispute settlement body of the WTO. Thank you.
Next, I welcome Monchatri Ketmoni to discuss on the entrepreneur's attitude toward English proficiency of interns of Rajamangala University of Technology, Thanyaburi.
Hello everybody. Before we begin, let me introduce ourselves briefly. The first one, Mr. Monchatri Ketmoni. He is an author, and me, Miss Piyanut Sawatyotin, am a co-author. I'm going to be talking about entrepreneurs' attitude toward English proficiency of interns of Rashamongkol University of Technology, Thanyaburi. We are lecturers from Department of Western Languages of the Faculty of Liberal Arts. First of all, I will begin with abstract. This research was funded by Faculty of Liberal Arts, Rashamongkol University of Technology, Thanyaburi. The purposes of this research were to determine entrepreneurs' attitude toward English proficiency of IMTT interns in the second semester in academic year 2016 and to study the entrepreneurs' opinions for improving the content of English language courses. The 400 entrepreneurs participating RMTT internship were selected by multi-stage sampling. The research instrument was a questionnaire. The statistics used for data analysis were frequency, percentage, mean, standard deviation, and F-test. Findings of the research revealed that the organizations moderately used English language in workplace and using English had no significant difference among types of the organizations. Most organizations did not require English language on recruitment process. According to the entrepreneur's opinion, all English skills of RMUTT interns were at moderate level. The highest of each skill was listening to the supervisor's instructions with technical terms, speaking English for everyday use, reading emails and business letters, and filling in forms. The entrepreneurs recommended writing email correspondence, filling in forms, and note-taking in English. Speaking with confidence was also suggested as well as more listening and reading practice. Next, about the background of this research. In the 21st century, the world is fast changing with technological development affecting our livelihood. Many industries tend to reduce the production cost by using advanced technology instead of workforce. Thailand follows an economic model in order to create a value-based economy that is driven by innovation, technology, and creativity. So many companies tend to recruit high-performing employees with multitasking skills. Therefore, new graduates need to be trained to meet the needs of the employers. Beyond the professional skills, English language is an important skill as a medium for communication in challenging world, especially for new graduates. The new graduates have to improve their English language with main 4 skills: listening, reading, speaking, and writing for earning their living in the future. There are 2 objectives of this research. The first one is to determine the entrepreneur's attitude toward English proficiency of the RMUTT intern. And the second one is to study the entrepreneur's opinions for improving the content of English language courses. So the methodology is about a quantitative research. A samples were 400 entrepreneurs participating in the RMUTT internship selected by multi-stage sampling, and the research instrument is a questionnaire. In the questionnaire comprises with 6 rating scales. Alpha is 0.94. Let's move on to the results. From this pie chart, show you the general information. The blue one is public sector is the most. From this table, you will see 4 skills of English language. So the first skill is reading. Next is listening. The third one is speaking, and fourth is writing. There are 4 skills in moderate levels. If we divide it into 4 parts, the first one is listening skill. You will see listening to the managers with technical terms is the first, and in the part of speaking, the first one, speaking for everyday life, is ranked number 1. Next, reading skill. Our interns can read emails and business letters, so this is the first one in the rank. And the last skill is writing. Number 2, filling forms, is the number 1 of the rank. To finish, I will show you the recommendations. For practices, the university should cooperate with the entrepreneurs to improve and develop the curriculum for English language learning covering all 4 skills. 2. English teaching and learning with the native speakers, as well as teaching practical English language skills, are great opportunity to practice using English with confidence. The extra English language courses might be provided to support the students' needs. And the recommendations for further research. First, this research was only quantitative research, so conducting the qualitative research for the next research will get more understanding and more practical. 2. The time before starting the internship or before graduation is limited. And 3. Because of getting into the technology disruption era, each curriculum should be re-researched to update the new content and integrated it with English language subjects in order to meet the entrepreneur's needs. In conclusion, according to the research results, many entrepreneurs did not recruit new employees by using the English proficiency test. But from the entrepreneurs' recommendations, they seem to want the competent employees. Moreover, because of technological advancements changing the world, such as ubiquitous commerce, and entrepreneurs are more likely to be multinational or contact more foreign customers. Keeping the students using English is a simple and effective way to increase their confidence and lower their anxiety. Thank you for watching.
Next, I welcome Vanaya Chaloe Praj, who will be discussing on the acceptance of using library mobile application of the students at Faculty of Liberal Arts, Rajamangala University of Technology, Kanyabari.
Hello everyone, I would like to present my research. My topic is the acceptance of using library mobile application of the students as faculty of liberal arts, Rasheed University of Technology, Thailand. Author Wanaya and co-author Machati Ketni. Biography: I am a librarian from Faculty of Liberal Arts, Rasheed University of Technology, Thailand. And Munshati Kemuni is a lecturer from Department of Western Languages, Faculty of Liberal Arts, Rasheed University of Technology, Thailand. Abstract: This research was funded by Institute of Research and Development, Rasheed University of Technology, Thailand. The 400 students of Faculty of Liberal Arts (RMCT) who use the library service were selected by convenience sampling. The research results showed that the students' acceptance toward the use of the library mobile application was at high level. The students suggested that the library mobile application manual in Thai language should be provided. Online user support should be available via the application, and full text should be downloaded. Research objectives: The first, to identify students' level of the acceptance toward the use of the library mobile application. Number two, to examine factors influencing the students' level of the acceptance toward the use of the library mobile application. 3. To investigate the students' satisfaction toward the use of library mobile application. And the last, to suggest some guidelines for future development of the library mobile application at Faculty of Liberal Arts (RMUTT). Research methods: This quantitative research was conducted on 400 undergraduate students of Faculty of Liberal Arts (RMUTT) in the first semester of academic year 2019. The samples are cited by Thalo-Yamanis method and selected by convenience sampling. The research instrument used was the 5-Likert scale questionnaire with IOC of 0.977 and the reliability of convex alpha coefficient at 0.970. The data obtained were analyzed by using the descriptive statistics of percentage, average value, standard deviation, and hypothesis were tested by independent sample t-test, f-test with LSD, Pearson's product movement correlation coefficient, and multiple regression with Inter method. Results: The research showed that the students' new technology acceptance for library service by using mobile application at Faculty of Liberal Arts (RMUTT) was at high level, considering its aspect of the technology acceptance model. The students accepted using the library mobile application at high level in all aspects. The average of each aspect could be arranged in descending order as follows: attitude, perceived useness, perceived ease of use, and intention to use. Regarding the students' satisfaction toward the library mobile application, the level of the overall satisfaction was high when QR code service for downloading the library mobile application was the most satisfaction, following by the usefulness of the library mobile application. The library mobile application was useful in daily life, such as time saving, reducing travel expense, and the library mobile application working as the expected. Hypothesis testing: The research hypotheses were tests of the significance of correlation coefficient that could be summarized as follows. H1. The students' difference of using library mobile application differently influence the acceptance towards the use of the library mobile application as statistically significant difference of 0.05. H2. The students' acceptance towards the use of the library mobile application positively related to the students' satisfaction toward the use of the library mobile application at the level of 0.05 statistical significance. Multiple regression with Inter method was then applied to this research for hypothesis testing, and the results were shown as follows. H1. Perceived ease of use influence perceived usefulness. H2. Perceived usefulness, influence, attitude of use. H3. Perceived ease of use, influence, attitude of use. H4. Perceived usefulness, influence, intention to use. H5. Perceived ease of use, influence, intention to use. H6. Attitude of use, influence, intention to use. And H7. Satisfaction, influence, intention to use. Recommendations. The first, the library mobile application should be developed to improve efficiency by adding more features such as full text download, user guide in Thai language, in-time messaging in order to get the most out of the library mobile application. Then the students can organize or plan their time. Number two, the library should be various information resource accessibility provided such as open, single search, or any kinds of search connecting with various kinds of electronic resources in order to quickly access the resources the students are looking for. Number three, the library mobile application user guides should be provided, and the library mobile application should be advertised for raising awareness and convincing the students to use the library mobile application. And the last, the library mobile application service should be improved to be easy to use, simple, multifunctional, and responsive to the students' needs in order to make the library mobile application more active. Conclusion. The modern mobile technology nowadays has been developed and rapidly changes, and it leads to versatile use in everyday life. The library service can adapt this technology to facilitate the users to effectively access the library resources. However, the library mobile application needs to support the user's behavior in order that the user intend to use it and perceive its usefulness until they accept the new technology and are satisfied with the library mobile application. According to the research results of this research showing that the students accepted the library mobile application, the library mobile application developers could use the results as a guideline for building the effective library mobile applications with newer mobile technology in the future to support the needs of library users in order to increase the user satisfaction. Thank you.
Next, I welcome Dr. Ipipol Padhaniko to discuss the development of human relations for the happiness in new normal era.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Paku Koson Priyatiyanukit from Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Thailand. I would like to present academic article to topic is development of human relations for the happiness in new normal era. Authors Author Dr. Paku Sopon Hattaravet Ithipol Pathaniko. Co-author Dr. Phasuwan Mahaputthabhiban O Supatto. Me, Dr. Paku Koson Priyatiyanukit Tharuti Wongchaivitul, and Assistant Professor Dr. Hirawat Chaisuk. Introduction. When the crisis began to pass to the point where lockdown was loosened, our society had fully entered the new normal era, which resulted in a significant change in our daily life, partly because this crisis had given life to vaccine. It is to make us more conscious and thoughtful, have easier empathy and compassion, and be ready for the change faster, especially when humans interact with each other. They have to live together, including friends, school friends, playmates, or family members in the community, society, and nation organization. There is a need to use human relations as a bridge for good relations with each other. Process in human relations expressed in the form of motivation, or create satisfaction according to the principle of human relations. As the result, human relations are a tool to create generosity and works. How smoothly the work can be performed depends on the integration of human relations with Buddhism well and correctly. This is because good interpersonal relations will help promote work with the book and to have unity. Principle of human relations 4S. Principle of building human relations demonstrate the individual practice of a fairly group and society to live together happily. You have to take into account as the following items. 1S. Sending a giving is satisfied of material things that appropriate for one state, in order for others to enjoy the joy of having some material. 2S. Speaking principle, which must adhere to 5 principles, which consist of below: 1. Having sweetness. 2. Youthful. 3. Suitable. 4. Knowing. 5. Having art. 3S. Servicing who is sincere help to others. 4S. Support is to support those who do good or make progress to get better and more, with a strong desire to wish him happiness. Principle of building human relations in Buddhism. Principle consider to build good human relations, that is, the author of the spirit of others, to be generous, supportive, or as the principle of mutual support, that is, Sangha to 4 consists of Thana, giving, Vijavaja, speed it love, Attachariya, behave as benefits, and Samanatata, behave consistently. Details are as follows. 1. Dana, giving generosity. Everyone should know, give, and be considerate of each other. 2. Vijavaja, speed is love. Kindly speaking, say love is other, speech is love words that are so full and grateful that causing friendship, love, and respect. 3. Attachariya, behave as benefits, starting from developing their own knowledge and ability to work along with moral development first. 4. Samanata, behaving consistently. It has been favorite of these authors still do the same and do not change. Holistic building of human relations to be happy. In the new normal era, building a happy human relationship in the new normal era, which can be both as a holistic as follows. 1. Dana, giving, generosity, and sending. 2. Vijavaja, kindly speaking and speaking. 3. Attachariya, useful, behavior, and servicing. 4. Samanatata, behaving consistently and supporting. Conclusion: building a happy human relationship in the new normal era would lead to a smooth relationship and have a good understanding of each other. It creates satisfaction, deserve, strengthening solidarity in work, Human relations, view, trust, and love, reconcile each other, and contribute to the success of business with a common purpose in order to be effective in the administration of education instill as much as possible that must consist of Buddhist principle of Sangha that can benefit the person to live in society with happiness as an anchor for kindness and friendship between each other. It is also to promote morality and to prevent the detrimental conduct of people in society in accordance with the four principles of human relations: sending, speaking, servicing, and supporting. Thank you.
Next, I welcome Marwick A. Lyons to present on the Computer Engineering Curriculum Needs Assessment as perceived by industries in Zamboanga City.
A pleasant day to all of you, especially those watching this conference live online, as well as to the organizers and paper reviewers. I'm here to present my research entitled Computer Engineering Curriculum Needs Assessment as Perceived by Industries in Zamboanga City. First, I'll introduce myself. I'm Marvic Agustin Dines. I live in Zamboanga City, Philippines. I'm a faculty of the Institute of Computer Studies at the Western Mindanao State University. I am a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Computer Engineering and Master of Engineering Education, major in Information and Communications Technology. I am currently taking Doctor of Philosophy in Technology Management. For the abstract of my research, this study explored Zamboanga City industry's needs regarding the technical and non-technical skills that computer engineering graduates should possess. The results also served as inputs to redesign the BSCP curriculum of Western Mindanao State University to avoid job mismatch. A descriptive quantitative study was conducted among ICT heads of different private and public industries in Zamboanga City through a survey questionnaire. The results revealed that it is vital for computer engineering graduates to possess technical skills such as software development, system and network administration, technopreneurship, and non-technical skills. The private and public sectors also listed other skills that are very important for computer engineering graduates to have. These include demonstrating SQL knowledge, configuring, managing, and maintaining servers, pitching business ideas, and managing stress. The findings also showed that compared with the private sector, the public sector considers software development and system and network administration skills to be very important for computer engineering graduates. Moreover, the private sector's needs in terms of technical skills have a significant difference from the public sector's needs except for technopreneurship. Overall, industries in Zamboanga City recommended system and network administration and software development skills to emphasize the BSCPE curriculum design. For the background of the study, the employability of graduates in their chosen field is an indication that higher education institutions can prepare their students to work in different industries. Unfortunately, it is observed that some of the graduates do not land on a job that is relevant to the degree they have earned. This issue is termed as job mismatch. To solve job mismatch, HEIs would collaborate with industry partners to determine their needs and find a way to integrate those needs into the curriculum. Zamboanga City is a highly urbanized city located on the island of Mindanao, Philippines. It has an international airport, seaport, schools, hospitals, shopping malls, and government offices. Despite the former, it is still observed that some BSCP graduates are not able to find a relevant job in Zamboanga City. This study aimed to determine the needs of the various sectors in the city and help the Department of Computer Engineering of WUNSU enhance, revise, or redesign its BSCP curriculum to address job mismatch. This study aimed to answer the following questions. 1. What are the technical skills needed in the BSCP curriculum as perceived by industries in Zamboanga City? 2. What are non-technical skills defined in the draft CMO that are important for a BSCP graduate to possess? 3. What are other skills specified by industries in Zamboanga City that are important for BSCP graduates to possess? And lastly, is there a significant difference in the needs of industries in Zamboanga City when data are grouped according to sector. For the methodology, a descriptive quantitative research design was used. Only industries that involve management, information system, and other computer engineering fields such as software development, system and network administration, and technopreneurship in their operations were considered respondents. The respondents were grouped according to private and public sectors and were selected using purposive sampling. The researcher utilized a self-made survey questionnaire that was subjective to content validity by the panel of experts before the gathering of data. The survey questionnaire contained a list of technical and non-technical skills that respondents rated based on a Likert scale. Statistical tools such as means and independent sample tests were used to analyze and interpret the results of the survey. Results of this research were formulated based on the data gathered from a total of 52 respondents representing offices and companies that use MIS or involve other fields of computer engineering specialization in their operations. Table 1 presents the number of companies in private and public sectors that deal with software development, system and network administration, and technopreneurship. It is evident that most companies in both sectors deal with system and network administration. Next is software development, and lastly, technopreneurship. The next slides will present the results and discussions for the 4 research questions, starting with the first one. What are the technical skills needed in the PSCP curriculum as perceived by industries in Zamboanga City? Now, Table 2 shows the level of importance of software development skills as perceived by both the private and public sectors. It can be observed that most software development skills were rated very important by both sectors. Both the private and public sectors rated software development skill number 7 as the highest with an interpretation of very important. This implies that both sectors want computer engineering graduates to understand and manage software development projects effectively. Software development skill number 4, which is to develop graphical user interfaces, were rated by both sectors as the lowest, but still with an interpretation of important. Nevertheless, a grand mean of 4.42 was obtained with an interpretation of very important. This indicates that both the private and public sectors consider software development skills as very important to be included in the curriculum of the BS Computer Engineering. Table 3 presents the level of importance of system and network administration skills as perceived by industries in Zamboanga City. It can be noted that both sectors rated system and network administration skills comparatively high as compared with the other technical skills, obtaining a grad mean of 4.45 with an interpretation of very important. This implies that system and network administration skills are what most Zamboanga City industries expect from computer engineering graduates to possess. However, it can be seen that system and network administration skill number 3 was rated only important by the private sector. The probable reason for this is that some industries in the private sector use a different reference model, which is the TCP/IP reference model. Table 4 exhibits the level of importance of technopreneurship skills as perceived by industries in Zamboanga City. It can be observed that these technical skills were rated lower as compared with other technical skills. However, technopreneurship skills number 5 and 6 were rated the highest by both sectors. It is very clear that industries in Zamboanga City expect computer engineering graduates to innovate things that can contribute to a long-term competitiveness of a business or solve societal problems. Moreover, technopreneurship skill number 3 was rated the lowest, which is to demonstrate the awareness of marketing strategies. This implies that industries in Zamboanga City do not expect computer engineering graduates to help them with marketing. Nevertheless, technopreneurship skills are still important to be given emphasis in the curriculum of BSCP. Table 5 presents the level of importance of non-technical skills by sector and provides results for research question number 2, which is, what are non-technical skills defined in the draft CMO that are important for a BSCP graduate to possess? It is observed that almost all non-technical skills were considered by the private and public sectors as very important for computer engineering graduates to possess. Non-technical skill number 2 was rated by both sectors as the highest. Industries in Zamboanga City highly expect computer engineering graduates to have an understanding of professional and ethical responsibility. However, technopreneurship skills number 4 was rated the lowest, but still with an interpretation of important. This implies that industries do not mainly focus on engineering matters. Finally, a grand mean of 4.38 was obtained with an interpretation of very important. This implies that both sectors agreed that non-technical skills should be given emphasis in the curriculum of BS Computer Engineering. The respondents also listed other technical and non-technical skills to answer research question number 3. What are other skills specified by industries in Zamboanga City that are important for BSCP graduates to possess? These skills were listed and considered very important for computer engineering graduates to possess according to both the private and public sectors. Other software development skills include the ability to know the structured query language, the use of an object-oriented design principle called SOLID in software engineering. Other system and network administration skills include the use of command line interface in configuring Cisco devices such as routers and switches, and the ability to troubleshoot IT equipment using A+. Other technopreneurship skills include the ability to pitch ideas effectively to investors and identify benchmarks for the business continuous improvement. And other non-technical skills include finding alternative solutions to IT concerns that are effective, easier to implement, and less costly, and the ability to work under pressure to comply with task deadlines and deal with stress. Lastly, an independent sample test was utilized to answer question number 4. Is there a significant difference in the needs of industries in Zamboanga City when data are grouped according to sector? Based on tables 6 and 7, the results show that there is a significant difference in the level of importance of software development and system and network administration skills when data are grouped according to sector. This suggests that the needs of Zamboanga City industries in terms of software development and system and network administration differ according to sector. Moreover, tables 8 and 9 show that there is no significant difference in the level of importance of technopreneurship and non-technical skills when data are grouped according to sector. This indicates that the needs of industries in Zamboanga City in terms of technopreneurship and non-technical skills do not differ from each other. Now, the following are the conclusions of this research. 1. Among the technical skills, software development and system and network administration skills were described by industries in Zamboanga City as very important for BSCP graduates to possess, while technopreneurship skills were described as important. Non-technical skills were considered by Zamboanga City industries as very important for BSCP graduates to have. The private and public sectors listed other technical and non-technical skills that are important for BSCP graduates. Both sectors emphasize software development and system and network administration skills. And lastly, there is a significant difference in private and public sectors' needs in terms of software development and system and network administration skills, while no significant difference in terms of technopreneurship and non-technical skills. That is all for the presentation of my research. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Next, I welcome our session chair, Dr. Shalini Agarwal, alumni of IIM Ahmedabad, Associate Professor, Department of Finance, Chandigarh University.
Thank you very much for being a part of this international conference. Thank you so much. I am one of the session chairs for this conference, and I have been allocated around 14 to 15 papers. So what I am supposed to do is I'm going to give you a review or the feedback for the papers. So the first paper, that is Guidelines for Development of Restaurant Business with Online Platform Food Delivery Services in Pohon Kehen, Thailand. That is the first topic, and my view onto this is the author has really worked hard, and the idea of this paper is very unique. But I would like to say something. I would like to, for the improvement of the paper, I would like to suggest author one thing I would like to suggest. The author has the objective of the author is to find a guidelines to develop the restaurant business providing online services. So what I would like to suggest here is the author should first find out the factors, and then this can be the second objective. Please try to understand what I'm trying to say is the first objective can be to find out the factors, and the second objective can be to find the guidelines to develop the restaurant business providing online services. So this is the change that is required in this paper. Coming to the second paper. The second paper is self-development potential for progressive work. Okay, this is a very good paper. The second paper, the model designed by author is unique and praiseworthy. I would like to suggest one thing to the author, that you can file the copyright for this model that you have developed, and it will be really great for you. It will be an added benefit to you in your studies. So this is my suggestion to you, right, for the second paper. Third paper, this is the third paper, that is B3 ICMCER-2021, and it is a causal relationship model of factors affecting competitiveness of the community enterprise in the central region. And the paper is really good, and it seems the author has really worked hard. So I'm very happy with this paper, and this is a good paper, and I feel this can go into the C category or B category general if the author tries this out, right? So my suggestion is this, and this paper is really good. Next, moving to the fourth paper. This paper, let me highlight it simultaneously. This is the fourth paper, and this is study on consumptive use of the water of Kangkong, right? So this is the fourth paper. So this is also good, and it seems the author has really worked hard, and it has really seen the various aspects of it, how the consumption, how to conserve the water. So this is a great work that has been done by the author. Coming to the fifth paper, that is a B5 ICMCER-07916. This is the paper name, that is, let me highlight this again, that is the development of the route guides innovation for historical, cultural and natural resources, Ayutthaya district, right? The topic is good, but needs to be studied in depth. The presentation depicts only the few aspects of it, just the overview of it, which is not sufficient for publication. So if you're thinking about publishing publication out of it, so it will be very difficult, and you need, if you want a good journal for this paper, so you need to really work hard onto it, and you need to put in some more in-depth study into this. So this is only an overview, right? Coming to the sixth paper, that is B6 23768, and I would like to suggest one thing. The paper is good, but I would like to suggest one thing. Please author, put very less content on your single PPT. What you have done is you have put all the results in one or two PPT, which is not right, because it is very tough for the viewer to just look at it and analyze the results. So it is very tough. So it is a suggestion to you, so to put less content on a single page, right? Coming to the seventh paper, that is 01497. There is no PPT. I don't know what the problem is, and without the presentation, it's difficult for the author to understand what the author is trying to say. So I just request the author to please incorporate some PPT into it, and that gives you a better overview of what the author is going to say. Moving to the eighth paper, and the number is 06437, and this is a very good project. This is a good paper, in fact, and although the author has taken a large, one suggestion, please author, just take care of this thing. There's one suggestion. What is it? Like, you have taken a large sample, but it is restricted to one single university. The sample has to be taken from different places to know the actual impact. Moreover, it can be further extended by seeing the impact of gender and other demographic variables on the model that you have made. I think I need to repeat this. This is a good paper. But what I am trying to suggest you is, rather than taking a sample from a single university, you can take the sample from the different university, one aspect, and moreover, you can extend your paper. You can give some more inputs into this by seeing what is the significant difference on the results on the basis of gender and other demographic variables as well. So you can use SEM. What I'm trying to say is you can use SEM and you can use a moderator and mediating effect. Further, you can elaborate this, and it's going to be a very good study. So this paper is very good and it can be elaborated. This is my suggestion to you, right? So let's move on to the ninth. So let's move to the ninth one. So okay, so welcome again. So let's move to the ninth paper, and the number is 85243, and I would like to give the author the suggestion. It is only a conceptual and descriptive paper, needs an in-depth study to get a good publication, right? So this is a topic is very good, like extradition measures under international agreement resulting in the effectiveness of related domestic laws of enforcement of seeking the alleged offender to face punishment. So this is a very good topic, but it's only the basic. It's a conceptual paper. Much needs to be done to get a very good publication. So this is not very appropriate because it seems it's only a cut, copy, paste kind of a thing. The author needs to work really hard onto this paper to make it more, to get it a good publication out of it, right? So I think the same is with the next paper, that is the 10th paper, and the 93715. And the same thing is with this paper, like this is principles of non-discriminating against trading state parity party of the powerful country on the basis of World Trade Organization. That is a case study of branding Thai coconut products. Same, I would like to say. This is only the topic is very good. I'm really happy to see the topic. This is very good, but still in-depth study needs to be done to get a good publication. It is only just a cut, copy, paste things. And if you are actually writing a case study, so you need to be like, you need to have a learning objective if you're going for a case study. So if you're going for a case study, you need to have a learning objective, teaching notes simultaneously with this, right? And otherwise, it's only a theoretical and a conceptual paper. Moving to the 11th paper, this is good one. The study the author has done is a good one, and the 11th paper, that is 27043, and this is entrepreneurs' attitude towards English proficiency of interns of the University of Rajamangla University of Technology, Thanyaburi. This is, I would like to suggest one thing to the author. If the author would have gone for the qualitative study as well, the study will be very good. The results will be very good. So author can do a qualitative study on this and it will give you better results. So I would like to suggest this to the author. Coming to the 12th paper, and the number is 07632. The acceptance of using library mobile application of the students at the Faculty of Liberal Arts, same college, Rajamangla University of Technology. The paper seems to be good. It can be further extended by, same thing. I would like to suggest the paper is good, and but the author, what the author can do is the author can make use of the demographic profiles, right, and see what is this. Is there any significant difference between, like, say for gender, male and female attitude towards this? Plus SEM model can be used again into this. Plus mediating and moderation can also be used. So it can be made a very good study. Otherwise the paper is good, and the data has already been collected with you. It's a funded project, so this can be extended. It will give you a more it will be great for you. This is what I can say, right? Coming to the paper 13, that is 76589, that is development of the human relation. So this paper is also good, and how they have connected the preachings of Buddhism with the general world. So same thing I would like to say. One thing I would like to emphasize is the author can file a copyright for this, and definitely is going to add to him to his learnings, right? So what I suggest is to file a copyright for this. So that will be good. And coming to the 15th paper, and this is 57403, Computer Engineering Curriculum Needs Assessment as perceived by industry in Zamboanga City, right? So the theme of the paper is good. The author is confident and presented well, but the paper is very basic. Advanced tools and techniques can be applied to make it more impactful. The author can develop some models and use SEM. It will also increase the publication chances in some B or C category journal. So this is all my suggestion for all the 15 papers. And thank you so much. I would like to, if any of the professor would like to discuss his or her project also, I'm always there to help them. And because I know I have done predictive analysis, I know Amos, I know all these languages, I know R, I know, so I can apply tools for the authors as well, and I can help them in designing their objectives, redesigning, reframing, and how to proceed further so that they can achieve much more and can get a good publication. So I can collaborate also with the authors if they are interested and willing, and if they need any kind of help, I'm always there because I know these topics and I've really worked on those things. So thank you so much, and have a nice time. Thank you.
Next I welcome Assistant Professor Thanakorn Chusuksen to discuss on the ritual of ancestor sacrifice and social function in the Veda and Thai people.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I'm Thanakorn Chusuksen. Today, I would like to present my academic article paper. The title is A Ritual of Ancestor Sacrifice and Social Function in the Veda and Thai Society. There are 5 people in this paper. Number 1 is Assistant Professor Dr. Thanakorn Chusuksen, and there are 4 co-authors. They are 1. Professor Dr. Prayum Sambura, 2. Dr. Pramahang Suravut Sengmano, 3. Dr. Prasamuk Kittisit Japan, and 4. Dr. Vakru Vinaythorn Warashakasa. My biography: I'm Assistant Professor Dr. Thanakorn Chusuksen. He is a lecturer from the Faculty of Humanities, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University is on campus. From this paper, I would like to present you step by step. I would like to start from abstract of this paper. The objective of this academic article aims to study the ritual of ancestor sacrifice in the Veda and Thai society, and 2. To study the theory of folklore influence towards the way of life of Vedic people and Thai society. The results indicated that the ritual or ceremony was a kind of activity and function in all human being society, which related to an arrangement, a doctrine, religion, or belief, of a tradition and culture for alchemy, supernaturalism, or good fortune, etc. Ritual of ancestor sacrifice is a kind of belief in the Vedic period which is worshipped, performed, and continued from the past time until the present. People in this period believe in their ancestor spirits. Also, Thai people also believe in and their ancestor spirit also. They believe ancestor spirit because ancestor spirit can provide them goodness and badness. So they have to perform sacrifice every year to ask for some help from ancestor spirits. Next, introduction. Ritual of ancestor sacrifice has been Introduction. Ritual of ancestor sacrifice has been rooted in all society of human beings since prehistory period up to now. Most human beings have believed in ancestor spirits, supernaturalism, or animal spirits. This kind of belief is still settled in their deep mind, and they're reflected on the folklore, the way of life, and ritual of people in all society. In brief details, I would like to tell you some terms we should understand together. That is, Practicum is an activity, culture, tradition, and behavior that human beings support it up by intention according to their beliefs. Ancestor means a person related to you who lived a long time ago, or a person who is several generations earlier in an individual's life or vessel. Ancestor ritual, according to the Rig-Veda and Atharva-Veda, include hymns of both inhumation, burial, and cremation. The verse is telling about construction of mother of earth and ritual performed by mourners on behalf of both the living and the deceased. Thai people have believed in ancestor spirit for a long time before Buddhism spread in this country. When a member in each family died, their bodies were cremated or buried on local tradition, religion, or belief. But they still believe that it remains something not cremated like physical body, that is, their spirit, especially grandparents or respectful spirits. This spirit can give them good luck or all kinds of prosperity if the family member had good behaviors, but bad luck or all kinds of ruins if they had bad behaviors. Ritual and social stability. When we study on the theory of folklore, we found that belief of ritual in sacrificing an ancestor had assimilation between two cultures. Thai and Indian culture, that is Thai and Indian culture, Thai people have believed in spirit for a long time, like Vedic people. Both nations have believed that spirits of father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, etc. can provide happiness, suffering, success, and failure to living people. So they have to perform some sacrifice to their departed ancestral spirits to ask for their blessing and benediction. Conclusion. The results indicated that the ritual or ceremony was a type of activity and function of all human in society, which related to and arranged by a doctrine, religion, and belief of tradition and culture for alchemy, supernaturalism, or good fortune, etc. Ritual of ancestor sacrifice is a type of belief in the Vedic period. It is worshipped, performed, and continued from the past time until the present. Vedic people believe in their ancestor spirits, and so did Thai people. Both people in two nations have to believe that the ancestor spirits could punish their relative who had bad behaviors, but help them who had good behaviors. When we consider in brief, we found that ancestor spirits, both ancestor spirits and sacrifice can make society be happy and unity from the past until now. This is the last one. It's about the future. People who perform the ritual of sacrifice to the ancestor spirits. Thank you for attention. Thank you so much.
Next, I welcome Professor Mulkan Subadu to discuss on the model of holistic well-being management of the elderly according to the threefold training in Thai society.
Most venerable Sir, ladies and gentlemen, I am Prasamuk Kantapat Supatho, Jalan Jalatwat, lecturer at Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University in Thailand, and others, Assistant Professor Dr. Buncher Chamdisa, co-researcher, Dr. Thongdi Sitrakan, co-researcher, Assistant Professor Dr. Kirawat Chaisuk, co-researcher. We are from the Department of Education, Administration, Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. First of all, I would like to present this research article on topic is Model of Holistic Well-being Management of the Elderly according to the threefold training in Thai society. The purpose of this research were: number one, to study the state of holistic well-being management. Number two, to develop a holistic well-being management model. And number three, to propose a model of holistic well-being management of the elderly according to the threefold training in Thai society. The data collection. The data were collected by questionnaires from 500 monks and the elderly. Qualitative data were collected by interview 10 key informants and focus group discussion with 10 experts. The research results indicate that number one, results indicate that the state of holistic well-being management of the elderly in all four aspects was at a high level. Number two, holistic health management model was developed, which consists of four parts. Part 1, Introduction. Part 2, Model. Part 3, Procedure for utilization. Part 4, Condition for success. Number 3, a model for the holistic well-being management of the elderly according to the threefold training in Thai society consists of four parts. Number 1, Introduction. Part 2, Prototype of holistic well-being factor on the aspect of physical, mental, social, intellectual, spiritual aspects, and threefold training including 4 sets of knowledge of self-care and potential development of the elderly. Part 3. Steps of utilization integrate with the 3-4 training. And Part 4. Condition for success was validate the model with empirical data MHHM. The result of 161 tests of the conformity of the model which found that the model was consistent with the empirical data. Conclusion. The development of the holistic well-being of the elderly according to the 3-4 principle is physical well-being, having a healthy body without disease, not starving. There are 4 factors that are significant for the subject's lifestyle. Point A. Physiology, which is a well-being. 2 things for a systematic reasons. Having a heart that is fresh, cheerful, radiant, peaceful, not to let go in various problem complete with mental health, have a strong mind, stability, social well-being, having relationships with family members, having a supportive relationship with the environment, have a good life, have the right to freedom that is protect, available, able to adapt to change, cognitive, spiritual well-being, training for intellectual development, enchanting knowledge, and thinking have to knowledge and good idea. The job and the life have good mental health. There is a sacrifice, benevolence, having religions as the anchor of the mind. Integrate with the 3-4 principles. In the end, I would like to thank you everyone who has intent. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Basri Vijaya KMZ, who will be discussing on the empowerment models change knowledge of duck breeders in Broken Hulu district, Riau province, Indonesia.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Suneena. I come from Indonesia. I want to share my result for presentation. Okay, the title is Empowerment Model Change Knowledge of Duck Breeders in Broken Hulu District, Riau Province, Indonesia. Conference 2021, January 2020. NGF livestock development improve the welfare, encourage economic development through competitive productive activity and interaction of fiscal planning, economic planning cover, social planning cover, spatial planning education, use of livestock plan, economic growth, income distribution, productivity, education, health and social planning area. Then integration important of all that is animal provided protein as a source of germ plus increase of the income of farmer. And then Pitala duck is potential characteristics of the pitala. This is with different male and female. This is dark brown straight and with light black is brown. The aim of this research is to analyze the factor that influence the income of the farmers in Rokan Hill district of States Indonesia. The research began from June 2019 up to February 2020. Method coercive determination for respondent is 110 member observation secondary and primary data. And this is location the farmer group in Rokan Hill district. And then primary data collected by interview data analysis look at this model. Y is income, X1 is length of rising, X2 ownership of livestock, X3 price of forage feeder, X4 price of medicine, X5 weeks of labor, X6 price of livestock. And then look at the model in the methodology. And result, look at the table classification income. This is per year. Percentage is 29.77, 32.45, 54, 37.69%, and the last total is 100%. And then the result is multiple regression analysis used to determine effect to independent variable. This is Kolmogorov-Smirnov analysis with ICMCER 0.259. And then the result of correlation among independent, this is 0.491 and 4.91%. Therefore, its correlation still below 100%. This multi-colony does not account. This is same with Ghazali picture. Income can be identified in three ways. First, calculating money from the time. This is one in IDR or rupiah. This is 1,951,227. Where the income of medium scale farmer is 2,122,808, and the third is 3,015,060. Income in livestock business is the difference between the income earned from livestock business and the cost spent of raising livestock. And then the result of the F analysis is 0.00. This is very significant, and R squared 0.748. The conclusion based on the result of the study is concluded that a factor affecting of level with ladang farmer income, of feed, labor cost, and livestock price, all those factors have a very significant influence on the income of the ladang farmer, with the second 0.01. Meanwhile, the price of medicine does not affect the income of the farmer. Okay, I think this is enough. Thank you for attention.
Next, I invite from Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya to discuss on the influence of Zen Buddhism on Buddhadasa Bhikkhu.
First of all, I would like to pay respect to the most venerable monks who participate in this conference, committees, and participants also. Our topic is about influence of Zen Buddhism on Buddhadasa Bhikkhu. My name is Prof. Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya. Co-authors are Vinit Pachalan, Dr. Silikanda Kamkel, and Dr. In Ping, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya, Payao. Okay, going to our topic. Zen is one sect of Mahayana Buddhism. It has two sects. That is Ninsai and Soto. It's really famous in Japan, China, Korea, and some countries in Europe. It has three instruments of Satori. Satori means enlightenment. before going to enlightenment, we have to practice Koan, Sasin, and Mando. The monks who is famous is the Tishnathan. He is the Zen Buddhism also at Plum Village, and Suzuki also, who is propagated as Zen at American University. In Thailand also, some monks practice like Zen Buddhism, for example, Luang Po Dun, Luang Po Tien, and Luang Po Buddha Buddhasa Bhikkhu. Now I'm going to present Buddhasa Bhikkhu that is concerned with our topic. Background of Buddhasa Bhikkhu. His name is Pratama Kosajan. It's about rank name or hierarchical name that the king gave him, but we still call Buddhasa Bhikkhu. The meaning is a servant of the Buddha that he wrote and gave his name himself. His temple is the Suanmokha Balarama, or we can say in a short word is Suanmok. That means a garden of liberation. That established and stay in his temple on Vesak Day, 12 of May 1932. Is about 89 years ago. Construction within Suanmok. The first one is about curved stone court. This is represent the Zen garden. You can see many stone and sands there. This is the place that the Buddhasa Bhikkhu gave the Dhamma to the people, and somebody want to give alms to a monk, he can practice there. The second place is about spiritual theater. It has 2 floors. Before entering the building, you can see the picture that the guy gave the eye of wisdom to the people. Inside the building, you can see many pictures. There are Koan. The Koan means the picture or story that you have to interpret themselves or discuss with your master. When you understand, you can get Nibbana. Go upstairs to the second floor, you can see Buddha's picture. Backside is the Bodhidharma's painting, who was the first master that brought Zen from India to China. The next one is the Dhamma chips. It also has 2 floors. The first floor is about water tank. Upper floor is about the Zen garden. There you can see many the stones, turtle stone and sand. This represents the samsara, or the cycle of life. Turtle represents the human beings that we have to birth, to die and rebirth many times before going to the Nibbana. The fourth one is about natural Uposatha. Uposatha means the building that for ordination. This is the natural thing. This is the real Zen garden, because you can see the Buddha statue in the middle of the garden. The roof of the building is sky. We can say that the sky is the roof, and the tree is the wall or pillar of the building. This is the real thing. The Buddha statue in the middle garden is like a Nibbana. Before going to reach Nibbana, we have to birth, to die and rebirth many times in the samsara or cycle of life. Next one is about Bodhisattva statue. This is represent the Zen Mahayana Buddhism. Also go back to the Srivichaya period. This area believe in Mahayana Buddhism. So Buddhista established this statue like he tried to tell us about this place that believed in Mahayana before, and right now we have to practice like Dhamma of Bodhisattva. For example, help people before going to the Nibbana. The next one is about Nalike Pond. This is the last one. Nalike means the coconut tree. This is about a square pond. The full size of the pond is about 200 meters. In the middle of the pond, you can see the island of the coconut tree and grass there. This is the represent the samsara or cycle of life. It's like nibbana. Before going to nibbana, we have to meet many things, good karma or bad karma, many things there. Like island, if we want to go to the island, we have to cross, to swim to water. We have to meet many things, fish or many barriers there. So what is the advantage? We can get advantages from this article. The both kind of advantage are there. First one is about living with natural. You can see the Dhamma teaching heritage number 11. The Buddha wrote that eating from cat bowl, bathing in a pond, sleeping in a pig stall, listening to mosquito singing. This is the teaching that tell us about to live simply. And the second one is about working with empty mind. That means when we work, we do everything, we have to aware of it. What we are doing right now, this is the Dhamma or consciousness in our life. This is the topic that I present today. Thank you very much for attention.
Next, I invite Venerable Dr. Prapalat Sonchai Puyogo to discuss on the development of a large schools management according the King's philosophy model.
The development of a large schools management according to the King philosophy model by Assistant Professor Dr. Poom Phakawat Poom Pong Pachasor, Dr. พระประหลัดสมชายดำเนิน Dr. รุ่งโรจน์สงสะบุญ Dr. จิตรวีทองเทา Abstract. This research aims to 1. Study the elements of the development of a large school management model in accordance with the King science. 2. Develop a large school management model based on the monarchy. And 3. Assess the suitability and appropriateness of the monarchy. The possibility of developing a large school management model according to the King's science by using a mixed method. A research was carried out in 4 steps. 1. Study the element of the development of a large school management model. 2. To develop a large school management model using the royal science, using the Delphi technique, and focus group discussion. 3. Analyze the key element through factor analysis and assessing the feasibility of the management model development. Manage a large school according to the King's science from 30 school administrators. The statistics used for data analysis were percentage, range, quartile mean, standard deviation, and component analysis. The research results were found as follows. Development of a large school management model according to the King's science is the management of the work with the middle line which consists of the philosophy of sufficient economy and the principle of work of the King to achieve sustainable school development. 2. Develop a large school management model according to the King's science. There are 5 main components as follows. sufficiency economy philosophy, understanding in terms of accessibility, development of the King works principle. 3. The degree of suitability and feasibility of the development of a large-scale management model according to the monarchy. Overall and each item very good. Description. The way for the development of large-scale management is a new concept that will truly help the development of large-scale management to be successful, which is the application of the royal science in quality management, education in which the king philosophy is a practice that demonstrates understanding, access, and development as a method of the monarchy and sustainable development that His Majesty King Bhumibol Adulyadej, Range 9, having been used as a working method throughout the range. The researcher was interested in applying the King's science in the area of school administration according to the philosophy of sufficiency economy in 5 areas, which consisted of education, administration, curriculum, and learning management, thought in organization of learner, development activity, personal development of education institute, and results in measures of success. Understanding consists of 4 elements: use of existing data, analytics, and research, and experimental actionable results. Consists of 3 subcomponents, is an explosion from inside. Development consists of 3 sub-elements: self-initiated, self-reliance, and a model for disseminating knowledge, prototype and role model to be used in the development of large-scale management according to the King's science to raise the educational quality of small schools to higher in steadfastness, prosperity, and sustainability. Research objective 1. To study the elements of the development and large-scale management according to the King's science model. 2. To create a model for development of large-scale management according to the King's science. 3. To assess the feasibility and feasibility of a large-scale management development model according to the King's science. Research method. Step 1. Study the concepts, theories, texts, documents, and research related to the development of large-scale school management based on the King's science model. Step 2. Do the Delphi technique. Create an expert interview to get opinion with the Delphi technique process using a specific selection method to find consistency from opinion of 11 experts. The qualification of the expert are people with knowledge and ability to develop large-scale school management according to the royal science. Step 3. Focus group discussion by inviting 13 school management experts and related people to participate in a group discussion on the development of a large-scale management based on the royal style. Step 4. Evaluation. When the 3-step process is completed, the researcher will use the result as a rating scale questionnaire for large-scale administrators under the Office of Chonburi Educational Service Area. Regions 1, 2, 3, 60 people voted to comment one more time to make the model more complete. Research results. Objective 1. The research found that the creation of large-scale management development model according to the King's science model using the Delphi technique from interview with 11 experts. Questions were analyzed from the Delphi technique round 1 and the Delphi technique in round 2, round 3 to verify authenticity from experts. Focus group discussion by 13 school management experts to seek advice and recommendation in accordance with the format. An exploratory factor analysis to examine the weight values of the indicator for each component. The criteria for selection were factor rating of 0.5 and above. There are 5 main components: Objective 2. The research found that the creation of a large school management development model, according to the King Science model, using the Delphi technique from interview with 11 experts. Questions were analyzed from the Delphi technique round 1 and the Delphi technique round 2 and round 3 to verify authenticity from experts. Focus group discussion by 13 school management experts to seek advice and recommendation in accordance with the format. An exploratory factor analysis to examine the weight values of the indicator for each component. The criteria for selection were factor, loading of 0.5 and above. There are 5 main components. Research results. Objective 3. The research results were found that the results of the feasibility and feasibility assessment of the large school management development model based on the monarchy model from 30 large school administrators under the Chonburi Educational Service Area. Office 1, 2, 3, it was found that the level of suitability and feasibility of large school management development model, according to the King Science model, overall and each aspect very good. The average value can be sorted from that setting as follows. Work principle. The school adjusts the teaching plan to be simple, uncomplicated, and the school has a modern administrative system by adhering to the principle of accuracy, speed, economy, value. School administrator manage with fairness, using the rule of law philosophy of sufficiency economy. The school instructs students to adhere to honesty and sincerity to each other. The school provides teaching learning that focuses on students to learn happily and organizing guidance, activities, and a system to take care of helping learners according to the sufficiency economy philosophy, and organize activity to promote life and performance according to the philosophy of sufficiency economy for educational personnel in terms of accessibility and executive purpose factors that help people be successful in their work and understanding. Discussion of the research finding. The result from the objective research. Item 1 showed that the development of the large school management according to the Royal Science model is the management of the work with the middle line, which consists of the philosophy of sufficiency economy, and the key word principle is understanding and development to achieve sustainable school development, which the education of learner in each level from the early childhood level, basic education level, vocational level, tertiary level, professional level, and the level of elderly will have different goals than before, with respect to our dignity. The situation with the slowdown, the progression, or the gratitude that has occurred is the learner has reason. Do not underestimate, think, analyze, solve problems, and lead to life. Results of the objective research item 2 found that the large school management development model, according to the King Science model, there are 5 main elements, which are the philosophy of sufficiency economy, understanding in terms of accessibility development, and of the key work principle. This is because administrators have a good understanding of knowledge management activity for use in management. Executives have leadership in driving projects in accordance with objectives. The school has good relationship with the local community and the community and have learning resources on the sufficiency economy both inside and outside the school. Who is the teacher? Not that there will only be knowledge in academics and in teaching, but know how to train children both in morality and culture, as well as to have a sense of responsibility in their duty and in their capacity to be good citizens of the nation in the future. Educating knowledge, also known as teaching, is different from training. Teaching is to educate the learner, while the training is to train to mind of the learner to become a habit, may you not only teach to train to acquire such knowledge, you can see that the purpose of the education of all levels of the people is essential to cognitive domain, the side. Discussion research finding. The results from the objective research 3, it was found that the degree of feasibility and feasibility of the large school management development model according to the monarchy model overall and each aspect very good, since the administrator have knowledge and understanding of knowledge management activity to be used in the management. The executive have the leadership to drive project in accordance with the objective. The school has good relationship with the local community and the community, and there are learning resources on the sufficiency economy, both inside and outside the school, for a variety of processes, thus causing the large school management level according to the King's science overall at each item very good, consistent with the research of Wong Chan Gao Seymour, 2014 conducted research on development of the school academic administration manual to expand educational opportunity under the Office of Surathani Primary Educational Service Area 1. It was found that the result of the expert evaluation is suitable at the highest level.
Our next presenter is Monchatri Ketmuni, who will be discussing on the use of board games to develop English vocabulary of ornamental and flowering plants sold in the community of primary 5 students at Nikornabudrana School, Thailand.
Hello everyone and welcome. Today I'd like to present my research titled The Use of Board Games to Develop English Vocabulary of Ornamental and Flowering Plants sold in the community of primary 5 students at Nikornabudrana School, Thailand. Before we start, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Monchatri Ketmuni. I'm a lecturer from Department of Western Languages, Faculty of Liberal Arts, Ratchamongkol University of Technology, Thanyaburi. And my co-author is Miss Patharali Nanon, a teacher at Nikornabudrana School in Pathum Thani. Now, let's move on to abstract. This research was under your school mentoring 2020 project. The research purposes were, first, to develop English vocabulary of ornamental and flowering plants sold in the community by using board games. Second, to study the learning retention after using board games. And third, to study the student satisfaction toward learning by using board games. Samples in this research were 10 primary 5 students of Nikornabudrana School, Pathum Thani, Thailand. The research instrument were 10 lesson plans, pretest, post-test, and learning retention test, and a satisfaction questionnaire. The data were analyzed by frequency, mean, standard deviation, Wilcoxon siren test. The research results show that the post-test achievement scores were higher than the post-test achievement scores at statistically significant level of 0.05. In addition, the learning retention scores were higher than the post-test scores at statistically significant level of 0.05. Moreover, it found that the student satisfaction was at a high level. This research was under the Youth School Mentoring Project initiated and funded by the Office of the Permanent Secretary for Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation to advocate for both public and private universities, including community colleges, to foster the small and medium-sized school for the area-based education, quality development, and community development in order to to improve their equity and quality in education. Rajamongkon University of Technology Thanyaburi is located in Pathum Thani, north of Bangkok, and there are many small and medium-sized schools in this area with a huge gap in educational opportunities. For example, the lack of teachers and proper teaching materials. Some teachers teach many subjects, so they have no expertise in the subject area. RMUTT has participated in this project as a part of the community and conscious of the needs to support the community by providing academic supports for the small and medium-sized school with the expertise. Nikonrat Burana School is one of many schools participating in this project this year in order to develop English language skills for the student because the student lack confidence and opportunity to use the English language. As a mentor of this school, I visited the school and talked to the English language teacher and the school director to identify problems and listen to the school director expectations of this project. After the small talk, the director took school English language teacher and me survey the community to study the community context and living conditions. Where the school is located is a big market for selling pens, so this context was read and integrated with teaching and learning English language of the school in order to meet the community needs and let the student bring what they learn in class to the real world. So we have an idea to use board games in class because board games provide hands-on and hands-on skill and foster self-confidence as well as supporting different learning styles. The research purposes were first to develop English vocabulary for ornamental and flowering plants sown in the community by using board game. Second, to study the learning retention after using board game. And finally, to study the students' satisfaction toward learning and using board game. Next, I move on to research method. The research process was divided into 5 steps. First, identify the community development requirements. Next, design the lesson plans. And after that, develop the teaching material such as board games, test the satisfaction questionnaire, then conduct the research, and then a month later give the retention test. And the last step is analyze the data. Let's move on to the result of the research. The research result indicated that the post-test scores were higher than pre-test scores, and retention scores were higher than pre-test scores. The research results were also tested by Wilcoxon Siren test. It was found that the score of post-test and pre-test had a statistically significant difference, and retention score were higher than post-test score with a statistically significant difference. The students were asked about their satisfaction after learning the English vocabulary by using board game. The result indicated that their satisfaction were at a high level in terms of content, activity management, and learning process. Next, let's move on to the conclusion. In conclusion, the research results clearly show that board games could facilitate the students' learning in terms of both the learning progress and learning retention, as well as the students' satisfaction. The research results also show the repetition the playing board game could develop English vocabulary that students can learn from their mistakes and friends. That makes some students have to take time to get higher scores, and some students might give up playing games. The teacher have the important role to monitor the student, or the teacher can change the rule if the teachers find it difficult for the student. At this point, the teachers choose to be flexible and adaptive. Beyond the higher score during the game, the student concentrate with the games and interact with other players all the time. This helps the student create the interpersonal skill, problem solving, as well as decision making skill. So, board games are the great idea to create their own opportunity to use the language. In summary, this youth school mentoring project in 2020 had a great success as seen in the results. Thank you for your attention.
Next, I invite Dr. from Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya to discuss on the model of high efficient academic administration for Practicum schools.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen attending the seminar. I am Prof. Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya, Head Researcher, and Dr. Prof. Mahapadhyajirakulo, Dr. Prathar Satintalo, Dr. Prof. Mahavivachanesako, and Dr. Prof. Suwatano, the co-researcher from Faculty of Education at Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. We would like to briefly present the result of our research. The research topic is a model of high-efficiency academic administration for Practicum school, which has two main purposes. First is to study the state of area, high-efficient academic administration of Practicum school. Second is to develop and propose the high-efficient academic administration of Practicum school. Mixed method research was used for the design. The quantitative data were collected by questionnaire from 150 samples studying Practicum school, and qualitative data were collected by in-depth interview with 10 key informants and by focus group discussion with 10 experts. The tools used in the data collection were questionnaire, interview form, and question for focus group discussion. Qualitative data were analyzed by using content analysis, and quantitative data were analyzed by mean and standard deviation. This research has found that the state of area, high-efficient academic administration of Practicum school. 1. For the curriculum, it was found that the administrator and teacher summarize the result of curriculum management continuously. Continuous monitoring and evaluation of course management. 2. On the learning process, it was found that the administrator and teacher emphasize the student to take action, organize content and activity taking into account individual difference, encourage learner to develop analytic thinking process. 3. Innovation, media and educational technology. It was found that administrators and teachers adopt modern technology, improve technology material to be ready for each academic years, appropriate to the current social situation. 4. In terms of educational measurement and evaluation, it was found that administrator and teacher organize an information system for measuring and evaluating learning results up to date. Evaluate the actual result of the learner learning behavior, establish clear rules and guidelines. 5. In terms of educational quality assurance, it was found that administrator and teacher develop a quality development plan for educational institutions. Schools pay attention to this matter. Appoint to operating committee. 6. The development of high-performance model for the area of Practicum school. 1. The curriculum. 2. The learning process. 3. The innovative media and educational technology. 4. The evaluation of education. 5. The quality assurance of education. Study the following: academic management development to have high performance with the development of personnel, namely administrator, teacher, staff, and students. In the school development to have high competency. The model is 5A 6Q model. 5A equal 5 minutes station, including 5 features. 1. Curriculum administration. 2. Learning process. 3. In educational media innovation and technology. 4. Education evaluation. And 5. Education quality assurance. 6 Qs equal 6 quality, including 6 features. 1. Has changed educational curriculum that has aligned with community continuously. 2. Create new academic knowledge in teaching and learning management. 3. Able to teach by media advanced equipment searching without border. 4. Personal teacher and creative staff can contribute to teaching and educating community at higher level. 5. It is great place to learn both academic, professional, and lifestyle for people of all levels. 6. Give both physical and imaginary value with moral value, ethics for society. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and on attendance. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Dr. Chantana Udon, who will be discussing on the lesson learned, the quality of life development and income enhancement for the local community project from the mission as a higher education institute for local development of Honourable University.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chantana Udon from Rasheed University. I would like to introduce my colleague, Mr. Pailo Buchiwan, Ms. Nongnut Paibul Ratananon, and Paparat Somchai Damner. Today's presentation will be lesson learn the quality of life development and income enhancement for the local community project from the mission as a higher education institute for local development of Honourable University. The literature review above has led to the conceptual framework of the project with the ultimate goal to create a driving mechanism to achieve the SDG, local economic development and strategy of Honourable University. The project management is defined by focusing on building and developing an integrated network for local development. The integrated network in the implementation consists of Chief Bangyai District, the Chief of Bangyai District Agricultural Extension Office, community leader, private sector, and the National Bureau of Agriculture, Commodity and Food Standard. The team is responsible for designing activities, determining and developing cooperation in management network, supervising and monitoring the response area to be effective, improving the quality of life and enhancing income in the local community. The activity comprises of action leading to problem resolution and action for the development in the target group. The implementation of this project has three expectations for improving the quality of life and enhancing the income for the local community. 1. Farming partnership network from multiple sectors. 2. Collecting body of knowledge as a community capital. And 3. Developing supportive tools for income enhancement for the local community. The conceptual framework can be summarized as shown in Figure 1. Implementation methodology. The project team designed the implementation process as follows. 1. Develop the project proposal. 2. Determine and develop the cooperation of the partnership network. For the implementing, the responsible team synthesize 2 activities for the community. 1. Activity for problem resolution of the community. 2. Activity for future development in the target group. This would indicate the particular knowledge required for the implementation following by finding the relevant agencies which expertise. Then we proceed to coordinate with partnership network by informing principal, objective, process, and goals. The project receive cooperation from 5 agencies. 3. Integrate the common goals with the partnership network by participating in the capital and potential analysis. The existing capital of the partnership network is generally linked to problem solving and approach for development by academic science. The study was conducted by participatory process that lead to problem resolution and support to strengthen community implementation. The essential information was from agricultural extension of this, which was used as the basis for 10 target groups covering 4 sub-districts. On target group willingly participate in the implementation and 4 coordinate with Bang Yai district agriculture extension of fieldwork approachment. Finally, promote the result of the implementation to be concrete. The lesson was summarized into the knowledge and innovative arisen from driven working process refining partnership network and 10 community network. Then the information and results were given back to the community for productive use. The staff were the main mechanism to advocate knowledge and integrate the community service project into the learning course. The area was also said to be the learning workshop between instructor and student. The implementation of the project is concluded in figure 5. Result: the project methodology present above results in country. Implementation: the results were analyzed to obtain the knowledge and innovation derived from working with the partnership net. The obtained lesson was transferred to the community to be used as follows. 1. According to the successful project, it was found that the cooperation network was an important mechanism in the project to enhance the quality of life and income to the community. They consist of 5 agencies: Panakhon Ratchapat University, Bang Yai District Agricultural Office, National Bureau Agricultural Commodity and Food Standard, Moho Studio Corporate Limited, and Arak Community Enterprise. 2. The implementation results were consistent with the needs of the community. The lesson, therefore, could be particularly applied to the area and the learning to improve the quality of life, enhance the income of the community. The outcome of the community service project was also in agreement with the youth demand and led to several project initiation. There are 1 mega project and 10 sub-projects for problem solving and community development, covering 4 sub-districts. 3. Access of knowledge in a learning process and is designed by participation in sustainable local community development, prepare students to serve society. The learning process in the King philosophy on sufficiency economy also shapes students to live their life properly. It also motivates 3 attributes of being a student, an innovative contributor, and a good citizen as specified in the announcement of the Ministry of Education on National Education Standard 2018. 4. The implementation made well direct and indirect goals of the SDG is comprehensively covered on social, economic, and environmental dimensions, includes goals 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, and 17, and partnership to achieve goals. The project also achieves the goal to develop the local economy and strategy of Panakhon Ratchapat University.
Next, I invite Assistant Professor Dr. Moonjoot Chumnisat to discuss on the correlation of supervision process and the performance of the graduate program in Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University.
Most venerable Sir, ladies and gentlemen, I am Assistant Professor Dr. Bunchert Chomnisat, Lecturer as Secretary of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University in Thailand, and Master Dr. Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya Co-Researcher, Assistant Professor Dr. Ayutthaya Siman Co-Researcher, พระมหาประยูรธีรไทยตรการ Co-Researcher. First of all, I would like to present this research article on topic correlations of supervision process and the performance of the guidance program in Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. The purpose of this research were: 1. To study the supervision process and the performance of the guidance program. 2. To study the correlations of the supervisory components and the performance of the guidance program. 3. To assess the supervision process related to the performance of the guidance program in Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University with empirical data. The data collection. The data were collected by questionnaire from 500 administrators, teachers, officers, and students in the Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, and by in-depth interview with 10 persons administrators. The research indicated that 1. Appropriate supervision process and the performance of the guidance program were classified into 5 main processes, 64 sub-processes. 2. All supervisory and performance components were significantly and qualitative at the 0.001 level with a correlation of 6. Please from 0.054 to 0.620 with able to be analysis for the process. 3. Results of assessment of the supervisory process related to the performance of the guidance program. The Department of Educational Administration, Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University was accredited with the empirical data. Conclusion. Supervision process related to the performance of the guidance program. Department of Educational Administration, Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University has a coordination meetings before the supervision of the supervision generally branch the supervision according to the clear supervisory practice products to provide knowledge and your understanding of what will be carried out in the supervision by the former supervisor as the director of the supervisory management course, which has clear and fair price and post-related needs provides opportunities to express experience to supervisor and students
bring the evaluations of the past performance to impose and give the knowledge about supervisions again in order to change supervision with the performance of the four principles in Buddhism, namely the circumcision of supervision, which is practice whereby functions persistence consider Venus trust with conscience combining inventive technology for effective supervision and opportunities. In the end, I would like to thank you to everyone who has intent. Thank you very much.
Next, I invite Prasarda Chanasapo to discuss on the development of spiritual leadership in educational institutions integrated with Buddhism.
Hello everyone, my name is Prasarda Chanasapo Samanawatana. Is a Ph.D. student in Buddhist Educational Administration from Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Thailand. Author this academic article. Code author name: Number 1. พระกุวิโรจน์ กาญจนเขต Doctor. Number 2. พระมหาบุญรอด มหาวิโร สืบด้วง Doctor. Number 3. Dr. ลำพอง กลมกูล Today, I'm here to walk to you about academic article Development of Spiritual Leadership in Educational Institution Integrate with Buddhism. Abstract. This academic article aims to propose development of spiritual leadership in educational institutions integrate with Buddhism. Data was collected by using documentary study from the content related to spiritual leadership, educational management, and Buddhist principles. Results of the study show that a successful leader or executive or a good supervisor was one who can apply leadership principles in the management, which can adjust environment in order for subordinate or associate to share their mind to work from the most benefit of the performance. The management have leadership as can be seen from the confidence and trust in the leader by providing support and assistance from subordinate, giving freedom to work and hearing opinion for subordinate. Considering current leadership concepts such as visionary leadership, transformational leadership, charismatic leadership, and cultural leadership were found to be coherent in the idea that leaders have sharp vision and a future vision that is going spiritual leadership. Therefore, it is very popular in today's society because it is sensitive knowledge than religious aspect. This is an effect leader in educational institution thus begin able to provide indication to excellence in the 21st century with emphasize vision, insight, and deep commitment of the people in the organization, which consists of important of oneself, government, personal government, and work control. Conclusion. Spiritual leadership is a leadership style based on the development of the potential of the person from the inside out by developing as a person who ground in faith and faith in vision as fundamental. The stand of faith has become the driving force for the writing and is a real benefit to the public and this life. It has become an inspiration to the people of the organization to share in their dedication to the true goals and values of the work without forcing or using material motive at the location. This spiritual leadership trait is needed for school administrator, teacher, parent, or holistic plastic plan in order to initiate the development which is beneficial to the children of you who will have access to educational opportunity, good education, equality to spiritual leadership. It is an important concept in the integrated development for sustainability. Thank you all for listening. It was a pleasure being here today. Thanking you very much. All the best for the best in you.
Next, I invite Vijayappa Soinka to discuss on the differences of opinion, the debate on Thai Theravada bhikkhunis.
Hi, my name is Ms. Vijayappa Soinka. Today I will be presenting on my research article, Differences of Opinion, the Debate on Thai Theravada Bhikkhunis. My paper attempted to summarize the findings regarding the question about the acceptance of Theravada Bhikkhunis in Thai society across different sections of the Thai population. My research objectives. Overall, this research paper studies the pros and cons concerning the establishment of the Theravada Bhikkhuni order in Thailand. My first one, to study the controversy of instating the Thai Theravada Bhikkhuni Sangha. My second objective, to analyze the arguments given from each side of the debate for or against the internal structure of the Thai controversy. The third one, to provide a better understanding of how Thai people in the Buddhist culture regard the role of Thai Theravada Buddhism. The fourth one, to reveal how Thai Theravada Bhikkhunis identify themselves in the role they play in spreading the Buddha teachings inside the Fourfold Assembly. So, my research methodology. The approach to this research article I have conducted is both qualitative and quantitative. My data collection includes both primary sources, such as interviews, questionnaires, and participant observation. For secondary sources, information from popular and academic books and journal articles have been used. So here are the results from my findings. I conclude that the CIS students can show more of their support to make the future of Thai Theravada Bhikkhuni promising. Nevertheless, I cannot say the opposite for Thai factory workers, that they are against Bhikkhuni ordination due to the lack of information and knowledge concerning Bhikkhunis. The goal of ordaining as a bhikkhuni or as a seminary seems too high-ended for female factory workers, and they think it could not be accomplished. Most of the male factory workers ordained as a Theravada monk simply because they were following the traditional norms in Thai culture for a short duration, and they do not know much about Thai Theravada bhikkhunis or their own monkhood in depth. Many factory workers answered on their questionnaires that they do not know whether offering to monks earns more merit than offering to bhikkhunis. This sharply contrasts with the opinions of villagers around Wat Song Tham Kalayani and also villagers at Pathum Thani that offering to both bhikkhunis and monks bring the same amount of merit. Thus, although the villagers around Wat Song Tham Kalayani who give alms to bhikkhunis come from a lower class, like the factory workers, in which both of the villagers and factory workers are situated in the Nakhon Pathom area. For example, Wat Song Tham Kalayani. The villagers are more familiar with bhikkhunis than the factory workers. Although there is a command of the 11th Thai Supreme Patriarch forbidding the ordination of females as seminaries, sikkamanas, and bhikkhunis in 1928, Dr. Kanjana Sutikun still argues that the Buddha never said that females cannot ordain in his Vinaya. The majority of the ordained female monastics in my interview sample believe that both men and women have equal potential to attain enlightenment. The majority of them believe that mashis are only considered as ubasikas and not as a Bampachitta. Nevertheless, Mashi Nahathai concludes that she believes the status of bhikkhunis and mashis to be equal. The majority of the mashis I have interviewed are ambivalent concerning the issue of Thera bhikkhuni ordination in Thailand compared to the Thai monks. Moreover, most of the monks seem to show their resistance outright. Venerable Bhikkhu Savai Tilasopano is the only monk from my sample who is pro-bhikkhuni ordination. For example, he said that Thai females wanted more acceptance in society. Venerable Bhikkhu Sambun is the only monk who is neutral, whereas the rest of the monks in my interview sample are opposed to Theravada bhikkhuni ordination in Thailand. So here is my final conclusion. I believe that both males and females have the same ability to attain enlightenment. Enlightenment is not conditioned by gender. Although the Buddha came up with a dual ordination method in the Vinaya, the old single ordination method was never abolished. The position of Mashi is still ambiguous in Thai society, where they are perceived as ubasikas and not as ordained monastics. Currently, Thai bhikkhus cannot give upasamada ordination to Thai females, and foreign monks cannot enter Thailand to give upasamada ordination to Thai females as well. Suggestion for further research. The Thai Sangha Act or the Parabha Song does not accept Thai Thera bhikkhunis as ordained monastics. The Thai Sangha Act is a violation of both the Thai Constitution and Thailand's international obligations in the United Nations. Thus, Thailand has been severely criticized by other nations. Dr. Kanjana Sutikun concludes that in the next 50 to 100 years from now, new generations will be able to see that this monopolization was wrong.
Next, I invite Assistant Professor Dr. Neeraj Ruangsan to discuss on the Buddhist instruction care for Thai elderly in the Upper Northeast.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Neeraj Ruangsan, and I'm from Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya, University Konkan campus. I'm here today on behalf of my research fellows from my campus and also from Konkan University. What I would like to talk about today is the Buddhist instruction care for Thai elderly in the Upper Northeast. I have divided my talk into 5 parts. Now, let's move on to the first part, introduction. In the last several years, there has been a study of the Education and Health Association in the old age, which is extended to several developing countries in Asia, where the population are rapidly aging. Accordingly, the demand for healthcare resources by the old population are in need, and also many studies found a positive association between education and health of the old adults in Thailand. Moreover, Thailand has a great cultural diversity with some different ethnic groups, and approximately 80% of the population are Buddhist. To prepare people to enter the elderly age, Buddhism could be taken into account for the content of care for preparing Thai elderly to have well-being in Thai socio-cultural context. Because of the significance of its principle, Buddhism has been used to develop the well-being of Thai people for a long time. As mentioned in the National Strategy of Thailand, Buddhist teaching is an important element used to develop human capital, which is one of the key essential factors to propel the country development in every dimension, to become a developed country driven by wisdom and innovation. In order to meet with the aim mentioned in the national strategy, this research aims to study the Buddhist instruction care for planning Thai elderly to have well-being in the socio-cultural settings. Concerning the elderly development project in Thailand with the following objectives. First, to clarify the management policy of the elderly development within the Upper Northeast. Second, to discover the conceivable thoughts of the instruction care standards for the elderly via the principle of Buddhism. Third, to create guidelines of Buddhist learning administration for planning the development of the elderly well-being. Let's move on to the research method, which I would explain in short. And for more detail, please have a look at the full paper. This study was carried out by means of the participatory observation, interviews, focus group discussion, and documentary investigation. The content analysis was performed to study the obtained data collected from 60 participants, including monks, elderly, government officials, community leaders, local philosophers, and villagers in Konkan and Royet provinces. After all processes of the research, what we have found are as follows. First, the government policy mainly emphasizes on the quality of life, welfare and health of the elderly, and preparing people to enter the elderly age. This has been seen in the National Elderly Plan, which is implemented for more than 15 years, and now it is renewed as the National Elderly Plan number 2. In the 20-year National Economic and Social Development Plan and the National Strategy, the policy on the elderly development operation is financially supported. The government policy now encourages the elderly to continue working and also taking part in the labor market. Even its proportion would be less or more depending on the personal conditions of each elderly, such as readiness and social supports. Second, the study suggests that the Buddhist doctrine called Pavana, which consists of the physical, moral, mental, intellectual development, it should be used as the core content of the elderly's education care, as it essentially affects to the elderly quality of life. Third, the study indicates that the guideline for Buddhist learning management for preparing elderly well-being is to allow the elderly to access the Pavana 4, as it trains them to practice the doctrine called Traisika, including moral discipline, mindfulness, and wisdom. Then they could follow the deeper doctrine called the Noble Path that teach them to develop their well-being in Thai socio-cultural context. After finishing our research, which is supported by the University Fund and the National Research Council of Thailand, we have given them some suggestions as follows. At the policy level, the policy of the government should be told to the elder via various channels. In relation to the application of research results, Noble Eightfold Path, Pavana 4, and Traisika should be used to develop and create the moral training project for developing the elderly quality of life. The manual of this training project should be used to organize the project in other regions. For the future research, it should study an administration of Buddhist curriculum that is proper to the development of the life of the elderly, and it should study an innovation for enhancing Buddhist teaching for the elders. Well, that's about as much as I have planned to say, and I believe that covered most of the points. Finally, I would like to thank all of the conference organizers, commentators, and all conference participants. Thank you so much for your attention.
Our next presenter is Somchai Sain Phomi, who will be discussing an essay on the debate about who should rule.
Hello everyone, I'm proud to present my topic about an essay on the debate about who should rule by Somchai Sainpumi and Rasheed from Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya Buddhist University. My name is Somchai Sainpumi, is a lecturer at Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, and Rasheed he is a lecturer at Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Yasothon Buddhist College. The abstract. This article on debate about who should rule. It discusses the diverse answer of influential political philosophers and political scientists. As a result, the representative system of the other views is the most appropriate form today, because when a ruler is a tyrant, we can always recall power and choose the new ruler, and can also create great happiness for the people as well as possible. Introduction. The reader can see about the answer from philosopher and political scientist and what sentence must be used the concentrate within this article. An author will lead the reader to sign answer about the question who should be ruled, starting with Plato, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Aristotle, John Stuart Mill, and Richard Silva, each with view to who should be. What kind of ruler? Are they similar or different? Reader will find the answer in the article. The first Plato answer was ruling should come from selection, not anyone. He proposed that a rulership of the state should come from a well-trained and organized system. He also served as a civil servant in various fields. Well, the rest had to be educated until the age of 50, so it appropriate to be a ruler. Here, Plato used the term philosopher king. The next, Jean-Jacques Rousseau. The answer was people are the best ruler. He proposed that people have the power to legislate and the government or executive is just the person who adopt the public resolution, or the government is merely obeying the order of people. Contrast with Plato, the ruler must be a right person with skills to practice making people unable to be a ruler. However, the idea of Rousseau, if adopted, may present a problem due to the large number of people. It is not easy to hold meetings simultaneously. The next, Aristotle's answer was anyone can be a ruler, but please do it for public. Aristotle and Plato argue that democracy is from the mass government done in their interest but not for the public good. That model is against democracy, as the author explained in Plato's answer, because Plato believed that good rulers train to practice their governing skills. Rousseau said that all people should be rural, which is a consistent with Aristotle only in mass government. Nevertheless, Aristotle believed that a ruler could be have as many people as, but must use their power for the public good, especially the polity model from Aristotle. The next, John Stuart Mill answer was the people representative is the best ruler. The authors found that Mill proposed a compromise between Plato and Rousseau radical idea. The people who believe in people in truth, who believe in them. Mill stated that people should participate in government at representative selection level because people can choose what they want and bring happiness. In addition, if the rulers who represent the people ignore or do meet the people need, They can choose a new representative who is ready to meet the need for the people. The last Richard Silva answer was there is no need for a ruler. People can take themselves. He has an anarchist see the very violence of society as a mirror of truth from the creator of violence. Therefore, terrorists in an anarchist perspective is revolutionary justice under the eye-born to eye-born concept, and can also reduce a rural moral or the ruling class to make the ruling class lose power, privilege, and show weakness in the rulers. Defensiveness, it can also evaluate the political bureaucracy and motivate the public to move on the revolutionary path to create a genuinely utopia society. The last conclusion, the study found that Plato argued that philosopher king should be the ruler. In contrast, people cannot take in part in government. Rousseau support the rule by the people, who must be able to legislate. Furthermore, try to enforce it on yourself before leading to a majority vote. Aristotle believed that no one or any other group was a ruler, but ruling it for the public good. Well, Mill believed that the representative system should create great happiness for the people, and it can be recalled. Final, Silva argued that there was no need for a ruler because ruler bring war and exploitation. People can rely on themselves without their ruler to aim for utopia or an ideal society that should be in happiness. As a result, the representative system of the author's view is the most appropriate for today, because when a ruler is a tyrant, we can always recall power and choose a new ruler and can also create happiness for the people as well as possible. Thank you for attention.
Next, I invite Assistant Professor Dr. Vijayan Sani to discuss on the online instructional activities for creative internet use of tertiary students in Thailand.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Nirathan Sayan, and I'm from Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Konkan campus. I'm here today on behalf of my research fellow. The title of our research paper today is the online instructional activity for creative internet use of the tertiary student in Thailand. I have divided my talk into 6 parts, and let's move on to the introduction. As we all know that in the information technology era, communication become more convenient and more efficient than in the past. The continuous development of computer system is seen in all kinds of business, and now it's important for the lifestyle of human beings. In 2019, the Electronic Transaction Development Agency of Thailand has conducted a survey of the internet use of Thai people. and reported that Thai people use the internet approximately 10 hours and 5 minutes a day, with the e-commerce value of 3.15 trillion baht and its increasing rate of 14.04%. It is undeniable to say that its popularity is seen also in the tertiary student in Thailand. For the safety of the internet use, Thailand Hotline offers the hotline for creative and safe use of the internet in Thai society to ensure that the contents on the internet are appropriate, legal, and not harmful to society. This is not new in Thai society. Since 2007, the Ministry of Education has conducted the curriculum for enhancing creative internet skill and safety for purpose of promoting the use of internet in the educational institution to encourage young people to use internet in a creative and safe way. Apart from the curriculum, one of the instructional techniques to achieve the set goal is the participatory learning technique or PLT that allow the learner to be alert at the time. They result in children being cultivated to think, to analyze, to build the skill, to reduce online risk-taking by using the strong immunity that arises from inside of the mind of the children. Besides the participatory learning, self-directed learning is also an alternative instructional process in which the learners set their own learning by diagnosing their learning needs, choosing goals and teaching materials, connecting with others, finding resources through choosing learning methods, supplementing learning plans, and evaluating their learning with or without help of the others. Based on the study, PLT and SDL are important instructional techniques to develop the graduates of higher educational institutions in Thailand. This includes those studying in Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University Content Campus. As a Buddhist university teaching morality together with developing the long-line learning skill of students become an important mission of university. The desirable characteristic in terms of using internet with creativity of the tertiary student is therefore very important. This is in line with the Thai Qualifications Framework or TQF, both in the field of information technology as well as the development of the learner to be able to understand their behaviors. As Content Campus and Content University has been working closely together, this study therefore aims to develop the online instructional activity in short, OIA, on the social network to promote creative use of internet for students at Content Campus. Now have a look at the research objectives. This study aims at studying the development of the OIA for creative internet use of the tertiary student in the Faculty of Education, MCU-KK, Thailand. The objective of this study therefore was to examine the creative OIA in terms of the appropriateness of its components based on the student satisfaction and its effectiveness of altering student behavior in using the internet. As for the research methods, this research was carried out by means of the research methods, both quantitative and qualitative, one with 30 samples in the Faculty of Education in 2019 and MCU-KK selected by cluster sampling, and the two used to develop the OIA for the creative use of the internet, collecting the information very efficiently. used to design the online instructional activities and the online instructional activity or OIA for creative internet use of the total student. Also, we use the focus group and the question of the attitude and satisfaction of students with the OIA and the evaluation for student behaviors. Also, the stage of the study was divided into 5 phases based on the AD model, which is analysis, design, development, implement, and evaluation. For more details, please have a look at our full paper. Now, let's have a look at the research results. Based on the research results, the OIA for the internet use with creativity consists of the 9 procedures. For example, planning or orientating the learning activity, motivating to use the internet with creativity, or fostering inquiry-based learning, and so on. Based on the response to the questionnaire, the students were very satisfied with the created OIA. The analytical result of the internet use behaviors with creativity indicate that the evaluation of creative internet behavior consisted of 5 areas. For example, use internet that are safe for the other, self-protection against internet misuse, to suppress the offenders on the internet, guidelines for constructive use of the internet, and so on. Based on the response to the behavior evaluation form, the statistic value indicates the moderate level of the practice of the sample students. Now let's discuss some interesting points from the research result above. For the development of the OIA for creative internet use, by proceeding the OIA in 9 procedures, PLT and SDL were integrated in social network, promoting the creative use of the internet, as they can provide learners with a good value based on the concept of mental development for behavior change, enabling them to formulate patterns in organizing activity in the structured way, monitor according to the established principle. In addition, the researcher has integrated the value of high-education method to provide learners with the positive attitude based on Buddhist doctrines called the 3 admonitions or exhortation of the Buddha, consisting of not to do any evil, to cultivate good, and to purify the mind, towards using the internet to create good internet use behavior of the student. On the continuous development, SDL have been integrated into the core principle by opening up opportunities to the student to learn with efficiency, initiative, and independent learning, responsibility for one-to-one learning, love, creativity, and optimism, and finally the ability to use educational and problem-solving skills. The analytical result of the internet use behavior with creativity, although the overall mean score of the behavior of students is in the moderate level of practice, the comparative result of the student learning indicate the higher statistical mean value of the internet use with creativity of the student after learning with the OIA. This to be concluded that the OIA has a positive effect on the behavior of the student. Finally, we would like to suggest that the OIA for the internet use with creativity should be used to study in the different group of the sample, such as those studying in other universities, and second, to gain better result of the OAE, it should be used to study in the largest scale of the population within the university. And third, the university and all stakeholders should use the result of this study to regulate policy of the internet used with creativity of the students. Well, that's all about as much as I had planned to say, and I believe that covers most of the points. Finally, I would like to thank all the conference organizers and commentators, all the conference participants. Thank you so much for your attention.
Our next presenter is Kampul Nawan, who will be discussing on the non-native speakers' motivation in learning English as second language.
Good morning, all participants in this international conference. My name is Dr. Kampul Nawan. My co-authors are Assistant Professor Dr. Viwattongwat, Phra Thirasak Buntong, and Pramaha Ekachai. My topic is non-native speaker motivation in learning English as second language. The current world society gives English as the universal language because it is needed in the developing countries. There's a country give English as a second language, and the people of each country, they have to learn it in daily life. Especially communication, writing, and speaking are important skills. Nowadays, information requires more and faster tools to communicate around the world. English is a language that is inserted into the use of those tools. If the users of communication tools do not have the knowledge of the language, they must face the problem for communication. In addition, English is also inserted into a common media, which everyone must learn and touches every day. In this world, there is a diversity of professions in many careers, and each occupation needs to use different forms of English in 4 skills: listening, speaking skill, reading skill, and writing. On the other hand, English has been having an important role in the worldwide, especially in the education as a tool of communication. Common English is natural to be a part of activity for the student in most of school and college in order to improve their English. Motivation plays a significant role in the process of learning the English language. Motivation is something that supports someone to do something. Hammer report that motivation is some kind of internal drive which pushes someone to do something in order to achieve something. Without motivation, the goal of learning is difficult to be reached. Brad said that the motivation is one of influential factors in English learning. Motivation is also a factor of high and low of the goal. It is the key of success in learning process. Without motivation, the goals of learning is difficult to be reached. By having motivation, students will be active in the learning process, so they will be pushed to study English well. For examples, a learner who does not have motivation in learning English will be lazy to learn English because there is no any stimulus that drives him or her in the learning English. In the Thai context, English is not the first language. For that reason, the motivation in English learning is actually an important feature that could determine the success or the failures of oneself. Thus, the teacher teaching English should understand the relationships between motivation. It is the effect on language acquisition. Besides, Hobbes said that successful learning is not their preferences, their strengths and their weaknesses, and then effectively utilize a strength and compensate for weakness. A successful language learning is linked to the learner passions. Consequently, Latin suggests that instructors should find way to connect to these functions. Students and a teacher who have their own cultures, beliefs, norms, values, and difference in their culture's background may cause developmental variations in their language acquisition. And next, I would like to focus on some common features that can motivate language learning. Number one, to get awareness of legal, social, and commercial aspects of day-to-day living. Number two, an urge for the knowledge of science, math, media, and technology. Number three, to make a better use of career opportunity and for financial growth. Number four, an urge for working in the fields of administration, education, and cultures. Number five, it is the last one, to develop international connections in contemporary world. Okay, so all the items are a motivation for non-speakers to study English as well. So we know that when non-native speakers they want to study English, they have to create motivation for themselves to learn the second language like English. Usually I have many items or topic in this paper as well, but I cannot present all topics or items. So I want to come to conclusion. A conclusion, I want to say that one of the major factors contributing to learning is motivation. Motivation can be intrinsic, depending on the professional needs or interests of the learners. Again, intrinsic motivation can arise out of the learner desire to be identified as a part of language community. This could arise from the fact the learner which is to imbibe the culture, particularly if the learner is living in the same country, whereas the target language is being used. The motivation can also be extensive, resulting from the learning situation and the learning environment. Motivations plays an important role in bringing about either extremely positive or extremely negative results in language learning. Thank you very much for listening.
Next, I invite Dr. Rungroj Songsra Boon to discuss on the healthcare service quality model in private hospitals.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Lungroj Songsabun from Siam University. Today, I would like to present the research named Healthcare Service Quality Model of Private Hospital in Bangkok, Thailand. The first title was Introduction, the problem, and this study were the quality health service in private hospitals are not good enough. Sometimes the business operation of private hospital cannot meet the received satisfaction well as should because of the lack of competent medical personnel, lack of intensive service, delayed service, lack of continued quality improvement, lack of quality health service in private hospitals is acute and domestic. Therefore, the article will present the model quality of health service in private hospitals. In order in the benefit development of service quality various areas. Research objective. First, to survey the perceived factor of service quality affecting the decision to use service in private hospitals. Second, to analyze the relationship of service quality and disease to use service in private hospitals. Third, to develop service quality model influences in the decision to use service in private hospitals. Research methodology were survey research. The population was the patients who were hospitalized in private hospital list on the stock exchange of Thailand. The sample used the study was hospital patients who were registered in the stock exchange Thailand in September 2013. 384 samples for the TMI from the under-identified sample of the top 10. The researcher then collected 400 samples. Using multi-state random sampling, the researcher performed a simple random sampling of 16 private hospitals listed on the stock exchange of Thailand. The number of questionnaires were random, conduct of 4 locations, the Kumthon Hospital, Lampang Hospital, Smithivet Hospital, and Vipavadi Hospital. This was divided by quota and collected data in sample in each location by convenient sampling. The research tool of what questionnaire. The statistics use the result of descriptive statistics, namely research percentage, mean, and standard deviation. These statistics use the file of quality of the questionnaire were based on the alpha conduct test result equal to 0.908. The preferred statistic was used to find the correlation between factors using a one-way ANOVA analysis. Analysis factor influence in the decision to use service to private hospital testing by multiple locations using the stepwise. Result. Personal information of private hospital use found that small the sample were result it does show that in our PowerPoint. analysis in factor related to decision to use hospital service. It was found the factor affecting decision to use service in private hospital consists of 8 factors. Intro that in my PowerPoint. This result, for figure 1 for the service quality affecting the decision to use service in private hospital. The next result was analysis in decision the service quality in decision making the private hospital while using the one-way ANOVA. One-way ANOVA method will determine to confidence level that the significant less than to 0.05. It was found that factor correlate with the decision to use service in private hospital consists of 8 factors, and the test result is shown that in table number 2. Regression statistics use stepwise method to be important factor in the development of service quality model that influence decision to use service in private hospital. Figure 2 model of service quality information decision of use private hospital is shown that in my PowerPoint. Suggestion. First, there should be study at the development of service quality model and other additional factors. Second, there should be further study and development of the service quality model of government and private hospitals. And the last one, therefore, that should be study on the marketing strategy to know the weakness and strength. And the data from the aforementioned study will be used further to improve the weakness and strengthen and strength of private hospital. That's the end of episode. Thank you very much.
Next, I welcome J. Saranya, Assistant Professor, VLAB Department Coordinator from Department of ECE, Rajalakshmi Engineering College.
Okay, so very good morning to all of you. Before I start giving out the comments for the presentations, I would like to extend my thanks to the coordinators, patrons of this ICMER 2021 conference that has been organized by MCU Thailand in conjunction or in association with IFERP. So thanks to chairman of IFERP and also the organizers and patrons of MCU for giving out this opportunity. Thank you so much. And now let us begin with the comments pertaining to the paper ID. So I start with comments for the paper ID P1 ICMCER-2021 and the paper is titled Ritual of Ancestor Sacrifice and Social Function in the Veda and Toy People, and it was given by Assistant Professor Tanakon Chusuk. And so in overall stuff, the presentation was good, but there are a few suggestions that can be incorporated. In my perspective, more samples can be taken up across Veda and Thai people, and results and discussion could be done in an extended manner. So that the presenter, meaning the author of this particular paper, could have just delivered more literature survey. So literature review is missing in this work, and more samples could have been taken for giving out justification for your work, meaning for emphasizing the ancestor sacrifice and also the social responsibility that has been taken up by both Veda and Thai people. And one more add-on comment from my end is the presentation could have been more focused, meaning you could have just given out the important points, okay, rather than just depicting it in a paragraph. So try to avoid giving out paragraph-oriented slides while you go ahead in depicting the same in international conference. So that's it, and my dead-end comment is everything was fine. Only these minimal suggestions. So all best for your proposed research works. And now coming to the next presentation, which is D2 ICMCER 2648 paper ID, and this was given by Pressamu, and the paper title was Model of Holistic Wellbeing Management of the Elderly According to Threefold Training in Toy Society. Okay. So as far as this presentation is concerned, I felt like at the very start of the presentation, abstract was having much points. So in general, we will be depicting abstracts in not more than 200 to 300 words, and it will not be having any points over there. It should not have any sections or parts, say part 1, part 2, or sections or numbering like 1, 2, 3. All those kind of things should not be there. So that was discrepancy that I just looked upon your presentation. And rest all, and the way you presented was fine. And the next comment what I was finding out is in the description slide, you were mentioning the description of your research study in a paragraph oriented way. It should be, you can just replace the paragraph description into an schematic representation, or you can make use of some drawings, flow chart, flow graphs. So any of the tutorial stuff can be incorporated in this description slide. That will be more superior. And rest of the thing is fine. We were able to understand the work what we have presented. So all the best for your proposed research work. So nothing else to be added as far as D2 presentation is concerned. And now the comments for D3 batch, D3 ICMCER 03965 paper ID, which was given by Vice-Rector for the paper titled Empowerment Models Change Knowledge of Duck Breeders in Rokan District, Indonesia. Okay, so the comment for this particular paper is that the models that you proposed for your work was fine, but the only one suggestion is that rather than sticking on to 1 and 1 day district, say it is Rokan district, you could have just incorporated the same types of research study you would have taken for some other district, and you could have just given an inference note in what way your model is working out for more than two different districts. So you can just try to give out the efficacy of your model and how it changes from one to the other district. So I think you can consider this point as a scope for future, and you can update yourself. So that was the only part which I noted, and rest of the thing is fine as far as your presentation is concerned, and all the rest for your proposed research work, and keep continuing. So all the best. And now I give comments for paper ID D4 ICMCER 39742, and this presentation was given by Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya, and the paper title is Influence of Zen Buddhism on Buddhasiddha Bhikkhu. So as far as this batch is concerned, I felt like you would have taken some live examples and you could have emphasized the influence of Zen Buddhism. Okay, so you could have taken the models that models in the sense you could have taken a real-time examples, live samples, rather than showcasing only the images. So we were able to find only the images of people sitting over there. So it would be more interactive, meaning the live streaming or the recorded version could have been just included as a hyperlink in your presentation, and you could have asked the comments and feedback from the people itself, and you could have just added on in your presentation. So that was, meaning inclusion of individual samples would have been more, it will just enhance your work. Okay, so in my perspective, you can just include the individual samples. You can just get into the live examples, meaning you can get the feedback. Okay, so that was the suggestion that I would like to give to you. And the rest of the thing is fine as far as your presentation is concerned. And now I just give out the comments for paper ID D7 ICMCER 45683. And this presentation was given by Dr. Prafalad. And the paper title was The Development of a Large Scale Management According to the King's Philosophy Model. So in this presentation, I just couldn't understand the explanation behind the Delphi technique, which were focusing in giving out your development model towards large scale management according to the proposed Queen's philosophy. So you were using the Delphi technique for the evaluation, but that was not clearly explained, and you need to emphasize how the assessment is actually being made using the Queen's philosophy. That matters a lot. So it was more, your presentation was more theoretical based stuff. So rather you just try to update your paper by mentioning how you have attained the development of this model. Okay, that matters a lot. So assessment strategies has to be incorporated, and that is a comment from my end. And the rest of the thing is fine. Okay, your presentation was fine, but this was the only gap that I have found out. All the best for your proposed research work, and keep working. And now the comments for the paper ID T8 ICMCER-2021, and which was given by Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya, and the paper title was The Use of Board Games to Develop English Vocabulary of Ornamental and Flowering Plants, sold to the community of grade 5 students at Nippon School, Thailand. Okay, so the presentation given against this paper is that I was not able to find the proof of concept. So how the learning, meaning how the grade 5 student is able to gain the English vocabulary upon playing the board games. Okay, that seems to be missing. So what is the strategy that you have incorporated in formulating the board game, and how you have fixed the curriculum, and how you enable the students to interact dynamically with the board game and gain the English vocabulary? That could be incorporated in your presentation. So real-time recordings and related document stuff could have been included in your presentation. So proof of concept is missing, and you try to update the same in your paperwork. So rest of the thing is fine, and all the best. And the comments for the next paper ID is B9 ICMCER-2021, and which is given by Dr. Avid. And this is for the paper title, A Model of High Efficient Academic Administration for Practicum schools. Okay. So again, the comment from my end is, whenever we try to propose a model, we have to either do it by giving a mathematical modeling or a statistical modeling. But since it is going to be a model that is intended for school administration, proof of concept is mandatory when we just try to justify. So facts seems to be missing out. So your presentation seems to be more theoretical. So try to include the facts that better explains your proposed intended model. And the rest of the presentation from your end is fine. It was crystal clear, but this is seem to be missing. So please update the same in your paper. All the best. And now I just give out the comments for the paper ID D10 ICMCER-2021, and this paper was presented by Dr. Chandana Udon, and the paper title was Life Development and Income Enhancement for the Local Community Project for the mission as a higher education institute for local development of Kulkarni University. So as far as this particular paper is concerned, I'm not able to find a crystal clear presentation. Meaning, you were able to give out the conclusion, you were able to give out the introduction, you were able to arrive the methodologies, objectives of your work. But the correlation across your slides were not that much superior. So you try to formulate the slides in such a way that it should be in a sequential order, and that would enable the reviewers to get into the concept just like that. Okay, so your work is fine, but the way you present it has to be little bit modified. Okay, so that was a comment from my end as far as the D10 is concerned. And now I move to D12 ICMCER-2021. It was given by Dr. Moonshirt Kumnisat, and the paper title was Correlation of Supervision Process and the Performance of graduate program in Faculty of Education, MCU. And as far as this paper is concerned, once again, it seems to be more theoretically. You are trying to correlate the process that is actually taking place inside the university along with the performance of the student outcomes. So upon the completion of the course, the student will gain so and so, and that has to be correlated with the present supervision process that will be taken by the faculty. So it seems to be theoretical, and you need to just justify in terms of additional documentations and additional model creations has to be given out for justifying. So it seems to be theoretical. Okay, so that was the comment. So please remodify it while you get it for your communications. So that is the comment from my end. And now I move to the next paper, which is D13 ICMCER-2021, which was presented by Prasada Chanasapur, and the paper title was Development of Spiritual Leadership in Education Institutions Integrated with Buddhism. So as far as this paper is concerned, the presentation made by you was fine, but it seems to be the one which does not have any proof of concept. You were just giving out the facts, you were just giving out the places where the spiritual leadership can be attained via the Buddhism. So it was this theoretically dictated. And in my perspective, my comments is that you can just try to correlate the presence and the essence of leadership. Then you can just associate people, individuals who are attached to each and every place, and you can just try to get the feedback of them, and you can just make a comparison note of the actuals, okay, which is intended, and what has been gained by the people upon gathering the same. Okay, so that was the comment from my meaning. When people associate with spiritual leadership, okay, in education institution which is integrated with Buddhism, there should be some outcome. Okay, so when the people in Thailand get attaches with institutions which takes up Buddhism principles, then they should gain some outcome. So that will be a standard outcome, and you can just make the comparison across the standard outcome with the individual outcome. Okay, so the individual outcome will be considered as samples, and you can just correlate and make a comparison chart. And this comparison chart could be well explained as one of the slides under results and discussion. Okay, so that was the comment from my end. So you can just try to incorporate the same in the future proceedings. So rest of things is fine in my perspective. And the next one is D14. So D14 ICMCER 15870, and the presentation is given by Kuchiappa Sugata Hiran, and the paper title was Differences of Opinion, the debate on Thai Theravada bikinis. So in this particular paper, presentation was not actually shown. So whenever you just try to give out your presentation, rather than giving out just orally, it is always advisable to document it and showcase the presentation slides, and then you have to correlate your slide with your opponents. So you have not uploaded your slides at all, and it was fully descriptive, and you were just reading it out. Okay, so that was the one step, but I was able to capture few. So try to formulate the slides, and you're always supposed to project the slides for the reviewers, and along with the slide you have to speak. The presentation should include rather than, apart from oral dictation, you have to showcase the same. So slide presentation seems to be missing. Please don't repeat the same stuff in the rest of the conference. Okay, but the concept what we declared was funny. It was convincing, but it should be showcased through slides. Okay, that was the comment from my end. And now coming to the next paper, which is D15 ICMCER-2021, and this paper was given by presentation was given by Dr. Neeraj, and the paper title was Buddhist Instruction Care for the Elderly in the Upper Northern East. So once again, the concept was fine, but it seems to be more theoretical, and you mentioned that you have taken enormous samples from elderly people who are residing in Upper Northeast. That's fine, but you have to mention the feedback, what type of feedback you have taken up. That has to be correlated, and you have to segregate the similarity of the comments that you have taken up from the elderly people. Okay, so comparison chart seems to be missing, so we'll try to include the same in the proposed work for updations. Okay, so rest of the thing is fine as far as your presentation is concerned. And now I move to the next paper, which is B16 ICMCER-2021, and the presentation was given by Som Chai Singh Kumi. And the title of the paper is an essay on the debate about who should rule. And in my perspective, this presenter who has presented this B16 paper was able to do in a perfect manner, and he actually correlated the opinion, okay, opinion on who should rule across the philosophers, and the summary note given out by this presenter was also seems to be convincing, so it was fine and good. So all the best for your proposed works. And the comments for the next paper, which is B17 ICMCER 83074, and it was given by Dr. Vichian. And the paper title seems to be Online Instructional Activities for Creative Internet Use of Tertiary Students in Thailand. So as far as this paper is concerned, it seems to be quite interesting, and the presentation was also good, and I was able to capture all this stuff. And in this pandemic situation, this paper resembles the importance of it, and I'm very happy to look into the stuff that Thailand is. The government body of Thailand is giving only a right strategy in the usage of internet, which enable the individuals, right from students, age group, or adults age group, to take up this internet only for good sense and not for bad sense. So it was clearly explained in this paper, and all the best for your proposed add-ons. And the next paper is B18 ICMCER 67513, and this was given by Tompul Navu, and the paper title is Non-Native Speaker Motivation in Learning English as Second Language. And one of the things in my perspective is it seems to be more theoretical, and you have to include more facts, and you have to justify why this English has been chosen as a second language in your country. Okay, so the facts seems to be missing, so try to incorporate the same. Last but not least, my comments for B19 ICMCER 96153, which was given by Dr. Rangroj. For the paper title, The Healthcare Service Quality Model in Private Hospitals. This seems to be the model proposed for improving the healthcare service in your area or in your country seems to be superior, and you gave a very nice model. The conclusion part is also fine. And in my perspective, you can try to just connect the present study of yours, okay, into an IoT-based world. So Internet of Things, you can connect yourself with a computer science department of your college, and you can just ensure that those who are really in emergency, okay, those who are in high emergency situation, they are supposed to get into the hospital, and they are supposed to be attended as early as possible. So the need of medication for emergency people has to be done in a very short span of time, let me say in terms of milliseconds or nanoseconds or whatever it is. So you can try to connect your project with computer science or information technology department, and you can just convert this as an IoT-based project. So then it seems to be more sound and superior. Okay, so all the best for your proposed research work. So in general, I would like to conclude stating that the 20 papers which have gone through, okay, the 20 presentations which have gone through seems to be very good, and anything and everything improvement is needed for uplift. So just mark my words as a token of improvement and updation, and all the best for your future work. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I welcome Associate Professor Dr. Vanchali Nouria to present on the survey project on opinion and attitude toward narrating news program of people in northern part of Thailand.
Today we're presenting the research in the title of survey project on opinion and attitude towards narrating news program of people in of Thailand. So the first author is Associate Professor Dr. Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya, and the co-authors is me, Dr. Omtoa, okay, from Social Science and Humanity, Mahidol University. Okay, here is our biography, So the abstract of this research, we actually study the behavior of watching news program of people in the Thailand, and the methodology we use the quantitative research, and then we use the descriptive statistical entities for analyzing the data, and the result, the result I will explain more detail in the presentation inside. Okay, in introduction, what do the internet affects people behavior in watching TV program? So these days, people always use internet, right, or doing anything, purchasing some stuff, and including watching TV program as well. So when people change the behavior of watching television, those who are the TV station need to adjust themselves, in order to survive with the change. But for those who cannot adjust themselves, they need to end up reading something out of the regulation, For example, like convince people to watch their own TV station by having inappropriate content. And this is the main problem of the research. This is the reason why we would like to do the research, in order to know the satisfaction of people who living the narrative program in the northern part of Thailand, who live in the northern part of Thailand. We divided objective, in 3 issues. To the first one, to study the behavior of watching news program of people in northern part of Thailand. The second one, to survey and compare participation, satisfaction. And the last one, to compare the category, and with the smart new attitude, participation, and satisfaction. So the scope of our study we divided into scope. First one, content, as I just talked about, and the scope of the population area. So we collected the data from those who living in the northern part of Thailand, with the number of 1,600 people at the age of 15 and more. The methodology in this research, actually use the quantitative, and we having the questionnaire as a tool. And then once we launch the questionnaire, we collect data from the sample, right? And the sample we using the purposive sampling, okay? And once we got that, we use the descriptive statistic for extracting, for analyzing the data. And sometimes we need to compare the data. That's why we need to use the t-test and p-test as well for analyzing the data in this research. The research result in this research can be divided in 6 parts. So the first one, the personal data, most of them were female, and most of them earn bachelor degree. They're single and they can earn, like between 10,000 baht to 30,000 baht. And most of them work in the private company and live in a detached house. So number 2, the result of studying the behavior of watching narrative news program. Most of them used to watch this program, it's equal 91.40%. Okay, most of them prefer to watch their favorite news, for example, like entertainment news, things like that, criminal news. So the next one, number 3, the result of studying the level of the attitude towards programming and the content of narrating news program. Okay. Most of them, they like to watch the the program that they have the presenting pattern, and the second highest was the query original location identity. Number 4, the result of comparing the expectation and the satisfaction of watching the native news program found that people in not the part of Thailand had more expectation in watching the native program compared to the satisfaction program. Number 5, the result of entertainment news and sport news category with the attitude toward programming and the content of the news program. Further, entertainment news and the sport news had the attitude toward the programming and the content of the news program with no that is only significant difference at 0.05 level. And the last one, the result of the entertainment news and sport news category towards the expectation of the satisfaction with watching the news program found that the entertainment news and the sport news had no difference in the expectation for watching the narrative news program. The suggestion from the research result: number 1, the related organization should give the important, they should examine of the TV station, they should give important in terms of the accuracy of presentation, not to expose personal comment for confusing the audience in the issue of the facts. Number 2, people in other part of Thailand has satisfaction with the watching the entertainment news and the sport news less than expected. Therefore, the narrative news program should have some kind of interesting pattern in order to convince people to watch more. The last one is the content of narrative news program presentation. Always bring the data from online, such as YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Therefore, the news program should aware of presenting the news and delivering the news from the online media, which is the news source was created. And there are some of the audience, they still don't know how to make good decision. That's why the precious information to input is quite important. Okay, so thank you very much for paying attention.
Next, I welcome Salimar Bandanilo Tahil to discuss on the factors affecting college degree preferences of SHS STEM students of the College of Engineering and Technology of Western Mindanao State University.
Sawadika, Thailand. A pleasant day to everyone, especially those joining this conference live online, as well as to the organizers and the paper review committee. At this moment, I will be presenting my research study entitled Factors Affecting College Degree Preferences of Senior High School STEM Students of the College of Engineering and Technology of Western Mindanao State University. But first, allow me to introduce myself. I am Salimar Bandanilo Tahil, a faculty member at the Institute of Computer Studies of Western Mindanao State University in Zamboanga City, Philippines. I am a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Computer Science and Master's in Engineering Education, major in Information and Communications Technology in the same institution. For the abstract of my study, the enforcement of senior high school in the Philippines has caused fear among the college programs of higher education institutions such as Western Mindanao State University that they might have a low turnout of enrollees. This research sought to identify factors affecting the college degree choice of grade 12 STEM students of WIMSU concerning the number of enrollees to its college degree programs. Results served as inputs on what measures can be taken by programs with a low number of enrollees. The study employed a descriptive quantitative research design. Data were collected using a validated survey questionnaire on 160 students. The results revealed that interest factors were considered very influential among the 5 leading factors. Opportunity and personality factors have influenced students' college degree preference. In contrast, family factors somehow influence them, while peer factors have less influence on determining their college degree. The study further revealed that programs that integrate actual work experiences have abundant career opportunities and individual personality ideal to their chosen career significantly impacts students, thereby boosting their interest in pursuing that program. Students are also aware that family support is one crucial factor that affects their decision. However, no significant difference in the influence of family, interest, opportunity, and peer factors among graduating senior high school SEM students, except for personality factors. Thus, a comprehensive information dissemination campaign regarding the program, its value, influence, and even employability must be done by the college units is recommended. For the background of my study, on May 15, 2013, the Republic Act 10533 or the Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013 was signed into law by then President Benigno Ninoy Aquino III. The K-12 program aims to produce quality graduates who are competent to serve as the backbone of a highly skilled and employable workforce of the country. As per the implementing rules and regulation of the said Republic Act, the Department of Education shall forge partnerships with the higher education institutions to mitigate the projected low multi-year enrollment turnout for higher education institutions. The implementation of the said Republic Act caused fear among teaching and non-teaching staff of HEIs such as Western Mindanao State University that they would end up losing their job due to the lack of college enrollees. Although, even before the implementation of senior high school, it has been observed that some college degree programs have lesser number of enrollees as compared to other academic programs. Thus, it leads to insufficient teaching load for some faculty members, requiring them to solicit teaching load from related programs just so the minimum regular teaching load of 18 hours will be attained. This study seeks to investigate the factors affecting the college degree preferences of grade 12 SEM students of Western Mindanao State University in relation to the number of applicants or enrollees to its college degree programs. To attain the main objective, it is necessary to analyze the leading factors that affects the respondents' college course preferences among the areas of personality, family, interests, opportunities, and peers, and determine the significant difference on the leading factors that affect the respondents' college course preferences when data are grouped according to gender. For the methodology, a descriptive quantitative research design method was utilized in this study on 160 grade 12 senior high school SEM students, which 84 are male and 76 are female. A survey questionnaire in gathering data was used for this study. The instrument utilized was content validated and reviewed by 3 experts who have a master's and doctorate degree in education. Weighted mean frequency distribution independent samples t-test and range were the statistical tools used in analyzing and interpreting the survey results. The next slides will answer the following questions. What factors significantly affect the senior high school students' college degree preferences among the areas of personality, family, interests, opportunities, and peers? Second, is there a significant difference in the leading factors that affect the respondents' college course preferences when data are grouped according to gender? For the results, to answer research question number 1, the following tables shows the perception of students' respondents in terms of the level of influence of the leading factors that affect their college degree preference. Table 1 exhibits several personality factors that might have influenced the respondents in choosing their college degree. As you can see in the table, the 4th personality factor exhibited the highest mean of 4.23 with an equivalent interpretation of very much influence, while other personality factors were rated as influenced by the male respondents. On the other hand, the female respondents rated all of the personality factors as influence. Altogether, the findings revealed a grand mean of 3.97 with a corresponding interpretation of influence. This indicates that male and female respondents consider personality factors presented to them as influential in choosing their college degree. The next table exhibits several family factors that might have influenced the respondents in choosing their college degree. Based on the table, the third family factor exhibited the highest grand mean of 4.52 with an equivalent interpretation of very much influence, while other family factors were rated less influenced by both respondents. Altogether, the findings revealed a grand mean of 2.69 with a corresponding interpretation of somewhat influence. This indicates that somehow the family has influenced the decision-making of the respondents regarding their college degree preferences. The next table exhibits several interest factors that might have influenced them in choosing their college degree. As can be seen on the table, the first two interest factors exhibited the highest grand mean of 4.49, 4.42 rather, and 4.35 respectively, with an equivalent interpretation of very much influence, while other interest factors were rated as influenced both by male and female respondents. Altogether, the findings revealed a grand mean of 4.22 with a corresponding interpretation of very much influence. This indicates that in general, individuals' interests on their preferred career have a factor on what degree to take in college. Table 4 exhibits several opportunity factors that might have influenced them in choosing their college degree. Based on the table, the first two opportunity factors exhibited the highest grand mean of 4.23 and 4.30 respectively, with an equivalent interpretation of very much influence, while other opportunity factors were rated as influenced by both respondents. Altogether, findings revealed a grand mean of 4.20 with an equivalent interpretation of influence. This implies that the type of career that the students can obtain from their preferred college degree has a significant factor in choosing their course. The next table exhibits several peer factors that might have influenced the respondents in choosing their college degree. As evident on the table, the fourth peer factor exhibited the highest grand mean of 3.15 with an equivalent interpretation of somewhat influence, while other peer factors were rated less influenced by both respondents. Altogether, the finding revealed a grand mean of 2.52 with a corresponding interpretation of less influence. This indicates that peer factors in general have less influence on the respondents' decision-making in choosing their college degree preferences. Now, the following table will answer research question number 2. The table presents the overall mean score of male and female respondents in all factors and its equivalent significance value. Independent data samples were used to analyze the significant difference in all factors between the mean scores of male and female respondents. Table 6 reveals a higher mean score recorded on the level of influence of personality factors on male students than that of the female respondents. The p-value 0.029 is less than the significance value, therefore the hypothesis is rejected. It implies that each gender perceived personality factors differently in determining their college degree preferred. The next table reveals a mean score recorded on the level of influence of family factors on male respondents and female respondents. The p-value 0.296 is higher than the significance value. Therefore, the hypothesis is accepted. It implies that both genders perceived family factors as somewhat influential in determining their college degree preferred. The next table revealed a computed mean score recorded on the level of influence of interest factors on male students and female respondents. Is higher than the significance value, therefore the hypothesis is accepted. It implies that male and female graduating senior high school students mostly agree that interest is one factor considered to affect their college degree preferences. The next table reveals a higher mean score recorded on the level of influence of opportunity factors on female respondents than that of male respondents. The p-value 0.284 is higher than the significance value 0.05. Therefore, the hypothesis is accepted. It implies that both gender perceive opportunity factors as influential in determining their college degree preferred next to interest factors. Then lastly, The table reveals a mean score recorded on the level of influence of peer factors on male respondents and female respondents. The p-value 0.500 is higher than the significance value, therefore the hypothesis is accepted. It implies that both genders perceive family factors as less influential in determining their college degree preferred. In conclusion, the research findings reveal that the pioneering batch of graduating senior high school STEM students from the College of Engineering and Technology of Western Mindanao State University agrees that personal interest is one leading factor affecting their college degree preferences significantly. Abundant career opportunities and an individual personality or attribute ideal to their chosen career have greatly influenced students' decision to select their preferred college degree. Students are also aware that family support is one crucial factor that affects choosing a preferred college degree. However, overall, they do not rely on family's preference for choosing their desired college program. Furthermore, peer factors have a lesser impact on determining their college degree, except that they consult them for assurance. The study showed a significant difference in the impact of personality factors in determining college degree preference, while no significant difference in the influence of family, interest, opportunity, and peer factors on male and female graduating STEM students. That would be all for my presentation. Hapon ka. Thank you.
Next, I welcome Dr. Itipol Padhaniko to discuss on the model of activity development to promote students' morality in primary school.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Paku Koson Priyatiyantit from Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Thailand. I would like to present research article to topic is Model of Activity Development to promote students' morality in primary school. Author Dr. Paku Sopon Hattaravet Itipol Padhaniko. Co-author Dr. Pak Suwan Mahachulalongkornrajavibal O Subaddo. Me, Dr. Paku Koson Priyatiyantit Tharati and Assistant Professor Dr. Mahayanwat Tikawattano. Introduction: Activity development to promote student morality in primary schools composed of 1. Curriculum. 2. Learning objectives. 3. Technique and preparation. 4. Technique and learning activities and assessment. The developed model focused on 4 important aspects, which were 1. Ethics, 2. Activity development, 3. Support, 4. Students. The purpose of this research. The purpose of this research was to propose a model of activity development to promote students' morality in primary schools under the Office of Primary Education Service Areas. Description: Mixed methods research was used for the research design. The target group were 17 key informants and 24 school administrators, whereas 400 school teachers were used for data collection. Content analysis was used for qualitative analysis, and qualitative data were analyzed by using percentage statistics, frequency, mean, and standard deviation. Conclusion: results show that student morality was developed through 5 aspects, consist of 1. Sufficiency, 2. Gratitude, 5. Integrity, 4. Responsibility, and 5. Moral ideology and analysis. Results were shown at a high level in all aspects. A model of activity development to promote students' morality in primary school composed of 1. Curriculum, 2. Learning objectives, 3. Technique plan preparation, 5. Technique and learning activity and assignment. Conclusion. The developed model focused on 4 important aspects, which were 1. Ethics, promote 5 virtues for students, which are sufficiency, gratitude, integrity, accountability, and moral ideology by using the model to develop activity to promote morality of students. 2. Activity development is what focused on teaching and learning activities, including curriculum, learning objectives, teaching and learning activity and assignment. 3. Support the development of activity to promote morality of students under cooperation between administrators, teachers, school board members, monks, parents, and communities. 4. Students will receive the most from the activity development promote the morality. Thank you.
Next, I welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Ayutthaya Visuthuangat to discuss the importance of attractions for historical, cultural, and natural resources, Ayutthaya District, Suphanburi Province.
Hello everybody. Today I am present the importance of the attention for historical, cultural and natural resources, Ayutthaya District, Suphanburi Province. May I introduce myself? My name is Assistant Professor Dr. Ayutthaya Visuthuangat. I work at Faculty of Humanity and Social Science บ้านสมเด็จเจ้าพระยาราชภัฏ University. Education, Doctor of Philosophy, Education and Social Development, บุรพา University. Email witwiyaya@hotmail.com. The purpose of this research was to study the importance of attention for historical, cultural and natural resources, Ayutthaya District, Suphanburi Province. The population of the study consistent of experts and people involved, which the attention qualitative method was designed. Qualitative data was collected from 12 key informants and was analyzed by using content analysis. Findings were as follows. 1. The historical tourism has been shown divided into sub-district. 1.1 Ayutthaya sub-district at Wat Khao Tham Thiam. On top of Wat Khao Tham Thiam has a small old temple. Near the old temple there was been a pagoda in the Ayutthaya period วัดเขาพระศรีสันเพชร on top วัดเขาพระศรีสันเพชร has พระมณฑป and the Buddha footprint made from natural green stone and there was been a pagoda in the Ayutthaya period in the temple has had a great declining Buddha with the general religion called หลวงพ่อพระสังศรีสันเพชรอู่ทอง National Museum อู่ทอง National Museum had two buildings Building 1 had shown exhibition on the ancient city of อู่ทอง and Tharavadi culture Building 2 has been permanent exhibition about the land of สุวรรณภูมิจระเข้สามพัน Sub-district had วัดเขาถ้ำเสือ This area has unearthed many ancient pagoda in which each Jedi has had many variable anti in the Jedi have had terracotta Buddha amulet so much. 2. The cultural tourism has been shown both sides in 3 sub-districts. 2.1 อู่ทอง sub-district has had เจ้าพ่อพญาจักร shrine เจ้าพ่อพญาจักร has been an idol of Vishnu during Tharavadi period. The อู่ทอง people found these images around in year 1857. Cause called it เจ้าพ่อพญาจักร because the อู่ทอง people saw Vishnu with 4 hands and hold the chakra in his hand. บ้านโคก There are 2 interesting things in the community. 1. Attic Bicycle Museum and 2. หอเจ้านาย 2.2 ดอนมะเกลือ Sub-district has บ้านดอนมะเกลือ building group. This group has been building according to identity of ไทยทรงดำ 2.3 บ้านดอน Sub-district has had an ancient Black Thai cultural restoration center. Here has been an important symbol, the house of Thai Song Dam. Inside the house showing relay appliances. 3. Natural resources tourism has been shown 3 sites in 2 sub-districts. 3.1 อู่ทอง Sub-district has had ผู้หางนาค Lock Park. ผู้หางนาค Lock Park had been an ancient stone garden. The garden has been natural, beautiful. This is another place where you can see the sunset. ผู้ม่วง Forest Park. ผู้ม่วง Forest Park has been a natural forest near the อู่ทอง district. Inside the park can camp for those who like nature. 3.2 พัพชัย Sub-district has been agricultural extension and development center. In the center has been annual plan related activity such as the Tulip Festival in January, Rose Festival in February, Lotus Festival in June, and Sunflower Festival in December. Conclusion: Ayutthaya district has various attention many interesting both in history, cultural and natural resources. Some places they were still let tourists because you did to lack public relation. Public relation has been of great importance to tourism because it has made tourists interested in visiting.
Next, I welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Phongphong Khot Phongphong Chason to discuss on the model for the development of educational quality and standards of secondary schools under Bangkok under the new Quality Assurance Framework.
Model for the development of educational quality and standards of secondary school under Bangkok under the new Quality Assurance Framework by Assistant Professor Dr. Phongphakawat Phongphongkotchasorn, Assistant Professor Dr. Uthai Stiman, Dr. Thani Suwanprati. The abstract. The purposes of this research were to study the characteristics of educational quality development and standards of secondary school under the Bangkok Metropolitan Administrator under the new Educational Quality Assurance Framework, create a model for quality development and educational standards of secondary school under the Bangkok Metropolitan Administration under the new Educational Quality Assurance Framework, and 3. Evaluate the development of educational qualities and standards of secondary school under the Bangkok Metropolitan under the new Educational Quality Assurance Framework with 4-step research, namely 1. Studying new educational quality assurance characteristics. 2. Adjusting the quality and educational standards of secondary school under the Bangkok Metropolitan Administration under the new Educational Quality Assurance Framework with Delphi technique from expert. Amount 21. 3. Analyze the research element, and 4. Assess the feasibility of the model for quality development and educational standards of secondary school under the new Educational Quality Assurance Framework from the Secondary School Administration under Krungthep, May, and 210 persons responsible for educational quality assurance. Statistics used for data analysis were percentage quartile, range, mean, standard deviation. Research finding. 1. The characteristic of the development of educational qualities and standards of secondary school under Bangkok Metropolis under the new Educational Quality Assurance Frameworks have 5 components, which are student results, research and innovation, academic service, art and culture, and fitness and management. Model for development of educational quality and standards of secondary school, Bangkok, according to a new quality assurance, must develop the qualities and education standard by focusing more on student outcome. And there is research and creation of innovation, academic service, management, and quality management. The model for the development of educational quality and standards of secondary school under the Bangkok Metropolitan Administration under the new framework for educational quality assurance is possible, yes, and suitable at a high level. Description. The analysis showed the current condition, problem, and obstacles of the development of educational quality and standards of secondary schools in Bangkok Metropolitan Administration for implementing such policies, and in keeping with the national direction of social development, the urgent achievement of educational reforms in the second decade 2017, 2009 to 2018, tertiary education quality development strategy. The research therefore have idea for developing the educational quality and standard of secondary school under the new framework for quality assurance in education as a guideline for quality development and education standard of secondary school effectively and educational standards to keep pace with globalization and international standards. The developing educational quality assurance system has the idea to promote and propose guidelines for the development of educational quality by implementing 3 steps as follows. The first one, quality control, refers to the quality of education of the school according to as well as the relevant departments to serve as goal and as a development tool. The general practice of standards is determined by a group of experts or experienced people. The second, quality inspection, is an examination and give priority to the provision and education that meets the required educational quality standards and procedure to ensure the quality of education. Third, quality assessment is the assessment of the quality of the school by personnel within the school or by the institution, being responsible for school supervision concept based on educational quality assurance principle. Research objective. Research on the development of educational qualities and standard of secondary school in Bangkok under the framework of the new educational quality assurance has the following research objectives. 1. To study the quality development characteristics and educational standard of secondary school under Bangkok under the new educational quality assurance framework. 2. To establish a model for developing the education quality and standard of secondary school under the new education quality assurance framework. And 3. To assess the development of educational quality and standards of secondary school under Bangkok under the new educational quality assurance framework. Research method. Research on the development of education quality and standards of secondary school under Bangkok under the framework of the new educational quality assurance was a mixed research consisting of both quantitative research with methods for collecting data by using questionnaire and the qualitative research was collected using in-depth interview with a total of 21 key informants with a specific selection method who are experts with knowledge of education and the quality and standard of education of secondary school under Bangkok. They have direct experience in educational quality assurance with a total of 210 sample subjects using the ready-made open grid method according to the sample sizing criterion of Morgan 1970 at an interquartile range. Statistics used at an acceptable tolerance level of 0.5. The statistics used in the qualitative data analysis were median and interquartile range. Statistics used in quantitative data analysis consists of mean and standard deviation. The research developed the research method divided into 3 phases. Phase 1, studying the educational quality and standards of secondary school under the framework of the new educational quality assurance. Phase 2, establishing the development and composition validation by using the content information related to the quality assurance of new study, an element obtained from expert interviews to create 5 answers. Phase 3. Assessing the feasibility of educational quality improvement guidelines and standards developed by introducing questionnaire on the quality development and educational standards of secondary school under the Quality Assurance Framework. Research results. The development of educational quality and standard of secondary school under the new Education Quality Assurance Framework. The result can be summarized as follows. Objective 1. The research results were found that from the analysis of opinion of experts, high school administrators under the Bangkok Metropolitan Administration and those responsible for education quality assurance, the researcher was able to gain the characteristic of improving the quality and standard of education at a level school, secondary education under Bangkok under the framework of new educational quality assurance, which contain all 5 elements of development and 30 development methods which correspond to Thai. Found that to change behavior of the leaders. The need to create a change in the working culture in organization with good practices according to the principle of good governance through the organization culture element and the use of international communication with is the factor that lead to the real results of the organization. Objective 2. The results of the research were found that element of building a pattern, developing quality and educational standards of secondary school in Bangkok under the new framework for educational quality assurance. There are 5 components: student outcome, research and innovation, academic service, art and culture, and Thai culture, management with details. Results. Component 1. Student outcome consisted of 6 indicators. 1. A policy for quality development and standards for learner with image. Encourage learner to comply with the rule, regulation, and adherence to morality ethics, maintain and inherit a good culture. Provide a system for monitoring learning and student behavior on regular and continuous basis that is ready for immediate correction and assistance. Component 2. Research and innovation consists of 6 indicators. 1. A research and innovation policy that is consistent with economic conditions. 2. Develop a research and innovation strategic plan in line with the policy of the secondary school under Bangkok, as well as giving importance to the challenges and changes of society and the world. 3. Supports the budgets of research and innovation development. 4. Establish capacity and manpower development of support personnel performing research and innovation work. 5. Establish a system for monitoring progress and evaluating success of the research and innovation strategic plan. 6. Establish a systematic search for funding sources for research and innovation from outside. Component 3. Academic service consists of 5 indicators. There is a policies on academic service that is clearly in line with the environment and the need of the community. Secondary school under Bangkok provide capacity and manpower development of academic service workers. Establish a system to monitor progress and assess the success of the academic service plan. Component 4. Art and culture and Thainess consists of 5 indicators. There is a policy on art, culture, and Thai that is clearly consistent with the development and needs of community, society, and country. The budgets for the development of art, culture, and Thai as planned adequately. 4. To develop the capacity and manpower of art practitioners, Thai culture, and identity. And correct teachers and personnel to study research to preserve, create identity standard and disseminate art and culture. Component 5. Management consists of 5 indicators. 1. Short-term operator development policy. 2. Promote and support and support secondary school. He arranged to transfer quality assurance policy and strategies for secondary school under Bangkok to lead a comprehensive practice of all parties involved in all hierarchy. 4. Establish a system for monitoring and evaluating the quality assurance progress of secondary school, covering all departments. 5. Establish a dedicated quality assurance supervisory, management and agency. Discussion of the research finding. A development of education quality and standard of secondary school under the new framework for education quality assurance, which consists of 5 components. The result of the learner research and innovation academic service, art, culture and Thai and management. Overall, it is at a high level with indicator having a descending average new educational quality assurance. It is an indication organization aimed at quality students. The quality assurance of education is an important measure to ensure the quality of the learners. This is because the development of the education quality and standard to secondary school under the newly developed education quality assurance framework easy to put into practice, clear, easy to understand objectives, cover operations, quality improvement practice process use the PDCA cycle that can be used effectively, with an emphasis on the social responsibility and accountabilities and consistent with the result of each higher education standard. The course performance is consistent with the tertiary curriculum standard. Resulted students according to DOE, deserve outcome of education, and other standards set by Ministry of Education Standards. This is consistent with the research result of Hipat Narathon and Jirod Kunyo 2018. It was found that 1. Element of management towards excellence in secondary school. There are 4 components in Bangkok consisting of personnel management, general management, academic management, and budget management. To the level of administration leads to excellence of private school in Bangkok. Overall, and each item very good. Discussion of the research finding. The development model of educational quality and standard of secondary school under the new educational quality assurance framework was found to be very good. It is suitable for management to improve the educational quality and standard of secondary school and can raise the quality and standards of educational institutions. This is because the model is developed from the real problem of each secondary school, can solve the problem and meet the need of education quality assurance in line with the principle where problems arise, where to solve them. The management process takes place through a process of participation from many parts, whether from within organization, especially the cooperation of the institutional personnel, and outside from within the organization, especially the cooperation of the institution personnel and outside the organization is the support from the agency due to the high school level administration who oversee educational quality assurance is involved in planning quality development strategy or quality assurance is at secondary school taking into account the quality that is given to learner and key stakeholder together with the transmission of quality assurance policy and strategies of secondary school to all departments and personnel at all levels comprehensively and across all secondary school in line with research. Newton study research on the impact assessment in secondary school external quality audit in the UK from 1999 in 1993 to 1999 and with the aim of assessing the impact of using form of external audit quality assessment of teaching and learning management and quality monitoring of secondary school. The result of the study showed that using quantitative data and qualitative obtained from measurement practice or implementation by external organizations such as Inspection, Respect and Assessment of the Scottish Higher Education Council (SHEFC) and the Higher Education Quality Council HEQC, and the internal assessment audit by committee according to perception, the impact of the quality system. Discussion of the research finding. 3. Assessing the development of educational quality and standard of secondary school under the new framework for educational quality assurance. It was found that the model of quality development and educational standard of secondary school under the new educational quality assurance framework that has been evaluated. This indicates that the development of the educational quality and standard of secondary school under the new framework for the 5 components of new quality assurance. This may be due to the model that has been created from the real problem situation of the target group and is correct and consistent with the Ministry of Education. In particular, the development model has been confirmed by experts, and it was caused by cooperation from all related sectors, such as administrators, teachers, and regulators, thus resulting in appropriate and effective form to be a way to further improve to the quality of education, consistent with the concept of educational quality assessment with identified guidelines for assessing the quality of education throughout the organization, namely into the process and productivity, especially the cooperation of all stakeholders, will become the greatest power of our operation, which corresponds to Nicha Konwong, 2015. However, cooperation in teaching and learning activities should be extended between secondary school, government agency, and private sector, both within and outside the country, to give students opportunity to learn attitudes, perspectives, and various and different experiences. Is to receive information from outside, and court administrators should conduct follow-up reports. The quality assurance generates the benefits as follows. It generates the development of institution quality continually to the international standard, usability of resources for higher education quality development. The institution management to be effective will lead the student to be successful at all levels, producing research and academic service to be the most beneficial and be identical to the social and national requirements. The student, parents, employers, and the public have the data for making a decision. The institution, educational service institute, and government have the accuracy data and being system to impose the policy. Planning and managing the education that student has the high score of achievement in each subject and receive a standard. Students know in advance what they will receive from the institution and achieve as they have required. Parent, community, teachers, and local education institutes participate in enforcing the quality that is combined with international standard, national standard, and local standard. The director is on duty planning to control the quality by binding with the teacher, school committee, parent, and community, and to improve the instruction quality in order to generate the achievement of the student as standard, examining and accepting the plan of instruction management. Instructor gain an improvement and inspiration to plan the instruction of student center, emphasize performance procedure for leading them to the standard achievement of learning quality accurately. Students can learn completely. Director and school committee follow up and investigate in an instruction that aid the quality systematic.
Next, I welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Phongphong Chason to discuss on the development model for school administrators of office, the Basic Education Commission in Thailand 4.0.
The development model for school administrators, the Office of the Basic Education Commission in Thailand 4.0, by Assistant Professor Dr. Phongphong Chason. Biography. Assistant Professor Dr. Poom Phakawat Poompong Kochasorn is a Director Center for Innovation Technologies, Educational and Research for Eastern Institute of Technology Suvarnabhumi, EITS, Thailand. He graduated in Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Administration from the Faculty of Education, Burapha University, Thailand. There is research results published in the National Database, TCI-1 and ACI, a total of 67 international databases, and he also received the Best Research Award. He has been selected to be evaluated into the database corpus. He is interested in conducting research in education and educational innovation and engineering technologies. The abstract. This research aims to study the element of the development model for school administrator of the Office of the Basic Education Commission in Thailand 4.0, and to develop the model of school administrators of the Office of the Basic Education Commission in Thailand 4.0, and assess the appropriateness of the development of the model for the administrator of the Office of the Basic Education Commission in Thailand 4.0 using a combined approach. There are 4 steps of research: study, document, and related research with the administration of educational institution of the Office of Basic Education Commission in Thailand 4.0. Develop a model for administrator of school administrator office in Thailand 4.0 with Delphi technique from management expert to excellent 19%. Analyze elements of the development patterns of the administrator of the Office of the Basic Education Commission in Thailand 4.0 by analyzing the element. The statistics used for data analysis were percentage, range, quartile, mean, standardized deviation, and elemental analysis. Research finding. The study of the administrator of the Office of the Basic Education Commission in Thailand 4.0 found that it consisted of 5 important components: characteristics of self-development, of competency of school administrators of the Office of Basic Education Commission in Thailand 4.0. And the second one, development of the model for school administrator of Office of the Basic Education Commission in Thailand 4.0 found that there are 5 main components: leadership, vision, morality, ethics, knowledge, competence, and information technologies. The level of suitability of the development of the model for the school administrator of the Office of the Basic Education Commission in Thailand overall and the aspects are very good. Description: school administrator must be developed to have quality and standards suitable for high professionalism, have a professional license as required by law, as well as have a professional organization, educational institution, administrator, and educational administrator as well. Today, executives will need to develop conceptual skill in order to be able to determine the directions of development of their own departments or educational institution more accurately, and in the directions the development of their own departments or education institution more accuracy and in directions. As a result of those executives being more decentralized, more important decisions will have to play a role as a policy developer, rather than a policy readers, and with the trend of rapid social change in the needs for measures with these skills higher than ever before. Human skills are also important and necessary because in the era of decentralized management, people in the organization will have higher quality and standard. This requires management to play a role in negotiating with an educational interest group in various schools, in society and communities. Therefore, the need for leadership is higher than in command or control, as in the past. The principal concepts and theories based on scientific approach in order to gain technical skill are still essential as well, because they reflect a certain degree of managerial professionalism and are the ones that will enable new ideas that can be appropriately applied to the realities of the agency of local area. Research objective: research on the development of educational quality and standard of secondary school under Bangkok under the framework of the new educational quality assurance has the following research objectives. 1. To study the quality development characteristics and educational standard of secondary school under Bangkok under the new educational quality assurance framework. 2. To establish a model for developing educational quality and standards of secondary school under the new educational quality assurance framework. And the last one, to assess the development of educational quality and standards of secondary school in Bangkok under the new educational quality assurance framework. Research method. Step 1. Study the concept document and research work related to the development model for school administrator of the Office of the Basic Education Commission in Thailand 4.0. Step 2. Create a model for the development of school administrators of the Office of the Basic Education Commission in Thailand 4.0 using the Delphi technique process to find consistency from the expert opinions. The number of experts is 30 people who have knowledge and abilities in basic education management in Thailand 4.0 era. Step 3. Analyze the key components of the development model for school administrator of the Office of the Basic Education Commission in Thailand 4.0 with factor analysis. Step 4. Evaluation when the three processes are completed. In the process, the researcher used the result as a rating scale questionnaire for 101 administrators under the Primary Educational Service Area Office in Chonburi Province to vote for another opinion. Data analysis. The first one, analysis of information from the interview. Information obtained from the interview using content analysis. And the second one, analysis of data from questionnaires. General data of the respondent were analyzed by using quantitative statistics as follows: frequency and percentage. Data on the model of basic education institution, administrator in the area of the Thailand 4.0. The researcher analyzed the data by using a package program by distributing the frequency and finding the percentages in the optional part, using the mean and standard deviation in the scale segment estimates, the assignment of an answer of option at each level using the following criteria. Analysis of data obtained from expert interview is a questionnaire in round 2 and 3 to calculate median, mode, and interquartile range using a program. Research finding. Objective 1. The results of the research revealed that development model for school administrator of the Office of the Basic Education Commission in Thailand 4.0 consisted of 5 key components. Characteristics of modern management, modern skills, roles of modern management, morality, and ethics of executives in Thailand 4.0, and competency of executives in the era of Thailand 4.0 to be used as a guideline for the administration for school to be efficient and effective. Objective 2. The results of the research were to create a model for the development of administrator of the Office of the Basic Education Commission in Thailand 4.0, using the Delphi technique from 30 experts at the first round of analysis, by Delphi technique and from the Delphi at the second and third round to verify the accuracy of experts, and exploratory factor analysis to examine the weight value of the indicator for each component. The criteria for selection were factor rating of 0.5 or higher. It was found that the development model for school administrators of the Office of Basic Education Commission in Thailand 4.0 had 5 main components. Research finding Objective 3. The research results showed the assessment of the appropriateness of the development model for school administrator of the Office of Basic Education Commission in Thailand 4.0 from the school administrators under the Primary Education Service Area Office in Chonburi Province. It was found that the 101 people showed the level of suitability of the basic education institution administrator in Thailand 4.0 era. Overall aspects were at high level with the mean from descending as follows: information, and technologies, including 1. Educational innovations and digital technologies with media knowledge, communication skills that can communicate in many languages, knowledge and the use of professional technologies, creativity that can innovate leadership, information used for analyzing data and creating a strategic plan. Conclusion: the results of the Objective 1 research found that development model for school administration of the Office of the Basic Education Commission in Thailand 4.0 consisted of 5 key components: characteristics of modern management, new skills, roles of modern management, morality, ethics of management in Thailand 4.0, the competencies of executive in the era of Thailand 4.0 to be used as a guideline to drive the administration of school to be more efficient and effective, consistent with the research of Angkanawin 2020, the innovative model of learning that influences the achievement of the school administration for learning in the 21st century, and the concept of executive competency of David McCullough. The results of the Objective 2 research were found that regarding the development model for school administrator of the Office of Basic Education Commission in Thailand 4.0, there are 5 main components: 1. Leadership, 2. Vision, 3. Morality, ethics, 4. Knowledge and ability, 5. Information and technologies. Fundamentals in Thailand 4.0 must be knowledgeable and up to date with technologies. The information must be developed and pursued of continuous learning, vision, and academic leadership. It also needs to be able to supervise and introduce others to have morality, ethics, good role models, and be accepted by teachers, students, educational personnel. Conclusion 2. The results of the development of innovative sufficiency school administration through cooperative action research by selecting one target school, which is learning center based on the philosophy of sufficiency economy in Vice-Rector province. In the preparation stage of the research, the team established 21 people, and the development team consisting of 15 people who analyzed the school environment. It was found that most schools were consistent with the composition of the educational institution of innovation and brought the weaknesses, obstacles to formulate guidelines and 3 main strategies, namely 1. Developing ICT system to support innovation. 2. Promoting learning management to be an innovative school. 3. Enhancing cooperation with network partners in the development of innovative educational institute and operational procedures to transform strategies into action plans as well as problem solving during operations. Conclusion 3. Regarding the evaluation results for innovating the sufficiency in school administrative development, it was found that the results were achieved according to the criteria set, and the success factor was the leadership of the executive. The support of network partner and elements of the administration of the sufficiency education institution with its good foundation for the development of the sufficiency education institution. Innovation where every element is related to each other in accordance with empirical data, in line with the Lapison concept, Silalat, researching innovation into practice education institute, found that the development of teachers' cooperation and the strength of the management team to drive educational innovation to schools to be successful consists of important factors, namely collaborate with teachers in the use of innovation and the strength of the management team to use administrative principle and management strategy in educational innovation management so that teachers and teachers cooperate in driving innovation together. The results of the hypothesis testing are found that the ability to manage educational innovation in the 21st century had a positive direct influence on promoting the use of learning innovation in educational the level of suitability of the development model for the Education Institute Administration of the Office of Basic Education Commission in Thailand 4.0 overall and individually. Very level this is because the administrator of basic education institution are now eager to develop themselves to be able to keep up with the rapidly changing world. Therefore, the level of suitability of the basic education institution administrator in Thailand 4.0 era overall individually very well, very level.
Next, I welcome Dr. Tarwati Virojano to discuss on an enhancement of human relation integrating Buddhist principles for administrators of primary schools in Thailand.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Prof. Kulkarni from Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Thailand. I would like to present research article to topic is an enhancement of human relation integrating Buddhist principles for administrators of primary schools in Thailand. Author me, Dr. Prof. Kulkarni Thaluti Ungchavitul. Co-author Dr. พระสุวรรณมหาพุทธาภิบาลโอสุขโธ Dr. พระครูโสพลภัทรเวชอิทธิพลประธานิโก and Dr. ลำพองก่อมกุล Introduction. The integrating of human relation with Buddhist principle for administrators in primary school in Thailand composed of the principles of human relations for school administrators in communication both formal and informal between the school administrators and teachers, students, and the community in order to work together to achieve the objective. Buddhist principle used in school administration. It is the Buddhist Dhamma principle which is integrated with human relations principles that the guideline for the enhancement of human relation integrating Buddhist principle for administrators of primary school in Thailand focus on the aspects 1. Principle of human relation. 2. Buddhist principle used in school administration. 3. Principle of school administration. The purpose of this research. The purpose of the research article was to propose the enhancement of human relation integrating Buddhist principles for administrators of primary school in Thailand. Description. Mixed methods research was used for research design. Questionnaire was used for data collection from 390 administrators and teachers in primary schools. Interview form was designed for interviewing 24 key informants, including focus group discussion with 9 experts. Qualitative data was analyzed by using content analysis, whereas descriptive statistics was used to analyze qualitative data analysis. Conclusion results indicate that the enhancement of human relations integrating Buddhist principles for administrators of primary schools in Thailand can be developed through 5 aspects consisting of 1. Personal characteristics, 2. Understanding of authors, and 3. Working with authors and analysis results show at a high level in all aspects. The integrating of human relations with Buddhist principles for administrators in primary school in Thailand composed of 1. The principles of human relations for school administrators in communication, both formal and informal, between the school administrators and teachers, students, and the community in order to work together to achieve the objectives. Divide into 3 areas which were 1. Person characteristics, 2. Understanding of authors, and 3. Working with authors. 2. Buddhist principles used in school administration. It is the Buddhist Dhamma principle which is integrated with human relations principle consisting of 7 things which are 1. Kalyana-mitta, 2. Yoniso-manasikara, 3. Getting the truth, 4. Honesty, 3. 5. Secular theology, 4. 6. Sangha, 4. And 7. Sappurisa Dhamma, 7. The guideline for the enhancement of human relations integrating Buddhist principles for administrators of primary schools in Thailand focus on 3 aspects. 1. Principle of human relations. 2. Buddhist principles used in school administration. 3. Principle of school administration. Thank you.
Next, I welcome Dr. Prof. Ayutthaya to discuss on the Buddhist integrated of management for the youth training of moral camp in Nakhon-Si-Thammarat province.
Buddhist integrated of management for the youth training of moral camp in Nakhon-Si-Thammarat province by Dr. Prasuriya-Pongkawai, Associate Professor Dr. พระครูอรุณ สุตารังการ ดร.พระประหลัดสมชายดำเนิน อภินันท์คำหานพล Abstract. The article has objective to present the use of religious dimensions as a cause for moral training camps. It is also intended to sharpen the minds of learners to use wisdom, to know reason and morality, including being conscious in the knowledge of media, technologies in the era of globalization, with high competition by allowing bodies and mind to know the values of morality, focusing on being a good person to improve society. In addition, the speakers have shown some good characteristics, for example, knowing how to work as a team, having the powers and perseverance, having collaborations, overcoming problems, and eliminating obstacles and trouble together by using knowledge and competence, which is a process to be applied to all types of work to their fullest potentials. Also, the article has the objective of guiding the participant for some characteristics. For example, being honest and moral, being able to adapt to fit with others by not exerting powers to oppress others, but trying to keep yourself equal with others. Knowing to love each other and share generosity. However, it must be based on moderation, not too extravagant either. That activity must affect the life of the youth in good practices and having good attitudes. This will create a connections, coordinations, and good relationships in coexistence in society, with the understanding, reaching, and developing in the human truth, to adapt behaviors to keep up with the materialism by bringing the principle learned to improve physical and spiritual developments, and be able to continue to live together happily. Descriptions. Developing youth through moral camp based on the concept of Buddhism is a component three aspects of life: physical, mental, and intellectual behaviors, which in Buddhism is called the moral precept, meditation, wisdom, or correctly known as the Traisikha. The Traisikha principle can also be learned by means of the wisdom development, according to the concept of Buddhism, which can be done in three ways as follows: the wisdom that results from listening, Sutta Maya Panya; the wisdom that arises from thinking and rationalization, Cinta Maya Panya; and wisdom that arises from action, Bhavana Maya Panya. Therefore, provided that the Buddhist philosophy is an educational process that applies in the principle of Buddhism as a base for thinking and seeking knowledge on the basics of reality on earth, and being proven through scientific processes in the learning process, measurement, and evaluations of curriculum, as well as teaching methods. The children will make adjustments appropriately and happily, and also grow up to be smart and happy people. The results of this research can be used as a guideline for the development of the youth training in the moral camp to be more effective. Research objectives. The first one, to apply Buddhist philosophy to the solutions and the management of the youth training of moral camp in the area of Nakhon Si Thammarat province. And the second one, to create knowledge and model for youth training of moral camp in Nakhon Si Thammarat province to be effective. Research methodology. A documentary research aimed to study the management of youth training of the moral camp in the area of Nakhon Si Thammarat province with Buddhist philosophy. The qualitative research was applied through dialectics method and discursive method under the analytics, appreciative, and applicative study. Research procedures. The researchers conducted in Nakhon Si Thammarat province by interviewing the 5 temples where the model camp had been organized in the area of Nakhon Si Thammarat as follows. The first one, Phra Mahathat Vara Vihan temples. The second one, Ram Pradip temple. And the third one, That Noi temples. The fourth, Manawan temple. And the last one, Phang Sin Tharam temple. The researchers used the purposive selection in 5 groups as follows. The first one, director of the moral camp. The second one, the facilitator monks. The third one, the teachers. The fourth, the youth. And the last one, the parents of related persons, in a total of 15 people, as well as other relevant evidences. The researchers used the data to analyze and discuss the results according to the research objective by presenting the applications of Buddhist philosophy as a guideline for solving the problem in the youth training of moral camps in the Nakhon Si Thammarat province, as well as presenting the new knowledge and effective training models for the youth moral camps in the area of the Nakhon Si Thammarat province. Research results. Applying Buddhist philosophy to a solution to solve the problem of youth training in the area of the Nakhon Si Thammarat province. According to the study of Buddhist philosophy, it was applied as a solution to the problem of youth training of the moral camp in the area of Nakhon Si Thammarat province. New knowledge and model of youth training of the moral camps in the area of the Nakhon Si Thammarat province to be effective. New knowledge about the use of Buddhist philosophy applied as a way to solve the problem of youth training of the moral camp in the area of the Nakhon Si Thammarat province, namely Khan 5, Trai Rak 3, Trai Sikha, Pavana 4, and Paratham 4. Conclusion. Bringing the explicit knowledge to create an effective model of youth training camp for morality by using the moral camp is a process of cultivating moral and ethics in a form of learning that allows children and youth to be close to Buddhism, as well as having an opportunity to appreciate the principles and know how to practice the Dharma as appropriate for age, and to apply the principle to self-development and to create the progress in society on the foundation of strong mind, as well as the development of the youth Thai society, to modify unwanted behavior or allow the youth to act in such desirable behaviors. From the picture 1, it can be described that using application of various principles has to be knowledgeable, modern, suitable for the age range, and it is also necessary to apply the philosophy in another way with understanding, reaching, developing in the human truth in order to adaptation the behavior to keep up with the current materialism. Thank you very much.
Next, I welcome Associate Professor Dr. Sin Nangprakorn to discuss on the educational administration, the concept, theory, and management.
Most valuable ladies and gentlemen, I am Associate Professor Dr. Sin and author. I would like to present my research article, Is Educational Administration, Concept, Theory, and Management. Co-researcher as Associate Professor Dr. Pramha Sombat, Dr. Pokru Patra Thamakun, Associate Professor Dr. Sudipong Sivichai. We are from the Department of Education Administration, Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkorn University. The objective of the research were to study the concept and theory of education administration, to study the model of education management, and to analyze the theoretical tendency and educational management model into practice. Data collection. The primary were collected from the Tripitaka in Thai version of Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University and demonstratory. And the second data were collected from the Buddhist documents and get interview 10 key performance and focus group discussion. The concept of theory of education administration were as follows. Theoretical trend of academic administration into practice. Theoretical trends in personnel administration into practice. Theoretical trends in budget management into practice. And budget management, theoretical trend of general administration into practice. The second one, educational management model. Ministry of Education had defined the scope of administration of school into 4 groups, namely academic administration, budget management, personnel management, and general administration. The 3 analyzed theoretical trends and educational administration model into practice, trend into economic and administration towards implementation of Buddhist integration principle. Second, trends in human resource management to practice of Buddhist integration. Trend budget management towards implementation of integration Buddhist principle. And trend general administration to implementation of Buddhist integration principle. For conclusion, it can be concluded that academic administration, according to the National Education Plan by strengthening stability, the main institute. The second, personnel management, according to the Power Race Plan, develop a product system and develop quality teacher, have a spirit of being a teacher. And budget management, transparency, accountability, improvement of education administration structure. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Next, I welcome Fra Chusak Tirahamo to discuss a model of creative thinking enhancement for teachers in primary schools under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration.
Most venerable ladies and gentlemen, I am Associate Professor Dr. Sin Ngamprokon and author, co-researcher of Prachusak Tirahamo. I would like to present the topic of research, a model of creativity thinking adjustment of teachers in primary school under Bangkok Metropolitan Administration. Co-researcher more Associate Professor Dr. Somsak Budpu, Assistant Professor Dr. Tirapong Sung Khao Yai. We are from the Department of Education Administration, Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. The objective of the research were to study the creative state of teacher, to develop a model for promoting creativity for the teachers, to promote a creative promotion model for primary teachers. A mixed method research is used to design quantitative research data collection from 205 pupils and a qualitative data collection by in-depth interview 10 persons and holding focus group discussion with 9 experts. A result of research. The result of research is a primary school teacher under Bangkok found that overall the teacher opinion or the teacher creativity are at a high level, ranked as a show on the table. Thinking as fluent, thinking flexibility, initiative aspect, curiosity and self-confidence, total high level. And number 2, develop model for promoting creative of primary school teachers. Consists of 4 parts as follows. Part 1, leading part consists of environment, general condition affecting the adoption of model which must be favorable, such as policy, vision, mission. Part 2, the model is a factor of the dimension, creativity, flexibility, thinking, initiative, psychological, personality, dimension consists of curiosity. Part 3, step to apply or structure is manual ladder between various elementary that will make a model more effective, namely decentralization, administration and management of education. And part 4, success condition. It depends on the context of the primary school under the Bangkok, just as the vision policy of primary school administrator. Propose a model promoting creativity for primary school teachers. I show you the table. Conclusion: a model for promoting creativity for primary school teacher under Bangkok consists of the 4 parts. The first part is environment policy, vision, mission, principle, objective. Part 2, the model is aspect of creativity, namely fluent thinking, flexible thinking, aspect, initiative. Part 3, the curious side, self-confidence, management process. And 4, activity to promote creativity for the teachers. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Ting Fu Wong, who will be discussing on the development of Buddhist situational leadership of administrators in Phra Pariyattu Dhamma Division in Sangha Administration Region 14.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Associate Professor Dr. Sin Ngamberkon and others. I co-researcher of Prakru Suchittanan. I would like to present the topic, the development of the Buddhist institution Leadership of Administrator in Practicum Dhamma Vision in Sangha Administration Lesson 4. Co-Teacher More, Associate Professor Dr. Kasem Sengnon, Associate Professor Dr. Tirapong Som Kawyai. We are from Department of Education, Administration, Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. The objective of research are to study the leadership condition according to the situation of administrator of the school in Sangha Administration Lesson 14. According to the Buddhist situation of the executive using the combined research methodology, a qualitative research using a sample of 306 persons, and qualitative research by interview 10 experts and focus group discussion 10 persons. The result of the study found that as follows. The state of leadership according to the situation of administration of Practicum school, the executive have opinion at a high level in sending order that the executive have division to modify corporate management strategy, friendship promotes moral and moral performance leadership, and the research found that according to situation, Practicum school have over management on the situation leadership is very high level. They are region chiefs in organization and power of leader. In sending order that executive have division modify corporate management strategy, friendship promotion, and moral in performance leadership developed according to the Buddhist situation of executive with the leadership characteristic according to the 4 situation. 1 aspect of change, 2 is creative, 3 relationship in organization, 4 leadership power, and 4 activity leadership developed according to the situation to promote development of leadership based on Buddhist situation of administrator. Consists of the 4 station leadership characteristic integrated with the 4 Sangha to say. There are 5 activity according to 5 Q activity, 5 promoting Christian activity, person management and administration activity, power activity, and conclusion. This research consists of characteristics of situation leadership in 4 aspects, namely change, creativity, relationship into organization, leadership power by integrated with the Buddhist principle in the promotion, namely giving, dhan, kindly speech, piyavacha, useful conduct, attachariya, participation and behaving oneself properly in all circumstances, samanadata. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Next, I welcome Wenmen Siripano to discuss on the Buddhist making decision model of primary school administrators in Socialist Republic of Vietnam.
Most venerable ladies and gentlemen, I am Associate Professor Dr. Sin Ngam Prokon, an author. I am a researcher of Pramin Sripano. I would like to present you the topic, the Buddhist Making Division Model of Primary School Administrator in Socialist Republic of Vietnam. And author more Associate Professor Dr. Sudipong Sivichai and Assistant Professor Dr. Thirapong Sung Khao Yai. We are from Department of Education Administration, Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University. The objective of the research are to study the current state of division making of primary school administrators, to study method for developing Buddhist making division of primary school administrators, to propose to making division model based on Buddhist principle for primary school administrator in Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Method of research is a research based on the qualitative helps use a population of 629 people, and qualitative data collect from the get interview, key person, and focus group discussion. Research results indicate that the current state of making division of primary school administrator overall, administrator and teacher have opinion at a high level. Number 2, the method of developing division making according to the Buddhist principle of executive indicate that by making division 5 steps. 1 is the problem definition, education, alternative approach, third selection of alternative, the fourth alternative comprehension, and fifth evaluation and correct of defense. The Buddhist making division model of primary school administrator in the Socialist Republic of Vietnam consists of the 4 parts. Part 1 elite. Part is the environment both inside and outside the school. Part 2, the model consists of the working system, which is the 5-step making division process, namely making division knowledgeable, compatible, personal with the principle by integrating with the Four Noble Truths, knowing the problem, knowing the root cause of the problem. Part 3, knowing how to solve a problem and follow the correct solution. Part 4, condition for resolve which depend on the context of management division. That I show you the table as every step at the high level. Conclusion: the Buddhist decision-making model for primary school administrator in the Socialist Republic of Vietnam have important 5 steps. 1 is definition problem. 2, the study of alternative considering the importance of factor and the limitation of the importance. 3rd is select alternative to compare advantage, disadvantage according to the limitation in practice analysis and data collection. And 4th is the following the alternative plan, implement and allocate resource in order properly. Evaluation and fixing division. All 5 processes integrated with the Four Noble Truths to solve a problem at every step to make division as complete as possible. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Next, I welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Kongget
Fascinum to discuss the effect of waste plastic oil on engine performance and durability.
Hello everyone. I'm Assistant Professor Dr. Kundet Kasinam and Miss Thanwamat Katsanuk. We from School of Agricultural and Food Engineering, Faculty of Food and Agricultural Technology, พิบูลสงครามราชภัฏ University พิษณุโลก Province Thailand. Today I would like to share my research called Effect of Waste Plastic Oil on Engine Performance and Durability. Let's start. Thailand has had the policy supporting the production and use of renewable and alternative energies in order to reduce the import of the fuels from other countries. Producing the fuel from plastic waste can lower the pollution and energy problem in the country. In order to ensure that the fuel can actually be the alternative, the purpose of this research study is to compare the effect of using the diesel fuel from the plastic waste on the single-cylinder engines by comparing the performance and wear of the engine with the commercial diesel fuel and waste plastic oil. There were two tests. First, the engine performance test, and second, the engine wear test. Research method. In this picture show the wet plastic oil and this commercial diesel fuel. And this picture show experimental setup for engine testing. The diesel engine was a new single-cylinder engine of Honma. Its model was DH850E. The diesel engine performance and wear test kit was of Assom. Its model was MT502HP. And this picture show schematic diagram of the experimental installation. The test was divided into two parts. The first part was the engine performance test according to the ISO 1550/2016. The performance consists of engine brake power, engine brake torque, and specific fuel consumption. The second part of the test was engine durability test referring to the EMA 200-hour test. In this test, the load was specified as the duty cycle as shown in this table. The test was divided into four steps. Step 1 and 2 used 60 minutes and step 3 and 4 used 30 minutes. The test was repeated until 200 hours. The durability of the engine was evaluated by measuring the property of the engine oil every 50 hours. The results show engine performance. This picture shows brake power and this picture shows brake torque. This picture shows specific fuel consumption and horizontal line is engine speed. The red line is commercial diesel fuel, and blue line is the wet plastic oil. This visual show engine wear, and this table use wet plastic oil, and this table use commercial diesel fuel. Conclusion: the effect of the wet plastic oil on the diesel engine by comparing the performance and wear of the engine using the wet plastic oil and the commercial diesel fuel. It was found that the performance was slightly affected since the brake power was decreased for about 6%. The specific fuel consumption of the wet plastic oil and the commercial diesel fuel were very similar. The brake thermal efficiency of the engine using the wet plastic oil was lower than that of the commercial diesel fuel for 1.6 to 3%. And the wear of the engine, it was found that the wet plastic oil insignificantly result in more wear than the commercial diesel fuel. Thank you very much for your attention.
Next, I welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Pramote Yokki to discuss on the guideline development for civil state community market model driven through Thailand 4.0 policy.
Good morning. My name is Napaphaya Yodkaew on the behalf of the Cooperative Promotion Department to talk the research about the guideline development for civil state community market model driven to Thailand 4.0 policy. At the present, the government is boosting Pacharat concept so that some government organizations can drive the economy of our country, leading to peace, unity, and the society towards stability, prosperity, and sustainability. It's called the exchange of needs of citizens, improving the quality of life, leading to Thai people well-being. The state sector support Thailand 4.0, aiming to curb poverty and inequality, to strengthen local economy in accordance with Pacharat concept, to grant village fund and urban community, and to help farmers in developing their business into SME and community enterprise in order to balance the production and community economy. Nowadays, there are 19,720 community shops and 1,359 community market under Pacharat Samaki Thailand for limited marketing administration. Due to the competition, the community shops are facing market share and income loss. Moreover, there are also inferior to convenience shops because of lacking knowledge of experience, technology, capital, personnel, and shop management. Because of purchase by cash, the products in community shops are limited. Due to this decision, investigators create a plan in developing Pacharat concept to drive Thailand 4.0 policy, aiming at Thai society on sustainability, prosperity, and sustainability. Research objective to evaluate the operation of the community marketing in accordance with Pacharat concept, which aim to drive Thailand 4.0 policy. Second, to study problem and obstacles in community marketing management in accordance with Pacharat concept, which aim to drive Thailand 4.0 policy. The third, to suggest a community marketing model in accordance with Pacharat concept, which aim to drive Thailand 4.0 policy. Research methodology. This research uses mixed methods consisting of 3 steps of data collection as follows. First step, quantitative research. The target group is inhabitants who live in surround area in Loy-Ed, Sakonnakorn, and Srisaket province. A sample size is 402 people by using accidental sampling amount 134 people in each province. Second step, quantitative research. The main informer are community group of marketing demonstration center including community leader, member, and government organization related to the area. In order to collect the data in deep interview, total 15 persons with the community of marketing demonstration center, the community leader, and related person who develop the community, salesperson of the community shop, and member, and to have the discussion of focus group. The third step, the participatory community shop development, which can drive the community development by provide a training program and workshop seminar drive an idea of community shop model with 35 persons in Srisaket. Research result. The result show that 53.2724% of customers satisfy the community shop. 49.25% of customers are quite impressive. 55.97% of customer own product they need from the community shop. Regarding key factor of Pracharat community shop, the result shown in the table. From evaluating the community shop according to Pracharat concept to guide Thailand 4.0 policy in terms of operation, the customers are quite impressed as they get day one. The quality of the merchandise is the Pracharat store top priority. The product have to be standard and reliable. The staff of store are honest. The term of distribution channel are convenient, located, and easy to access. In terms of marketing promotion, information is always provided to customer. In terms of price of product are reasonable comparing to other shop. The analysis of the model after the stick adjustment show that all value pass the criteria. The problem and obstacle. Moving the problem and barrier in managing and operating the store. There is a lack of electronic equipment for use in the store. There are customer area. It was found that some products are about to expire and the price of the product are not valid. The guideline of diving community model by the workshop seminar have the result of as follows. The model of the Pracharat community market should focus on customer motivation, for instance, giving an average divide return the benefit. The pattern of developing all those involved in community store, marketing, communication, and excellent administrative system should be also focused on. Recommendation. According to the research, who are responsible for promoting the community shop provide training for persons who are related to the community shop, have an integrated marketing understanding and make standardized, reliable, valuable product distribution channel and promote marketing and inform the new. The shop should develop a strategic plan to promote the development of community shop to be as a model community shop network in the local area of the province and to promote cooperation with the community shop network around the province. That should be the development model of community shop to have clear understanding on customer motivation and marketing communication. The community of community shop and the related person have to organize the meeting on the development of the dividend benefit and marketing promotion by communication board, product and service, line account and community shop management program. Thank you for your kind attention.
With this, we come to an end of day 1 of the International Conference on Multidisciplinary and Current Educational Research, ICMCER-2021, organized by Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkornrajavidyalaya University, Ayutthaya, Thailand, in association with Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP. I would like to thank all our honorable dignitaries, presenters and attendees who have contributed their expertise to the success of this event. Looking forward to another amazing day 2 of ICMCER 2021. Thank you all once again. See you on day 2.